consistently good at overpass, which is a rarity. And a lot of that comes through their T side. Again, I think most teams, given enough chances, will post a pretty decent CT side, just off of the back of how the map is balanced and everything. But 500 are actually very, very good at playing the T side, and that has something to do with a little bit of a bias towards the B bomb site, which is becoming more and more of a trend. You're seeing the more successful the team is on overpass, it's because they're taking more of the rounds to B. Simple as that. And I think if Big are kind of playing into the head as like, surely they can't do that 15 rounds in a row. If they kind of mind game themselves, start playing with 3 towards A to get early map control, etc., and don't find anything for it, that could get very, very dicey. But 500 are a consistently good overpass team, which is a rarity.
It's that comical, like, they've gone B 14 rounds in a row. Surely.
Not again.
Yeah, surely they're going to go A now.
By the way, I'm clipping this whole segment. I don't think I've ever heard Vendetta talk so positively about overpass, ever.
No, positively about 500, not overpass. Let's get that correct, because I don't like the map. I think it's the most one-dimensional map in the pool that we have, and it should be either altered or taken out.
Any fans that come to the arena, just when you see Vendetta, just go up to him and ask him his thoughts on overpass, ruin his day.
Yeah, that's what I run out of the arena.
He just gives
go into hiding into the break room.
Now, obviously, we just touched on that for 500, right? For Big, we always know, Dust 2.
Yeah.
But that is a map that will benefit 500 as well. And you already touched on it. Sirison not being there on a map like Dust 2 at the AWP, I could be very worried for Big, just thinking about this, how it could go down. So can they move away from it?
No.
I
don't think they can. I think that's the only option they have.
Let's go. We're going over already.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, they just have to do it. That's where they are the most, you know, well-versed. They have the deepest playbook. They understand the map the best. I think their utility and how they utilize the map and move players around is just excellent. Obviously, Sirison is a huge part in that punishing sequence of their T sides, but they kind of just have to go with it.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, but we tried to rack our brains about this yesterday, last night, like trying to think like, how can they alter the veto? Again, in the past, if you want to go back maybe like 6+ months, etc., we could have been like, yeah, nuke might be an option, right? But again, their nuke hasn't looked that solid as of late. And when you're changing out, again, a player back and forth, and now that you don't have Sirison to necessarily lock down Yard, where do you really go? Because one of the toughest things about nuke is actually maintaining good rotations on the CT side. And if you're constantly having new people who don't necessarily react the same way as the guy who was there the last tournament, it's bound to be chaotic, right?
I mean, every movement changes your responsibility on the map, and it's one of the fewest, or one of the, I think it's the only map that really happens, where, you know, ramp player can have to be B player, AWP needs to move ramp, and like, there's so many things, and they get CT Yard, we need to take another control, and it's constantly happening. You miss the comment that someone could have dropped T-event, all of a sudden you've lost a round on CT if you don't make the correct rotation. There's a lot of things that can happen, and especially now, mentioning again, a nuke on a stage setting can be very difficult
Footsteps
to play.
go lost on that map when you're on the stage.
Well, do you know what's no longer lost? It's Parlor, and we're ready to see our teams get onto the stage, so let's see how it's going to work out.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in this arena and watching from home, this is the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022! A special shout out to all of you in the arena that have taken the precious time out of your days to be here in person. It's much appreciated, and I'm looking forward to meeting more of you over the course of the event. Now, with that being said, my name is Parla, and I am your stage host. And let me tell you, myself and the Elisa crew, we have an amazing show in store. What are the details? We have 6 teams remaining, ready to battle it out for the lion's share of $200,000. And it will all be coming to you live from here, the Espoo Metro Arena, nestled in the wonderful country of Finland. Are you ready? Okay, everybody, it's time for our first quarter final, and it's time to introduce our first competitors. They are an underdog team in their first deep tournament run at an S-tier event. Everybody, put your hands together for 500! Opponents, a team that we all know and love. They are the best that Germany has to offer. Everybody, give it up for Big! Okay, we've got our teams out on the stage. Let me get Godby over from Big and Denislaw from 500, a quick pre-match interview. Denislaw, starting with you. As I said in my introduction, this is your first deep run as a team at an S-tier event. What is the mindset and the mood in the team right now?
As I said in the previous interviews, we are not only here to just qualify for the playoffs or something, we're just here to win the tournament, no matter how silly it sounds to some people. So yeah, the mindset is kind of that.
500 here to win. Now, Godby, a legend of the game. You got some fans in the crowd, mate. Godby, you guys just missed out on the playoffs at the Rio Major. You're in the playoffs here at the Elisa Masters. Are you happy with the performance so far at the event?
Yeah, so far I am very happy. I think we can still go much further, but at the moment I'm very happy because I think our group was very hard. And I think we played an amazing first day, even though it was very close that we are not even in the playoffs, but I think right now I'm pretty happy.
Okay, now 2 more questions. The first of which to both of you. What would it mean to win the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022?
I mean, of course it will mean a lot of us. I mean, we're a new team playing on our first LAN together. And for some of us, it's like the biggest stage. So it will mean a lot, of course.
And Godby?
It was for us very hard this year because we always needed to play with stand-in and all this situation, also on this tournament, but it is our last tournament in this year, at least offline, so I know that it will mean a lot to us because we know that we can turn everything around next year as well, so it would mean a lot also in front of the Finnish crowd. They're always good to us, so it would mean a lot.
All right, and final one then, gentlemen. If there's anything you'd like to say to your opponents and the fans in the audience and watching at home.
Just enjoy.
Enjoy, everybody. Denislaw, I think the crowd like you too, mate. And Godby, final words from you if you'd like to say anything to your opponents, the crowd, people at home.
I wish them good luck, and I wish you as well a lot of fun, and let's enjoy the game.
Amazing. Everybody, give it up for your competitors. 500 versus Big, the first quarterfinal here today at the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022. Desk, back to you.
Just enjoy.
Yeah.
We're just back. There you go.
There we are.
I started a bit too early. We were having a little chat to ourselves.
Getting excited.
I was getting excited, you know. That was a nice intro for these teams. You see how much it means to 500. And Denislaw, you know, just enjoy. Because he's here to enjoy. Just that straight cold confidence.
Yeah, but I like the confidence as well. It's like, yeah, it might sound silly. It might sound silly to some, but we're not here just to qualify for the playoffs. We're here to win.
Yeah.
We're here to win the entire thing. And the way they've been playing in the group stage, I wouldn't put it past them to actually have the potential to do so, which might sound crazy to a lot of people who maybe just have come off of real.
Especially in the start of the tournament.
Yeah.
A lot of people wouldn't say that, but yeah.
Absolutely. So again, I like 500 as team. I like their mindset going into it, and it feels like they're, you know, adjusting pretty well with the new lineup on LAN as well. He said it. This is going to be the biggest stage for some of the players that they've ever been on. So again, hopefully they manage to keep their nerves in check. But if they do, and if they play their normal game in that sense, I think they could do a lot of damage.
It's one of these signs, you know, going into a tournament, you don't necessarily need to look the best, as long as you're constantly growing into the pace of the tournament. And like we see a lot of like major winners and other winners of other tournaments, they kind of have a rough start, but they kind of get the groove, they get the hold of it, and you know, get that ability to find these creative solutions and be more relaxed and calm in these pressures and play without anything to lose, which, you know, I like that presence. He looked very calm, Denislaw. Ice cold AWPer.
Yeah.
Ice cold AWPer, not shook by the stage at all. No. And Gob there, saying very positively about the team. Look, I'm happy with what we achieved so far because, again, we kept talking about their problems, and at least Gob's looking at it as like, okay, look, potential last tournament of the year, at least the last LAN tournament for him. Let's see what we can do. Let's do the best we can, and then hopefully work on the rebuild from here.
It's the right approach. I mean, you can't really do anything else. Otherwise, you would be, you know, very deep down in your confidence if you're gonna, you know, judge this in the same way like any other year when they had the full 5 players. Because honestly, they're kind of in the same space that they were with the previous lineups ranking-wise with this standing situation. So it shows even like looking long-term for the lineup, it looks very, very healthy for them going into the next year. If they can produce this with so many issues coming in, imagine without them. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think it's a nice way to phrase it. Like, again, they're obviously looking to win here. If they could do that, that would actually be a nice way to cap off the year for them in many ways. Like, even with all the issues we've had, we've still managed to look competitive. We've managed to win a tournament to end it all. That gives you like a boost of confidence going into 2023. And I don't think there's any doubt that we're obviously going to see big around next year as well. Even stronger potentially than what we did in 2022.
Yes. For sure, they're a household name when it comes to Counter-Strike. But you've picked out a couple of names, boys, for us to look at our players to watch. So give me the breakdown on this. Why did we choose these 2 players? What's the theory behind it?
So obviously we have Faven, who we kind of predict is going to kind of try to take over that Searson role, which is done in previous maps in the tournament. And then on the other side, you have Ships, who we talked a little bit about previously. I think he's one of like the most annoying players to play against.
I love how Devil describes so many people as annoying.
It's really annoying when you get that constant pressure, never get the time to breathe or think or help your teammates or strategize or you know, link up together, because you're in constant pressure, need help all the time, which is really hard to play against. Easier in an online environment to play against, but on LAN it can be extremely annoying and hard to find solutions for.
And also one of the things that is unique with Chips is the fact that he is the in-game leader, and he's still one of the I guess the most consistent fraggers on the side of 500. So he does fall into that category of in-game leaders who can actually frag. And on certain maps, if you look into like Overpass specifically, that's kind of his home domain. That's where he really does his best work. He can shut down most teams, honestly, if he has a good day over towards that A-bomb site. And for Faven, obviously, you alluded to it. He's going to have to pick up a lot of weight that's been kind of left off since Searson's not here at the event. And we're not saying that he's going to basically step into the same positions as Searson, because he's not going to be playing over towards the A side on Dust 2, for example. He's still going to be around B slope, etc. But he is well versed enough with the off to actually pose a significant threat for opponents as well. And considering that this is his first tournament back, he had to obviously basically, well, have a pass at Rio. He wasn't there. It's going to be a great opportunity for him to kind of bounce back into things. And he was a big signing for Big. Like, he was meant to be the missing piece when he came in from Sprout. And he hasn't had the opportunity, he hasn't had the longevity, really, and the consistency to show that he's going to be the right guy to really, like, elevate Big.
Now, coming into this, right, we've touched on so many of the points that we looked at, but you guys have given us kind of an overview of when it comes to this matchup, things that we should be focusing on before going into it.
Basically we talked a little bit what are the kind of key points going into this game. We obviously had that bad luck Big kind of scenario, but with them.
But also the veto advantage, right? That's the first thing that comes to mind in this matchup, and that's predominantly because 500 has a very, very solid map pool, but also their vetoes work very well against Big. If you think about recent success, if you look back to Rio, like where are some of the maps where Big surprises, they beat Furia on Vertigo. Well, unfortunately for you, that's the permaban for 500, right? Now you're looking at what other options do you really have, like, again, Skate play, or excuse me, 500, they do play Ancient again, so that's not necessarily any flex potential for Big there, because they have played it in the past, even though they vetoed it more and more as of late. That means that they have a weak Inferno, which used to be their permaban, so they can't necessarily flex that versus 500, who are very solid on Inferno. And the list kind of just continues to the point where it does feel like 500 has a veto advantage in that sense, where you do end up having them feeling pretty good about whatever 3 maps is going to pop out throughout a veto stage, whether it's Dust 2, Overpass, Mirage, and so on and so forth.
I mean, we basically talked about Dust 2 and transitioning, you know, into our second point, which is the AWP question. Searson missing. Their home maps are very AWP heavy. They are very suitable for him as a player. And the way they play, the way they bait and move players into the gaps where he gets the picks, often in clutch scenarios, a extremely good clutcher, has that calm presence at all times. Really doesn't matter if he's probably winning a major or lifting the trophy, will look the same if you check his like kind of body language. So that could be a presence as well. Maybe they do have a little bit more energy now with but that can also be a make and break part. But it's gonna be that Dennis Law, I think, is an extremely, you know, good explosive AWPer, has a lot of high multi-kills rounds to save 500 from these difficult situations. And sure, you can always, as a rifler, go in, get a little bit of an easy pick, you know, play the more standard way of AWPing. But when you get into those high-pressure situations, one's coming, you know, behind you, like the 3 different positions, people coming to choose the right approach, it can be very, very difficult to just jump in as a rifler as an AWP to figure those kind of things out, because there's a very different approach from if people know you have an AWP and people know you have a rifle. They're going to approach you very, very differently.
Absolutely so. And the third part is bad luck Big. Again, they've gone through so many different iterations of lineups over the course of the year. And also, they don't have the best track record when it comes to playing these guys, or at least the core of 500. They've played him in Elisa in the past, gotten knocked out by them. And I mean, just in Elisa as well, they haven't had the greatest of results. Actually, versus Bulgarian teams, they've gotten knocked out 3 times. So there's something in the water that kind of leads you to think that 500 might actually be able to do this.
Yeah, you guys have given us these points, right? And it doesn't seem so positive for Big here, guys. I'll be honest. This is not looking great, but this is still a team with world-class players on, although it's all up in the air. Now let's try to understand where we're going to go when it comes to the veto. The veto is going to be massively important. You guys have touched on it. Is there an opportunity for Big to fight back, or is this all cut and dry? Are we just expecting Overpass and Dust 2 straight away, boys?
We're pretty much expecting a Dust 2 pick from Big. 500, we were discussing they could either go for that Overpass, potentially Mirage. And kind of, you know, probably more an Overpass pick. Oh, they did throw the
they did.
You spoke about it earlier,
I did speak about the nuke. Everyone hated on me when I mentioned it, that because Searson is not there, they shouldn't be playing nuke. But It is one of those maps you can pick up a lot of T rounds without an AWP.
Ooh, okay. So they're really throwing it in for Loop here. And to be fair, for 500, this feels more like a safer way to, well, not safer than necessarily Overpass, but this feels like it's still a very solid pick for them. Simply because, again, Big have had Inferno as a permanent for a long time, and they haven't played it a lot.
But if you were 500, do you think about this AWPing question, would you really pick into maybe the only map you
where
can
you
play
don't necessarily,
without
again, I would have rather seen an Overpass, and as a result, this is kind of why we expected 500 to pick Overpass, because it's not going to survive the second phase of vetoes.
Yes.
Big are going to remove that 100%. So I guess they just, again, like their Inferno better than what they did with their Overpass. Again, we have seen teams on Overpass, even for how good they usually are on average on the map, that they can get hard stuck on Overpass. I think that's probably the map in the pool right now, maybe together with Ancient, that has T-sides just not being able to do anything at all, right? Like if you can't find an opening, if you can't find a direct hit, you're just stuck. So maybe that's why they've opted in for Inferno.
Well, analysts, stop talk, casters start. We're going into our first game. We're starting off on Nuke. We were thrown a bit of a curveball, but it's our first quarterfinals game, and we're getting Big taking on 500 with Dweg and Jay.
Thank you all. We are about ready to jump in to our quarter-final match to kick things off here at the Elisa Masters Espoo playoffs. Eternal J, Dweg here as usual. The last 2 years building up to this very moment, and everyone is having a hell of a time.
Yeah, even starting off with Nuke, we've seen Big in invitationals before try and punish Picket against Bulgarian teams. I think about when Fiend were in the event, and you know what happened? They got battered on this map. So this is an opportunity to turn things around, to get the results more positive this time around.
And the track record for Big against Bulgarian squads in the online invitationals, I'm not sure whether that's going to track as well against 500, but certainly something to consider when you consider the generally poor performances that we've seen from this team in the online circuit in previous Elisa tournaments. Something always to keep your eyes on with how Big are doing with all the issues with rosters that we've seen over the course of the year, especially in this tournament as well. So many things to think about here for the Big side, but that Nuke curveball, man, that throws things out of whack for me.
It does, but you also need to consider this. Skade play a lot of Nuke because teams try and pick it against them, and they actually end up finding that it's one of the highest played maps in the pool for them, because a lot of teams look at it and say, right, well, okay, we know that 500, they don't like Vertigo at all. Let's just get in a Nuke. Let's get in a Nuke. And what it ends up meaning is that these Bulgarians, they play Nuke all the time because of it.
It does mean that one of those strong key maps that Big would always lean towards in Dust 2 is not going to be available for them, though. And that's something that could be a bit of a concern for me, the idea that won't work out for them, and the idea that you don't have that key strength, which obviously could still be exploited by a Bulgarian squad like a 500. But for me, I'm looking at that one thinking that strength being taken away could also be a bit of a hindrance for the Big side.
Yeah, one thing that we do know is that the core of Denny, Rainwaker and Ships have never lost to Big. We've seen 2 best-of-3s, a 2-0 in the quarterfinals of Pinnacle Full Series 1 and a 2-1 in the Elisa Invitational Summer. Both times, Jade, they've always come on top.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's map number 1 of the quarterfinals of the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022. 500 taking on Big on Nuke. Big's map pick. They'll kick things off on the T side with our pistol round going live.
And this is Big's chance to be able to get positive, be on the front foot and straight towards outside, being able to cross over towards Team Red, but look at the info play towards Ram.
Keto taking a lot of damage and Nikki towards outside, tapping heads and taking down Sin to kick things off, hoping for a little bit more as well, but they've made so much progress towards the outer yard. He needs some backup, and it comes here in Denny's Law. 3 versus 5, couple trades back from Tabson though, getting a double of his own, right? Nikki continues to get the frags together, and Ships also coming with one of his own. Keto now 1 on 3, left to try and pick up a pistol, but gets caught off looking the wrong way as Nikki closes the pistol victory.
Big man Nikki Doctor coming up with a 3K. Get this right, Jay. Last time Nikki was at an international event, it was in Finland 2 years ago. He's back here and he's looking for success with a brand new roster of 500.
And this brand new roster, as they mentioned a little bit a moment ago on the interview, right? First LAN ever, high pressure environment for them on the big stage in the arena. You wonder how for the newer elements of this roster, how that will impact their own style of game, whether there'll be any lack of confidence or any key mistakes to make. For now, so far so good. Only a round in, of course, so plenty of time for that to change. But for the big side, of course, just down to the Glocks for the time being.
I would keep an eye out for Rainwaker and Ships on this map. 18 maps played the last 3 months when it comes to Nuke. They're always the 2 highest rated players, always the 2 individuals that can turn a map on its head.
And the defaults are set in passive for the time being. Big don't have a lot of firepower, so they want to play this as carefully as possible. Even then, the likelihood of these Glocks getting much out of this round, pretty low at this stage, especially point-blank range against Ships and Denny. Catching the first, second, probably the third kill as well, running out of ammo there, but the squeaky door can also get closed up for a little bit more cover. Ships still gets his kill. Keto and Tabson, Keto and Father rather, do get a couple picks back, but nothing major for the big side there.
A 2-0 start coming through from the Bulgarians. Now it's going to be the opening rifle round. And this is going to be the test to see what is Big going to be like. 2 wins and 6 losses in the last 3 months of Nuke. It's one of their least picked maps. It's actually 3rd out of the ranking of Dust 2, Mirage, and then Nuke.
It's a curious buy, though. No rifles coming in for Big. They're going Mac 10s and Tech 9s. A Galil coming in for Keto. More of a half invest here.
Yeah, very interesting, but it's not uncharacteristic. We know that Big do have these half-a buys to give themselves as much of a push as possible when it comes to the rifle round and pace out of the heart.
Yeah, Father first man in, Mac 10 adjusted to by the MP9. Patrick does pick up the casualty, looking for a double, but Crimbo catches him in return frag, so a 4-on-4. Heavy damage sustained on the T side.
It's where they can deny the bomb for going down. Sin's just been able to get a drive-by with the Tech 9.
Wasting 0 time with that headshot. The advantage sits for Big for now. Bomb plant and all. Do 500 go for this?
Oh, 100% they do. They've got 2 incendiaries. It's all about whether a kill presents itself.
You're saying that, and they're backing off. So probably not to be the case. Hold on to the rifles here, overwhelmed by Mac 10s and Tech 9s. Yeah, this will be the opening round for Big.
And this is slapping the LAN experience, right? The idea that for 500, there hasn't been much at all. Even Patrick, this is his first international LAN event. We've only seen him play in local Bulgarian ones.
Nicky going to focus towards the outside, get one more exit against Tabson, try and make it somewhat expensive. But it was a half investment, so expense might not matter to the Big side. They've stolen one back. It's a vitally important start to them. Get those rifles out early. 3 of them staying in for the 500 team. Should enable another rifle round, though.
And I think it shows this 1 kill here from Sin changed the complexion of the round. A straight spam through that main smoke allows so much more map coverage to get gained. Now back onto the rifle round, 500 do not have the worst of money situations, so they're going to be able to get M4s forward, and it helps the fact that 3 people were able to save there.
No AWPs as of yet. That'll be an important factor in the mid and late game. Smokes towards the outside control. They have 1 CT player trying to aggress forward of it. Nicky making moves, but no one to challenge him on the Big side.
It's a good spot for info, spotting absolutely nothing towards the back of T-Red. You've got Keto up here towards a hut control. This is indicating another upper split.
Patrick ready and waiting as part of the A defensive, mini-covered. Holding his nerve with 1 minute and 25 on the clock. They're just throwing utility out to try force out some sort of fight. Another early execution from the Big side. It just gets mowed down by Patrick. Ships comes up good as well. Tabson with 1 decent trade, but he's low HP. Still doubling up alongside Farthen. They've got it back to a 2-on-2. Tabson up close, ready for the backstab, but Patrick finds him flanked in for Mini. That bomb's still in the open, but Farthen has the sight.
It's all about if he can get the bomb down, try and see if he can duel these fights out into the open. He's got to give himself some leverage of breaking the CTs apart, not allowing them to peek together.
It's gone quiet. Denying information, looking to hunt for a frag. He's got plenty of time as well, so he can play this as he wants to. Try and get the bomb down.
Get the extra cash injection. 500 though, they're waiting for him to draw out a fight. This is very clever, the way that they're giving the respect forward of the plan.
Smart call eventually to try and force the fights from the CT side, make them move. Farthen still checking his corners, still hunting for the right place at the right time. It's all down to timing from here. He's got to 1 player, unable to get the headshot for it, swing out in the open, and Patrick puts him away for 500 to take 3.
Patrick stepping up massively in that round, gets a quadra, and you could see him towards that top Mustang position, turning away from the flashes, looking back down into the control. Between him and Ships, they're able to siphon off quite a strong crossfire, and it's Patrick with a quadra.
Just didn't check the rafters, and that's where it all fell down for Big. CT side dominant, expecting the CTs to have a pretty dominant affair initially. Big, kind of disappointing follow-up to that half-buy.
Yeah, Patrick's one of the more unknown entities on this lineup as well. I remember him playing with Fate with a couple of years, ended up playing with Need Doctor with Nicky on the previous iteration to get themselves here.
Plenty of experience from Bulgarians in the Elisa Invitationals, the online circuit over the pandemic.
Jeez, look at that. 5 Invitationals, 3 of which they've been to the final. 54 maps. They are a grindy team.
Won a fair number of them as well. Tags up initially against the 500 squad, though. Big working their way in behind the smokes and Molotovs, the defaults. It is slow. Much more passive than we've seen so far.
And for Big, it's all about being able to dictate pace, work the outside control. You've got Rainwaker down here on the ramp presence, waiting for a walkout, just hoping to catch a contact with the off angle.
Put those smokes out towards the outside. Mini cross. Not towards Garage just yet. Eventually that does come through, so Nikki will be siphoned away. And slight gap to play with, but not at this kind of range here. They can't exploit that on the CT side.
They just have to give that respect forward, allow tabseN to cross out with his teammates. Now, while that's happening, they're actually walking forward towards Hell.
They're going to try to challenge Denny with a perfect headshot from Keto. Ships able to chime back, though. 4-on-4.
Ships gets the instant response, and now with ramp being taken, Big have got options. They can fake it out, go back towards upper, they can even start lurking down to lower. They've got plenty of time and at least some nades behind them.
Time is ticking away, though, to start formulating the execution soon enough. Crimbo trying to be the forward player of this.
Oh, look at this read. They're going to keep Rainwaker down at lower. There's 3 on A.
Nikki standing ready to wait. Smokes in his way. They're about to clear, though, and he's got a direct line in on so many players. Checking the left-hand side and the right. Utility comes in, the Molotov sent towards the top of the hut position, and the CT crossfire just holds its nerve. Flashbang does blind off Nikki, but Patrick in the back state. There's Nikki chiming in towards 1 and 2, dropping that bomb. Sim with 1 decent trade, but Patrick needs to hold his own here. 10 seconds to the clock. Both these kills could come through for him, but tabseN does overwhelm and looks for the last man, where he closes the second for Big.
Just great patience coming through from the Germans there. You could see the way that things were slightly awkward. Nikki's able to find a lot of attention, a back way there from the closed van corner, but slow it down, mimic those trades, and allow themselves to find a great pincer towards the back of the side.
See the beer section also having some fun out there. Big claiming their second, forcing down the force buy, in fact, for 500. Thought they were going to go upgrade pistols, but they're getting the shotguns, the SMGs in, the Kevlars out there as well. Damage done to Patrick and Farben. A lot more to the T side, though, as they make their way outside.
A lot quicker this time around from Big. They can get themselves down towards that secret control. Now, there is a player down at that lower bomb site. That's Denny.
Sins dived in from Vent. They heard that. What's he got, though? Rifle and MAC-10. That's the one piece of information the 500 are unawares of. The angle of Denny, whose help was hidden initially, but that smoke is going to reveal his position. They won't go challenging from him for now.
There's a little bit of a stack down towards this lower bomb site. You got Rainwaker here, Ships too, even the likes of Denny. So you've got an idea that there's 3 towards lower. Big could be running into a very heavy trap.
Matt the Eagle trying to play misdirection as well to indicate they've only got the upgrade pistols, but the SMG might come into play here. Ships is just waiting for them to pop out of those double doors. There's 2 players down there as well.
A lovely off angle. It's all about being able to get that reassurance out here from the lobby control. 50 seconds left on the clock. Big is still very silent in this lower take.
45 seconds, and Rainwaker continues tapping his way forward. Ships holding his nerve, yet to fire away just yet. Wallbangs being attempted through the decon door for tabseN's part. They are just prodding to spot these players out, get those kills before they go for the execution, and finally they start pouring in. Rainwaker with 1 decent frag back on Keto, dropping that bomb, but now needs Nikki with support, and he's so far away from this B site. I don't think this is going to work out for 500 today.
It doesn't look like it at all. Beautiful entries as they open up the double doors. They have that crossfire being set from decon. Big are taking a little bit of time to get that bomb down, but things should still be okay.
Yeah, they've got enough. They've got control of the entire bomb site. Not a lot of firepower now remaining for these 2 CTs. So even if they went for a challenge, it would have worked out for Big anyway. Maybe a kill, maybe 2, but this will be 3 all to the board. So pistol starts going the way of 500. 1 steal round and now a rifle versus the anti-eco coming in for Big. Standing up at evens, and if they get a good T-sign in this one, this could still be their map to take.
We've seen Big in the last 3 months have a round win percentage of 37.8 on the T side, so anything more than 6 rounds, Jay, would be a very juicy total to work with.
Well, even standing for now, 500 with that force potential obviously means that there might not be a whole lot in the way of the next fight. We have to find out how much they do have. Lost bonus not sitting right for them. Yeah, I don't think they invest here.
No, not at all. Invest it lightly, try something a little bit stack heavy, and allow themselves to give more leverage forward to the Big side.
I think God B just called for a tactical. Yes, he did. All right. Reading the hand signals to back. I'm getting a little bit better at this, I think. But a moment's respite to talk things through for the Big clan. The position that they've held, still playing from a bit of a back foot. Their chance to try and spring forward onto the front foot now. That's only part of the game.
Just trying to get themselves into another playoff position. You think back to EPL, weren't able to make the playoffs there. You think back to the Major, they're up 2-0, but then struggled in the best of 3s, weren't even able to take a map to get into the playoffs that time around. So they've come here in Elisa. We've seen them in previous online invitationals, but this is a very different environment and one that Big are very used to.
On the map that they've played quite a lot of those tournaments you mentioned, EPL, IEM, the Major. Haven't seen a whole lot of success against those top-end teams, and even some of the lower squads have given them a little bit of hell, so... Can be a bit of a risky pick for the big side. Whether it plays out for them, well, we'll find out as this one plays on. Play into the Eco for 500. A couple of upgrades. Again, they'll save that Mag 7 for ships. Loves this weapon in at the hut control. Will not get much out of it. Farven picks up the opener. Keto with a follow-up.
Big being able to get a double entry within the first 20 seconds of the round, now make it 3. We saw a little bit more of an aggressive stance from 500, didn't work out.
Yeah, Pistols not playing up against the rifles all that well. Patrick now left alone, does grab the Mag 7 once again. The P250 just trying to prod through, trying to spot them, and does get Tabson. That's a decent kill. Turn around 180 with the AK in hand. Double up making it somewhat expensive. A triple not quite gained. Decent work, however, for that eco basis.
Yeah, just give themselves a little bit more round after round and keep the composure. You've got to remember, again, for Big, they're used to playing in front of a crowd. They're used to playing with all the lights. That could not be said for the side of 500, but the counter there is how much more do they want it? Think about the hunger factor. These guys grind. They work incredibly hard to get into this position, and it doesn't come around every day.
Well, again, they spoke saying, we want it. We want to take the victory. It might seem silly to others, but to us, it is our goal. This certainly would be valuable to them, not only to take this trophy, but that IEM Katowice spot. They're well out of the ranking invite, so the only way that they get there is to take this tournament. The first step is beating Big on their map pick and in the best of 3 overall. The buyback does return from the CT side with an SMG on ships, but an AWP for Denny.
And this is going to be the change-up that 500 are looking for. Finally got into a state where money is equaled enough to be able to invest into the big green. Denny is a very explosive player and has been a part of this core for many years now.
He's currently playing in a much more passive spot, though, certainly away from where Big are at.
Well, good spot there from Patrick, though. The slight little maneuver to get in towards lobby, he sees nothing. That indicates it's probably outside commitment.
So now Nicky braces for impact as the smokes come down. The diagonal sets trying to make their way close to the red box. Got Rainwaker on the other side, trying to spot for anyone on top of the silos. And Nicky is M4, looking the right place at the right time. Little does he know how close the T-side players are to taking contact. He spotted one, though. He must know. When's he going to strike?
You see that little off angle coming through, the one-way smoke. They're reading it well. They're actually waiting for a reaction. They're waiting for the CTs to get aggressive.
Bulgarian aggression can be trademarked, and Nicky might get punished for it, but he escapes with his life, let alone being damaged up at all. They do make their way down eventually as Farben finds Nicky, makes distraction out towards the site. Rainwaker can get the trade, but now B is going to be the take, and Rainwaker is dealt with.
Even the rotate out towards ramp. Denny with the NWP, he's got to find the connection, and he does indeed.
That's one needed out of many. The second shot not connecting. Meanwhile, they've made progress right up towards ramp for Sin. Takes Denny out of the fold, and now it's all on Patrick in a 1-on-3. No kit in play, but has the flank angles. Decon door closed, though. He's got to open it up to give away the info.
And this is so tough to isolate 80 Joules, and even Keto on the other side's going to catch him. And he could just feel there for Big the patience to wait out the one-way smoke. They knew exactly what was going down towards that secret control. Let's try and get them to move about, to start mimicking some over-rotations. And as soon as Nicky leaves his post out there from secret into main, that's the exploitation that Big were looking for.
It's 5-3 to the board. 2-round advantage for the T-side, and that's going to extend as well. 500 put everything into that previous round, didn't get success for it. Resting on the loss bonus, of which they've been whittled down once again. Upgrade pistols, no Kevlar, no util, no kits. Rush tactics from Big, which should still work out. Flashbang's a little bit awkward initially, but overall Keto had to mow them down with a Mac 10, get plenty of money and a free round.
A pure acceleration, get as much of that farm cash in as possible. They could even boost up towards that heaven control, try and get that Mac 10 in for another fight.
The AK is also looking to engage as well. The CT is playing around the entrances, but Keto doesn't really care about that. Picking up the Mac 10 mantle and not quite getting a triple for it. Rainwaker takes the frag back. Now with an automatic weapon to play with, but surely shouldn't be able to do much here. The outside flank watched by Crimbo. And yeah, 4-on-2.
You got Denny and Rainwaker just trying to see if anything else will present itself. Is there another exit frag? Is there maybe a weapon that can be saved other than perhaps just that Mac 10? 6 on the board, though, for Big. This has been a very impressive T-side start for him.
A hiccup in the pistol, but since then it has been all Germany. 6-3 to that board. But now the guns can return from the CT side, and that will be the main way back in for the 500 squad.
And we saw 500 playing Nuke only very recently against Enterprise online in a grand final. Nuke was actually the last map in the series to get played. They only managed 6 rounds on their CT side, brought it back on the T side. So they've shown it before.
Look at that AWP in on Denny. Had a decent shot initially, but not really much impact in that previous round. So looking towards him to potentially be the difference maker to dig 500 out of this hole. And he's set pretty pixels away from spotting one and aggressing further forward, being punished for it as well. Keto even marks the second man. Rainmaker stands his ground, but not for much longer. Ships next to task in the corner. The AWP watching it. He's seen barely at the shoulder, and the headshot comes into a 3-on-3.
A nice tidy bait there from 500. The idea that Ships is further back and not peeking with the 2 aggressive ramp players. Big don't have an inkling that there's going to be another player there. It's what happens after that position, because Big have been able to strengthen in the mid and late rounds.
The M4's held still. Ships watching the radio room. Tabs and having his eyes set. Gonna check those corners the same. Not sure how aggressive he's really gotten.
So many options.
Yeah.
You've even got the outside lurk too. You've got a minute on the clock, you've got some utility, so slow it down, because we know that for 500, they like making those info plays. They like getting aggressive, being able to spot, and Nicky, well, he's at least seen one.
He was watching Redbox for that shoulder bait for Sin. He's going to give up the ghost and allow the kill to come through. So advantage now for 500, only for a moment's respite. Tabson again in with the engagement. Should be aware of swing back from Patrick. Struggles to get that kill. Might be falling down to the tray. Crimbo knows that he must be low. Has 30 seconds to play with, unaware of the second CT though. Gets that shot in, looks towards heaven. That's the right call, but looking the wrong way. Back is now turned, and that gives Ships the perfect chance to strike for 4.
Ships, the second highest rated player in the group stage, put up a valiant effort. 5 maps, positive 35 KD difference, and a 1.31 rating. He's always a guy to keep an eye out for. And in that sort of round, yes, Patrick may have slightly over-peaked towards that close vent corner behind that contact, but Ships has that X factor. He can get you out of those uncomfortable rounds and come through with a clutch.
So weigh in once again for 500 to try and clap back. Big, however, guns in one more time. Plenty of money for them to continue reinvesting. So it's not that they're out of the woods just yet here for the Bulgarians. Look at how aggressive they're going to get, though. Nicky, ahead of that smoke, was looking up very far forward. And you can see how Big's passive defaults can aid them here, because they haven't conceded any kills. They haven't gained any either. But it does mean that an aggressive is not allowed to be punishing here for the 500 cap.
Sin's just going to be able to clear out as much of this outside control as possible. Now, they have the idea that there's a lot of main influence and out there from Secret. We're seeing a lot of those crossfires come through from Ships and the likes of Nicky. So Big, it's all about that exploitation of the nades towards outside and put some pressure onto Nicky.
Once again, the smoke's coming towards the outside control, and there's a total of 3 players to try and hold off against them. Got Ships firing blind, hoping for a tag or a kill. Has let one player cross unbeknownst to him. The spray's up from heaven as well, revealing his position. And Nicky, the linchpin factor, holding his commonly placed angles, a bit more aggressive than this one. Ships does get that opening kill and doing damage on towards Keto. Will reduce to 4 versus 4 with a HP advantage. And now the kill comes in for Nicky. That is the bomb carrier as well.
And Nicky's just got to try and wait around, try and get some assistance. But while that happens, Tabson with the AWP has been able to get a pick. And now the pressure comes down on Nicky to hold that bomb.
Now Keto also strikes back as well, continuing his firefight despite being on 9 points of HP. Nicky holds the minion over the bomb though, and if he can hold it for the end of the round, that's all that really matters here for the 500 side. Big aware of this, they've got that AWP posted, and the SMG of Patrick finally finishing off Farv, and Tabson does strike, low HP, but Patrick knows they probably go down to the B site from here.
Try and rotate down into the vents, but he could get caught off guard. That's what Keto's waiting for.
Okay, that's his SMG, but the SMG is the HP above him. 1-on-1, AWP coming down towards Deacon, and they hear the footsteps as well. They are making no qualms about this, no information game being played. Tap that bomb once, AWP watches it, misses, and Patrick makes his way up, but Tabson holds the line and holds his own for the 7th round.
Oh, just when it looked like Patrick had done everything right, chase him down into the vents, open up Deacon, deny that bomb from going down, but Tabson, I don't often see him on the big green, Jay, he delivers.
This is an interesting fact for you. Big part of previous Elisa invitationals, and they were knocked out by what was essentially the fragments of the previous Bulgarian teams, right? The squads that had that Bulgarian dominance throughout the course of the Tier 2 scene in the last year and a half or so. Those guys fragmented, come together to form this XK team, which went to grow on to be 500, of course. And now they stand to try and deliver the punishment one more time against this big side.
Yeah, one extra thing to add to that, they've never won a map pick in Elisa Invitationals, Jay. Both of those best of 3s did not come through with their map picks.
Well, this one certainly is going much better for them as of right now.
It's looking good.
3 rounds to the good on the T side as well, so you've got that idea that the second half might even get better for the big side.
just allow themselves to keep it tight. The problem that they're finding themselves in is the economical turmoil. We've seen so many ecos from 500.
So many forced buys and half buys as well, and that never really stabilizing to a decent investment all that often. Chips to try and take that Deagle forward anyway, and does catch Sin off guard, so that's a positive start.
Look at the way that Ships even peers towards outside, wants to try and double dip, and that's just characteristic from him. Try and recover as much as possible in a round where you need some impactful kills.
Didn't recover the rifle, but I still sat out there. Probably does force forward in the end to get it, and indeed he does. AK in the hands of the CT side now. Big, we're probably playing on that assumption anyway here. So they're playing passive once again in lobby, and rotating towards the outside again.
And knowing that Ships has got the armor, you can hold on to it rather than pass it off to a teammate. And tabseN can try and work towards outside. And we saw him in the last round have quite a lot of impact with the big green. First that kill towards Secret, and then of course the one that got the clutch together.
Small prods forward, AKs grouped together. Meanwhile, info plays coming in from the CT side, and they're about to find out that there's no one here.
So what can happen is Denny can spot towards outside, rotate the ramp player down, and even Keto falls.
Got that shot together, couldn't connect anymore though. tabseN's AWP does one better with the firepower, but they still have the advantage on the 500 camp.
Yeah, they got the read. Look at how many players are down here.
Pistol standing. Rifles making their way in. Patrick's got the backstab as well, and Nicky up close and personal for another kill on the Deagle. Ships his AK, can strike, and Nicky can follow in with a side swipe. It's Father now, alone in the 1-on-3. His AWP being closed in upon the pincers of the 500 side. Slowly but surely with the time ticking away. That's a decent no-scope though. Bomb still on his back, looks back in for even more, but cannot get it past Patrick. The SMG comes good with the backstab in the end, and that's 5 for 500.
And what I love there is the risk that 500 run in that round. They know they're on an eco. Okay, rather than being on the defensive, rather than being on the back foot, let's go and try and make something happen. And Ships does that towards outside. He aggresses to this first kill of Sin, picks up that AK, and then look at what the lobby players do. They get aggressive. They realize lobby's clear. Denny's able to strike towards outside, and then with these mass players down towards lower, you just set up a simple crossfire, and you're going to win the round.
Big fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. It's the play style of the Bulgarian side that we've seen him suffer to so much. Look at the damage coming in against the CT side, though. Nade stacks on Denny. Ships and Patrick spraying through the smokes, though, getting their kills as appropriate. AK slips past the line as well. One T-type player makes his way in, but Sin falls to Patrick all the same. Crimbo and tabseN suddenly in the 2 versus 5 here, and now just tabseN alone.
Yeah, stuck out towards a ramp control. Try and see if he can make his way down to that lower bomb site. He deals with Rainwaker. That's one. He's got the bomb on his back.
So much more to find, though, to isolate every individual fight. That is going to be a task and a half. But there's one player that could do it, who would be tabseN on this team, but see how close Ships is already making his way in, spraying blind through that smoke, eventually catching the kill. And closing the gap once again in the last portions of the first half.
Hey, you know who's really impressed me this first half is Patrick. He's only got 16 maps on record playing on LAN. It's his first international one. He's one of the newer pieces into this lineup. He was actually only the 4th highest rated player in the team when it came to the group stage. But my goodness, he has been able to perform at a very high level here on Nuke.
It's almost matching where tabseN is, down by a single frag. And tabseN obviously a key element for Big during the group stage. I'm glad you're setting the pace like that. Where we can usurp them, especially with Big being on the pistol basis for round 14. Want the guns for round 15. It does mean an 8-7 half, most likely.
It's getting more competitive as the half goes on. I think Big found themselves in a bit of an elevated lead. They had quite a few rounds in a row, a lot of momentum with that 5 streak, but now 500 are responding.
Run boost will be heard. M4 engages it regardless. Sin gets tagged. tabseN gets taken down. Rainwaker and Nicky chime in with their rifles and the HE as well. And Rainwaker gets a pretty tidy triple. 7 apiece. 500 have closed the gap all the way at this stage. We go to the last round of the half.
Yeah, Big might be ranked 14th in the world, but they've only played 14 best of 3s in the last 3 months. Compare that to 500, it's 36. And that's what we talk about. This team that has come together, playing almost every event under the sun. They love playing these best of 3s, and it's all about being able to get progress. And since they signed with 500, the first event they played in, they won it.
And of those 36, 18 of them have featured Nuke as a mapper, which they're currently on a 2-map winning streak as of right now. That grind, that experience, that playing time, of just knowing exactly what your protocols are, those will come in handy in a matchup like this. AWP for Denny Slaw, posted, ready with tabseN taking the damage. One T-side player about to swing. Will he get caught?
He got caught when he got aggressive. This time around, he's actually giving that respect back to Keto. He got Rainwaker down to that lower bomb site just in case there's a vent drop or even an outside walk.
Smokes down, diagonals again. CT's trying to adjust. We've got Rainwaker posted. Molotov'd away, though. He's going to sit as close to the fire as he can. Take no damage for now.
Now, notice the way that Sin's hugging the smoke to not get spotted from that heaven control. First engagement. Oh, no, he actually gets a nade out.
Switching at the wrong time. That's not ideal. Tabson also got caught in the mix. It's a 5-on-3 for the 500 side, and they're prodding in from Big, trying to get towards the A play, recover whatever they can, but still being borne down upon by covering fire. Keto out, and Ship still has him marked with a double up and all. Farther than last man standing, and that is how you close a half. 8-7 up for 500, maybe on the back foot initially, but did bring it back. Is it enough on that CT side, though?
I think they put in quite a good effort, Jay. They brought a lot of rounds back, and now giving themselves a lead, that's confidence.
So we'll see how far they'll go as this. We'll head towards a break and come back with the second half. From the 500 side to try and make up the difference is what Big had gotten off the back of their pistol. However, the question at the moment is, have they done enough? It is Big's map pick, and that was the T side that they just closed down.
It was a very competitive first half, and I think it's come down to quite a few impactful rounds. I think about the 1v1 clutch that we saw Tabson winning with the AWP, the 1v1 clutch that Ships was able to win. So I think clutches are going to be quite an important detail come the second half on just how that kind of mimics a little bit more of a round streak or even economical breaks, because we had quite a few streaks in that first half.
Well, certainly you can't rely on those clutches all the time. And for me, I'm looking towards more of those impact men, those guys that were really impactful for their sides as appropriate. Obviously, Tabson was the guy we've been bigging up over the course of this entire 1-4 Big. There he is, of course. But Patrick, as you mentioned earlier, having a great performance on that first half, backed up by Ships as well. So those two guys might end up doing some decent work of their own right here.
Yeah, lowest rated map in the pool for Patrick on Nuke. So to see him doing that against someone like Tabson, who's participated at so many of these events, so many majors, so experienced, he's got more maps on LAN than the entire team combined does for 500.
That's impressive, to say the least. I mean, it really just goes to show that experience tenure that we've been talking about all day, right? The fact that Big have so much more, you know, behind them, not only from the history basis, but also as a team at the higher level events. 500, kind of a brand new squad, getting their first crack really at the big leagues here in the Elisa Masters. So then that prospect obviously is something you have to consider when looking at someone like a Tabson, for example, right? And even for that the backing of Godbeat, for instance, and what he's been able to do to this team.
Got a lot of veterancy. And same could be said for the side of 500. I think about Nicky, he's 31. He's been in and around the scene for a very long time. I remember when he was able to bring up someone like Cirque, send him over to North America, bring that young prospect through. This is another crack and another opportunity between him and Ships to use that sort of IGL calling to put themselves at a high level again.
What's the backing of the fans here? Big have certainly seemed to have them on their side as of yet here, Dweg. So I'm excited to see how that will also impact the 500 side. We've been talking about that during the major, obviously, how the mental game might also affect you in terms of the crowd being on one particular squad. Obviously, ENCE are coming up later today, and I'd imagine that this arena is going to be packed for them. So that'll be a fun match to see when ASTRALIS take them on. For now, in the big 500 matchup, though, again, question marks as to whether 500 have done enough in my mind.
And a very different looking big than what we've seen previously in some of these head-to-heads. I think back to when we saw them in the Summer Invitational, Xantares was still in the lineup, Tizian was there as well. Even one of them that they played in FULLGAME was there. So a very different looking big side, not even a core 3 from the last head-to-head that they took on from one another.
Yeah, and again, you mentioned those previous invitationals, how big were always invited to those quarterfinals to get their decent cracks in it. You know, their position was pretty much untenable, right? We said that they should be able to take this tournament pretty nicely, right? Because they're one of those teams in the tier 1 sort of echelons versus tier 2 squads who haven't got that level of experience, and still they got smashed out by Skade and by Fiend, by the players that are sitting on the server as of right now. So for me, I'm very excited to see whether or not that continues on in this sort of fashion. But you can see being in person has not really affected the mentality of the big side, hand warming and everything going on there in that side of the stage.
And just knowing that the 2 times that the likes of this core have beaten Big, both times was quarterfinals, and both times they actually went on to go to the grand final, to even go even further into the semis. So you've got a lot of parallels to a Big and 500 matchup in a quarterfinal again. This time, it's on LAN.
And even in those matches, right, obviously, we heard on the desk, obviously, we've got the number 14 team versus the number 50 team, and it was very similar during those invitationals back then, right? Because Big, they do dip down occasionally to play in the tier 2 events and in some smaller events, but they do end up just being a part of the team. They play in the EPT, they play in all these other bigger events like the majors and such, and occasionally you would see them in these tournaments and say they're clear favourites because of the ranking differential as well, but that doesn't always apply in this context, does it?
No, if you follow the Elisa circuit, you follow it online, you know that any time that you get invited into those quarterfinals, you're in for a tough one. And Big, out on Nuke, have been able to show themselves that there's a slight change. I mean, Tabson AWPing on the T side. I think back to what I saw in the group stage, we saw a little bit of AWPing coming through from Keto. We saw some AWPing out from Farfan. We didn't see AWPing from Tabson.
Might not need to, though.
You do need an AWP.
Well, it's obviously a very difficult role to replace on the fly,
It is,
and that is a key thing to sort of discuss. Obviously, one of the key hindrances for Big is the fact that they're missing their key, not only their full lineup, but also one of the key elements of that full lineup. They mentioned it on the desk, right? The idea that these guys have just seen those elements come into place during the major. Finally, they're finding some consistency, and then suddenly you have illness, and suddenly they can't play with the full 5 here at Elisa, and it's such an important tournament as well. Again, Big might be one of the more favoritism teams to make the ranking points up in the next couple of weeks to go to Katowice, but they're still outside of the invite zone as of right now. So a deep run here in Elisa is vitally important. Having that hindrance there, that might be something to look at as we go on.
Nicky playing with the crown? Last time he was at an S-tier event was 2016, so it's taken a while for him to get there again.
What was that, WESG? Or?
It was one of those, yes. I think back to when he was playing out on Mortal Kombat, if you remember them.
Yep.
B-Pro as well.
Was he on Windigo, or was that...
He played one minor with Windigo, but he wasn't ever a part of the roster.
Yeah, he wasn't part of the really good Windigo, was he?
Not the one that featured the one with Ships. No. So he played with him for a couple of events, but not under the Windigo tag.
I'm playing with him for permanency here on the 500 squad. They've definitely established themselves as a team that we're going to stick together off the back of this one. Just considering their position right now here in the quarterfinals, Dweg, how do you rate what 500 have done so far in Elisa Masters?
It's incredible. It really is, because you think about what the previous iteration of the lineup was. You had Bubble and Dreamer, two of the most experienced players you have in the entire Bulgarian scene that had done so much with Fiend. So to see the almost rebuild of Fiend and Skade together, it looked as if it was a dream team on paper. And I think now they've been able to get another older guy with Nicky, who's got a lot of experience at calling at a high level in previous years. He's played with with the likes of Patrick too.
I think we're a little bit past Halloween for that one, mate. But
Finland, welcome, hello. Don't know what's going on there. Fair play.
If you want to make out with a skeleton, that's on you, mate. By all means.
Got to keep yourself entertained.
I see. Of course, experiencing some technical issues, so we'll get those resolved as soon as we can, and we'll keep filling to that point. Of course, 500, you know, they had the similar sort of run to Fnatic, right? The only reason why they're not in the semi-finals right now is because of tiebreakers, because Fnatic beat them in their best of one. So the idea that they've obviously gone quite as good as one of our best teams and our probable favourites in this entire tournament indicates to me that 500 have got quite a lot of talent around them. They mentioned it, firepower is a huge thing to have the basis of the tactics, obviously, is another thing to consider for 500, maybe something that they can develop as time goes on. But in terms of what they've had in raw performance as of right now, the group stages looks fantastic.
Well, let's just compare the results. For Big, they went 16-13 against Heat in their opening game. They got taken to overtime against Havu, and even Gamer Legion was a 14-16 loss. They had some super tight officials to just get it over the line. You compare that with 500, they were able to get a very one-sided victory against Astralis, a 16-1 on Ancient, a 16-8 against B&E on Dust 2. They've had a couple of games where they've pressed some important statements.
Again, just to contrast how different the runs have been. Really, the main thing that Big have is the experience at the highest level. But in terms of what we've seen so far this week, 500 walking into this one is the squad to watch out for. And hopefully this pause does not stop the momentum of the 500 squad. Of course, got to be doing everything he can to keep the momentum going for the Big side. Again, they're going into the CT half of Nuke now, which, first of all, CT half of Nuke. Second of all, their own map pick. So on paper, to me, I think Big could potentially run away with this opening map at the very least here.
I'd imagine so. Give themselves a way into the series, allow themselves to go 1-0 up. I think what we've seen as well is that the conversation where it's difficult to prep for Big because the lineup keeps changing in these LAN events. But take for 500 an example, this is their third event. They have not played many events, even with this lineup. I think back to what they were doing previously under Xskate. They had Numb standing in. They had Ma there as well. They were playing with Bubble and Dreamer, obviously. So there actually has not been that many games and that many events with Nicky and Patrick in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, those are the two guys you're looking at the most to sort of see how that change has impacted this new 500 side. Because Xskate and Skate before, they weren't quite living up to the hype that they generated for themselves last year. And that's the reason why they got dropped from that organization in the first place. So having the changes being made here, sticking together as a squad, finding new sponsorship, and finding a new way into the Counter-Strike landscape, for them, obviously, it's a case of watching out for those two players and how they'll impact the team formation, as well as have their own, hold their own, I should say, in terms of individual efforts. So, something to consider again for the 500 count.
And just knowing that you've got a solid core around you, that you've got two new guys coming into the roster with the core of Denny, Rainwaker, and Chips. They've been playing together for over 600 days. This includes nearly 800 maps on HLTV. You think about Bulgarians, you think about cores, the likes of Denny, Rainwaker, and Chips, it comes to your mind straight away.
Those guys have been playing for ages. Certainly no slouches when it comes to their cohesion. You can argue that that core could potentially usurp everyone over on that Big side alone.
Well, at the moment, I mean, even the core that you're working with of Tabson, Farfan, and Crimbo at the latest has been together since only March of this year. So maybe if we put Sirison back into the lineup, it changes the core time around a little bit. But with the core that we're working with right now, we're only talking about 8 months or so.
Well, obviously, we're talking about roster changes and things that have been standing in and out for the Big side. How do we rate the Academy call-ups for this squad?
Sin's been able to prove himself quite the entity. I don't think individually and stats-wise he's looking that pretty at the moment. Currently the 50th highest-rated player when it came to the group stage. But just looking at the performances of coming into a new generation, like a new step up from him playing online in the Academy scene to then moving up to playing with Big. He's been there for a few events and he's held his weight. I think that's the important thing.
Well, Crimbo Primo obviously is a bit more of a permanent spot within the roster, and that's something that you want to encourage, of course, from the big side. The idea that they're generating these new German talents, and he's been a respectable element for the big side overall in the last few months. However, as of right now, in this map up, not the highest performer.
No, and we've seen him be the 35th highest rated player in the group stage. So again, not having the most amount of success when it comes to the groups. I think we obviously look at Tabson as being able to constantly put in a good performance. Keto, since coming back to the lineup, has been able to have a good group stage as well. So just about getting the veterancy in with the youth.
Generate that talent, give them the good habits, the good vibes. Exactly what they need to hold on, to have respectable careers and good long, good pro matches, essentially, for those own guys, right? Of course, Keto has recently been called back in from the Academy side. And so far on this map, actually, he's the second highest at the board for the big camp, even though he's faced a lot of criticism in the last few months for his own performances.
It's been a tough position for Big overall, tough position for Keto, but you have to expect that if you go down to the Academy team, you're probably going to get called up. You're probably going to have a standing potential. Try and get yourself back onto the main roster and prove yourself to keep that spot.
Respect for the silver coin, by the way. I love it. I love it. I got silver as well. So, not my rank, but you know, my
coin
trophy.
Oh.
Yeah. How did you do, Dweg?
I didn't get the diamond. It was a disappointment. I mean, hats off to anyone that did.
Make some noise if you got diamond trophy. Woo. No one. Absolutely no one. That's the point. We'll keep you updated as what's going on here on the server. Discover and get the fixes together ASAP. And those of you just joining us, 8-7 at the turn of the half for the 500 camp, just about turning out their CT side in a decent perspective. But a very good T half from the big camp as well.
And we saw for Big in the group stage, they were 3-0 at one point. Ended up taking a couple of losses towards the end there for Gamer Legion and for ENCE. So just getting into the playoffs and saying, right, we're going to take our map pick. We're going to move forward into the series, give ourselves a chance of going deep, because you've got to think here for Big, knowing that even GodB said it, it's our last LAN event of the year. You want to make it worth it. You want to make it as much as possible, the deepest run you can.
Again, it might be required at this particular stage to get a deep enough run to go so far as to get those extra points in the ESL rankings for Katowice. Again, that's part of what this whole thing is about, right? This event qualifies directly to Katowice, and a lot of these teams are placing relatively highly in terms of where they beat. Again, every squad right now is below the invite threshold, but any decent points they can get here could put them above that, right? And that's the key thing. Teams like Fnatic, teams like Big, they might be great of their own right, but not being within that sort of invite level means that every point is going to matter here when you've only got so many chances to make it to Katowice.
Yeah, but at the same time, your eyes on the prize, isn't it? Like, you can sit here and say, oh, well, we win a series and we get more points. If you're coming here to the quarterfinals, you're coming here to win the whole thing. You're going all the way, and you're taking the points sort of thought process, putting it aside and saying, we're coming here for first. We're coming here to prove ourselves, and to come here for an Elisa LAN to show, okay, but while online we haven't been as solid, let's prove it on LAN. Let's be able to take the trophy.
Needless to say, every match will still be important for everyone here, and every progression moment will be extra to add to the tally. And for 500, it would be a vindicating moment if they're able to get this victory here and take the series overall. I mean, obviously, map one in the best of three overall for the time being. To face a little bit of a challenge from the big camp in that respect. But obviously still close here on nukes. And there could still be an opportunity if they have that T-side dominance here. Again, we talk about the Bulgarian style being so aggressive. We saw a little bit of that over on the CT basis. That they carry it forward here. If they hold their nerve and they can translate that aggression into T-side success, then we could still see a game on our hands.
Yeah, we could do. And I think it showed that towards the tail end of the half, how close that scoreline actually got towards the turn. So for 500, I'm sure for the Bulgarian fans, it's something to be happy about, because I think if you look back at the last couple of years, you've maybe always had two top Bulgarian teams. Now there's only one. A lot of your other guys, your Red Stars, he's moved on to international projects. Han's done the same. It's all on 500, and it's pressure on your region to be able to perform.
Kind of smashed together, Cascade and Fiend, and then some of the orbiting elements kind of came together to find this final Bulgarian roster. And this could be the team that finally takes us back to the international stage in that particular region. They had Wendigo in previous iterations in previous years. The here and now, it's a very different story, a very different era of Counter-Strike. but still could find that same success. At least the Masters could be one of the first few steps for them.
Yeah, you think about Nicky and the likes of him on this lineup. He actually played with Chips in 2017 on B-Pro and Outlaws. So you do have a lot of those connections, even if it is years in the past of people with one another teaming to find that gradual success, find that position, because all the Bulgarians are hoping for is more LAN, more opportunities, and get themselves higher up the rankings, invited to more of these events, and prove that they are incredibly ruthless.
Well, certainly appearing here on the big stage is going to help them in that campaign, so... Just again, steps on the ladder for the 500 side to match and usurp big if plausible. I'm seeing headsets going on, Dwayne, so I'm hoping that we should be about ready to jump in.
It's looking promising. And for big, it's all
Fingers
about...
crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed, okay.
Touch wood.
Yeah, touch wood.
Indeed, I am being told as well they're about ready to jump into the second half, Dwayne. So let's just wrap this up real quickly and just give a bit of an idea as to what we should expect and what we can hope to see from both these sides on the second half.
I think we're expecting a little bit more dominance coming through from big. We'll be able to have that tactical edge moving forward into that city side. But for 500, it's all about whether they can continue to keep this competitive.
All right, well, we've waited long enough. We're ready to get into the second half now of Newcastle. First map still at its best of 3. 500 and big now, swapping sides. 500 to the T-side pistol, I should say. And the CT sides bring out those USPs. Upgrades for Crimbo here.
Now looking out for Patrick and for Tabson to see if they can continue that form in there from that first half. You've got Denny getting up on towards T-Roof, players towards outside. It's all about that first contact on Silo.
And Denny looking up at the high lines. Keto backed up initially, and the outside control very quickly being taken. Very similar pistol to what we saw from Big on their T-side line. Denny to strike first, Sin and Tabson working towards the outside though, doing as much damage as they can. One pick found on the 4-on-4, and damage on Patrick here, but Rainwaker has dived his way down towards the B side. Denny Slaw picking up a USP, still trying to fight towards one player towards the outside control, flanked in towards the Mini, will only be able to hold on for so long. Still tapping heads though, reducing Big to 2 players.
Now rotate that bomb back towards upper. Nicely done there from Denny, and for both of the CTs are big, they're down at lower. It's going to take them a while to get into retaking positions.
Now Sin on his way in though, making a lot of noise towards it, and Nicky catches him off guard. Headshot gained, Crimbo in a 1-on-3. Julie's in hand, and again, HP above a couple players to work with.
They're just trying to see if anyone is going to exchange further forward, get aggressive out towards that ramp control. Nicely done there from Denny, because that was looking like a lower take. It was looking like that bomb wanted to come out towards the double doors, deal with Crimbo, and instead, as soon as Denny finds a couple of kills to main, that bomb goes straight up in the van.
Doing work with that triple, so much so that Crimbo's not even going to attempt for this. We'll try look for the exit frags, but certainly won't seem to see any contact. USP upgrades coming in for 500 as they back away, not take contact. At least there'll be some jewelries going into the next round for the big side, I should say. But for 500, that is an all-important pistol to take as they continue momentum for what they got on the CT half.
Again, 8 wins and 10 losses in the last 3 months for 500. A round win percentage of 43.5 on the T side. So being able to get the opening pistol, look for the anti-eco round, and continuing to put rounds up on the board is going to give themselves some more leverage, more scoreline differential to work with.
No major buy for Big here. USBs will be brought out. Crimbo again rocking the jewelies. No reason to get rid of them, of course. Quite a number of rifles as well for 500. Wanting to waste as little in terms of the investment, not go for SMGs and overwhelm them. They could be on a force buy for Big. So don't take the risk, just get the round.
The ship's working towards outside. You've got Keto slowly moving down into the vent control. Now, it's all about being able to be stack heavy in a round like this and Big, trying to do as much economical damage as possible.
2 pistols on the crossfire. Third man also going to join them as well. Even a 4th player very deep in the corridors. It is slow though. 500 taking a leaf out of Big's playbook. They also rotate downstairs. A bit of a B stack going on, but that bomb is nowhere near it.
Yeah, we'll notice a lot of this from ships, a lot of deep lurking, getting out towards lower, in towards the secret control, garage, outside hell. He's one of those players that can mimic a lot of deep workability by himself without even teammates.
It's working back into that garage position, just being very quiet about it. There's no one to receive for the CT side. Again, they've all dived down towards that B side, so there's nothing that they can really do to try and deny this upper take. All come in pretty effective. No resistance, plant to be secured. Have evaded the player out towards the vent, so Sin does a little bit of damage, but not quite getting the kills here.
I try and get as much out of Patrick with that Mac 10. I'd like to see him try and go in for a couple of frags.
So Galil and Nicky striking first here, outside, locking out the players in from Secret. They get a couple kills out of the way as Keto holds the trade. Ships also on his lonesome, working with 2 more picks to his name. Matt and Patrick not getting much cash out of this one, but might hunt Keto down. Aware of where he should be at this stage, certainly seeing him now. One player is taken out, losing only 1 rifle in that exchange there for the T side. But again, anti-eco, effective and efficient. Now come the guns from the big side.
And now could come the worry if this rifle round does not come through successfully for Big, because you think about where the scoreline is. Now we're looking at double digits, 10-7. If 500 come out on top here, things could actually start spin bowling and allowing a lot of momentum towards the tail end.
Well, Big would be in a dire spot to lose out this map. Again, their curveball of Nuke. Very fast in from Rainwaker, caught by the aim punch, and the friendly HE comes in from Denny. An accidental frag that goes the way of Big here.
They try to explode him to get out towards event control, try and dive down immediately, but the anti-rush nades are too solid. Tried to cancel, doesn't work at all. Ships outside, deals with Sin though.
Oh, but Keto claps back, 4 on 3 for the Big side. In from Squeaky, there's a bit of a gap in that smoke to play with as well if he wants to hold aggressive. I don't think 500 are aware of it.
Ships is all about whether he can engage him with another duel. With 500 trying to see if they can deal with the ramp control, it's now about exploiting as much as open space as possible.
Yeah, Ships just pressing. Slowly but surely. Utility that can also pick up, and he'll try to find the flank angle. A minute to work with, so 500 can still play with this. Just have to be a bit patient here.
It's going to be the upper play. Get that wraparound in towards Heaven. It's all about the timing, because Crimbo's going to start making an info play and aggress back into lobby.
Are they aware of it though? Ships making his way in. They might not have to be aware of it. They're making noise out of that lobby entrance as Ships works his way forward. Not spotting the player in the corner, spots the player at close vent though, makes it a double. Farman does get one of the way out though. 2-on-2 situation, and Ships cannot hold on to the triple kill. It's Patrick and a 1-on-2.
Gonna get the bomb down, try and see if he can fight out further. They actually don't aggress him.
M4s versus AK. The AK strikes, but unable to hold much more than damage against Tabson. It's Big in with 8 as they get their first on the CT side.
And I think it showed how important that kill towards Hut was, that Ships was not able to multi-frag even further. That one little peer-in gave themselves so much control, work together, peek as a unit. Patrick has both players to peek out from that Tetris side area. And Rainwaker, the first one to fall. Big, they find their 8th.
You can see the disappointment there from the TK and all. Does come up good for Big as a result of that start. 500 down to pistols once again. The economy problems from the first half continuing in the second, in spite of that bomb plant bonus as well. Pretty deep in the investment for Rainwaker. Half invest for everyone else though. Incendiary set, HE's placed. Damage done to Rainwaker.
This is a double eco. They need to get as much out of this round as possible.
The auto shotgun in for Keto, looking to farm some cash of his own right. Matt 10 around the corner. Not revealing position, he makes his way forward. That's a buckshot straight to the head, and a double up as well. Bomb drop, triple in, not quite landing. Then he takes one back for the aggression. Now the rifles on the backside caught napping. Farvan picked up, Sin can strike. Crimbo on the site up top, and Tabson strikes on Ships. So it's all the Denny, 12 HP, 1-on-3.
They try to get as much out of that quick upper maneuver as possible, but Keto just allows himself to peer into the gate, get himself towards Hart, and so much impact out of that XM with the money bonus is going to be grand. Denny outside, 12 points of health.
There's no way. There should be no way he wins this clutch. If he does, then this will be the most impressive player of the tournament thus far. Because you have to be so perfect. If you miss a single bullet, if you don't get a single headshot, or a player catches you off guard, then you have to breathe on you, and that'll be enough. Tap to the back, easy pickings. Denny working his way in, evading contact from the CT side as of right now, and does catch Tabson in the back of the head. That's one pick to reveal his position. Second player at Decon, M4 now in his hand, going to prioritize that bomb plant, but plant towards the backside where Sin is ready and waiting to close the gap even further for Big deficit.
They were desperate for a plant there. Things were not ideal economically wise, and just knowing, okay, we've got to kill out towards event, let's try and get the bomb down. Not to be. Keto reads it to perfection, gets so much impact out of that shotgun.
10-9. 500 still struggling with their buy potential. Again, no bomb plant means no bonus, means no buy. Upgrade pistols in at best. HEs are placed up and the defaults are set in. Big happy to play slowly.
Now this is a tough round to even get some kills out of it. knowing that Farfan's so aggressive with his MP9 out towards event control and towards Squeaky. He's waiting for a dive.
Second time that smoke's generated a gap as well for the T side. That's forward to Keto taking contact. Farfan does get that kill. Quick execution, trying to see if they can overwhelm them with speed, but the firepower is just far too staunch. One player past Sin catches ships, and Denny will not last long. All 5 alive for Big. 10 apiece, it's all evened up.
And even though 500 do not have a coach at the moment, Jay, this is where you call attack.
Yeah.
This is where you slow things down. It has been a rough second half from you ever since the rifle round. Calm it down. Know that we aren't in the best positions. We've given themselves leverage with the scoreline. Let's answer back, though.
Haven't got that sixth perspective, of course. But even then, their position needs to be changed in some capacity. Who gives them that insight? Oh, that's up to them. No tacticals in this particular case, though. Rifles are back in. The Galils, the AKs on 2, still limited on the buy stat, as 500 have just had no luck with the money basis. And Big playing a bit more of a bonus round here.
And Rainwaker trying to see if he can get the entry out towards the Squeak door, but not to be. Farfan on low HP catches him.
Another SMG frag top of the hut. AK lost to the CT side. Might be worth it to try and dip forward in the midst of that smoke and grab it again if they can find the breathing room to do so. Because that is firepower that 500 need.
And Patrick's just jiggling down, trying to see if he can spot for anything towards a ramp presence. Notice the way that Big are just not even giving up a fight now. Now that they've got that opening pick from Farfan, everyone is super deep and super passive in crossfires.
Minute to play with. Rotations are found. Denny setting up utility towards the outside. Got Nicky trying to lead the charge inside. The CTs, their passive defaults held, even a boost up being taken for the low HP player of Farfan, catch them off guard in a ramp control. Good call.
And Crimbo could just be the bait, try and give as much of that distraction as possible. This is looking very solid.
Crimbo backs off though, they made some noise towards the outside. They've walked right past Farfan, who strikes early but doesn't get much out of it. Patrick able to trade, finally bring it back to a 4-on-4.
Now down to that lower bomb site, there's no lurk. It's all going to come down to the entry. Nicky's got to clear out as much of this lower bomb site as possible. There's a player out towards single door.
Smoke comes down against it as he opens it up. Flashbang the send forward. Plant will be secured, so the retake is on.
They need to get into supposed planting positions. They're actually taking double doors back.
Habson up close. Denny around the corner, flashed in, engagement goes awry for Patrick, but Denny holds the trade back against both those players. Advantage still 6 to 500, but Sin tried to strike up towards ramp control only for a moment. Keto, HP over 2, but a 1-on-2 still to play with, and no kit either. Taps that bomb. Watching the double doors, here's where Ships is coming from, and Ships will lock down the round, save the lead for 500.
And what a massive round coming through from Denny out towards those double doors, though. That multi-frag gives them so much leverage, and even Ships, he gets aggressive out there towards the front side of ramp, takes that duel onto Sin, allows him to find 2. Ships has been so consistent in this group stage and in this first map in the playoffs.
Great start as well for the big side in that round, but ultimately not turning towards their favor. The engagements and trades found as appropriate. And once again, they're back in the lead for the 500 camp. A rebuy is on the table for both sides, though. No major limitations. It's guns all the way.
That money in the bank is very low, so we start thinking about that reset, Jay. Who's it going to go for, though?
Both sides will be down on the loss bonus. Big positions held as Patrick back in for that bomb. Will try and join his teammates who have made a little bit of progress towards outside, but so far so slow and so quiet as well.
It indicates a very slow round. Ships actually being incendiary towards Africa. That's great nade placement there from Big.
There's a start. 5-on-4. Patrick will work his way towards the red box as Rainwaker picks up Sin past the smoke, so it's a 4-on-4 eventually being found on the trade game. They worked their way down from secret.
Yeah, Big have got to have the inkling that there was quite a lot of individuals down towards lower. They know they dropped Sin. They know that Rainwaker's there as well. It's all about how much they can find after the fact. Tabson's being alone down towards a lower bomb site. Crimbo to rotate from ramp.
AK boost for Rainwaker, going to watch the downstairs position. 40 seconds on the clock. It is slow. Creeping potential. Rotations also on the table here for 500, but their hearts are set on that B site.
It's about this spam, whether they can draw tabseN out in the open. They need to have their flash spawn point.
Open the doors, tabseN strikes on 1 and 2. DennySlaw able to trade it back to a 3v2 that favors the big side. Bomb needs to go down here. It was dropped, and they'll plant the decon.
Now Rainwaker and Denny looking for the clutch, and they come through with 2.
It's a big kill to cut off the rotations. Back to evens will go. Crimbo now leaning forward alongside Keto. He finds the flank on Denny, and now it's all on Rainwaker. 40 HP. Versus 2. Bomb tapped once. Will he face it? No, he won't. He'll wait and hold his nerve. Call their bluff. Wait for his position. Tapped again. Second time with the stick. He's got to go for it. He needs to swing. Spray back on the first man, but they don't plant the bomb for the right angle. He thought it was a decoy, and he gets both the kills. But the round goes the way of big miscommunication on the post plant there.
What he's trying to do there, Jay, is as soon as he gets the first kill, he's hoping he gets off it. He hopes because he engages into that fight, he's going to get off the bomb. He doesn't want to swing out wide because he thinks he has to take a duel. That was Rainwaker trying to play time, trying to get him off of the bomb rather than hold the 5-second stick.
And it didn't work. Big back to evens again. The bomb plant bonus enables the force buy, but the reset is truly there for 500 now. The Builder's Lost bonus back or get right back into the game with a win right here. Both economies are in the toilet, but Crimbo doesn't mind about that. Sprays down 3, looks for the quadrant, but doesn't quite get it together. Denny with a trade, but taps on his back. And now Denny, 7 points of health. There is no chance in hell. That is a harsh reset now for 500.
What an excellent round coming through from Big. And that's just anti-rush nades and good protocols realizing their money's gone. They don't have the best of buys in the world. Let's put some pressure out towards ramp. And Crimbo, the youngster, comes up with so much success.
And this is Big's chance now to just go all the way to the end. 12-11. 4 rounds to take Nuke. And the Deagles are in play for the T side.
The 500 are just hoping to get an odd pick here or there, try and work towards outside ships. A lot has been going down towards him in these outside rounds when it comes to deaths, and there it is. Sin catches him off again.
Easy kill to find with the rifle v pistol basis. Challenge that works better for the CT side. Continue working their way towards the outside as well. Sin's making noise, being one sprayed through. tabseN caught Patrick, player up top of silo. Should be detected relatively soon. Rainwaker is striking. Eventually they do catch Nicky and Rainwaker. There go those kills. There goes the round. 1 casualty. Won't be much of an impact if they do get the AK back here. But the scoreline is getting concerning now for the 500 side. The advantage is starting to tip well and truly out of their favor.
They haven't had much success on the T side. You had that opening pistol and the anti-eco and a single rifle round. That's it. Got to think about how they can get more out of it, how they can get themselves off of this difficult state when it comes to the money, because Big are in complete control.
Time to call the tack for the CT side here. It's Big the ones opting to go for their second use. I don't think 500 have used one yet. God B just calming down his boys. He's always so animated when you see him in his tactical pauses. Those moments to just, discuss things, not only the intricacies of the game, but also the motivating factors to get them past that finish line. 3 rounds to go. That's all Big need.
We saw 3 out of 5 best of ones in the group stage go 29 rounds or more for Big. So they know what it's like to be able to drag out a map and how it can come down to the distance and come down very close towards the tail end. But keep themselves in the zone. Crimbo is going to be AWPing, so now we've got another player to pick up the big green.
Meanwhile, the AK is a standard for 500. Farvin, one picked up from the previous round, already looking to engage. A bit of an awkward smoke that might provide a gap. As Crimbo posts himself, ready to receive the T side, but they're all behind the smoke, so no one's really going to make a move as of yet until they fade.
Now, even though we don't see Crimbo AWPing much, playing out towards ramp, we see a lot of AWPing, so it makes a lot of sense here from Big to be able to put the AWP in the position rather than individuals.
Still posted, slightly repositioning. His eyes are set and the T's hold their nerve. They do not move. Don't have to yet, but that timer gonna go past the first minute of the round with no real action being found. Someone's gonna have to make a move soon. It's gotta be the T side, I think.
You start seeing the slight repositioning coming through from Crimbo. He's actually going to give up that ramp control. There's a slight fake towards outside with smokes.
It's a missed smoke, though, so Crimbo thinks that might be the case. tabseN catches the kill, and Crimbo cannot seem to strike. Ships to 4, Rainwaker taking some damage to get out of the way, and Patry now looks for the hell position.
It's all about how much they can mimic here. Try and get themselves back up towards an upper split. Patrick's going to have to be late in the rounds.
Still leaning forward though. Sin taking the challenge and losing out the HP, but not the casualty for it. Patrick now looking to strike, looks in from heaven, gets the first and the second. Third man not on site, he's gotten out of the way. An advantage tips the way of 500 again.
Oh, does he get another? Sin's over towards the left-hand side, does get dinked up and eventually falls.
It's an important trade as well. Back to evens will go, but Nicky still playing towards the outside lurk, getting Sin. Another CT to fall in. Farvan Tabson up against 3. He's got the bomb plant secured on the T-side line, bursting through for the second and third kills, but can't find the angles at the right time. And 500 maintain their lifeline, keep this one down to the wire.
Oh, that's a classic 500 round, super wild. You think about the idea that Patrick gets into hell, wraps into heaven, and Nicky is still trying to fight down to that lower bomb side. Big are just being scrambled. They don't know what is going on with that ramp take.
And it will continue like that. 500 doing all they can to throw them off kilter. Guns back in, the AWP finding no impact there in the previous one. 500 Pricking with their AKs once again. Ship trying to go ahead of the smoke to the outside. Take very fast play indeed. Players caught off guard, but Quito holds his own. They wrap around towards the vent dive. Very quick rotations as Sin dives in himself. Molotov against his position is forcing him back up the ladder and into the A site where the bomb goes down at B.
And while that's happening, there's still a lobby lurk up for 500, so it's about slowing this round down and putting as much emphasis as possible to slow down the ramp retake.
We've got a counter lurk in from the CT side though, so they are watching it. Tabson, meanwhile, making his way inland, leading the charge for the retake. Denny needs to put him down, just doing damage, no kills found. It's a 5-on-3 now. Advantage sitting with Big, but two easy trades against Quito and Tabson. Rainwaker's being cautious about it, hearing those footsteps, and now looking to flank in, find Sin as Quito drops to a 3-on-3 as well. Evened up again for the 500 camp. Big need to make their way in soon. They're running out of time. The time has ticked too far, and Rainwaker's cut off their exit strategy. Two trades back from Crimbo and Farvan, but it's too late to get a retake, as 500 will claim evens once again at 13 apiece.
Oh, tight rounds now for 500, but they're putting them on, Jay. 2 in a row. Very nicely done. And just Patrick not over-peaking there, out towards Dark. If he over-peaks, maybe there's a chance they can run back in, but just hiding towards the back of the side, making sure that he doesn't go down at all. What a close round, but now another tight scoreline.
People are right to love Tabson as well. 26 kills leading the charge, but 500 generally pretty good in terms of their kill spread themselves. Another tactical called in by Big. Godbeam must be getting frustrated at this stage. This one is just slipping out of their grasp. They've had the advantage for so long. The 500 continue to battle back. The rebuy, not as plausible. These two rifles just get eco pistols around it for me.
Now, Tabson, always a strong entity when it comes to nuke. Normally, we look at backup dancers like your Farfan and your Sin to be able to step up in these late rounds. And just knowing what you have to work with. And 500, this should be 14.
Should be is the key word here. There are two wild cards in play, Farvan and Crimbo. Farvan getting boosted up by one of the regular old players. He's missed the mark against the first player, though. One in at the open vent corner, and Rainwaker just sits in position. Does Farvan check it? No one does. He's allowed the vent dive, escaping the eye of the CT side.
And that's a great dive down towards lower. And now just a pincer in from Secret. Ships is clearing as much as possible. Crimbo's got to find a multi.
Will they check it? Yes, they will, but he gets the headshot anyway. First kill coming his way. Second one also found. Stands his ground for the triple. Not quite the quadra. Nicky holds his nerve and keeps the trades going, but Big have gained a massive advantage with that.
Even Rainwaker can't force a rotate out from that vent control. Instead, it's out towards ramp from Tabson.
Leaning forward, tapping with that USP. HE can get placed a little bit late, though. He's going to wait and hold the numbers game for the retake.
HE placement comes through. It's a bit of chip damage.
Only a bit, though. Sin's now grabbed the AK. Other teammates have not got rifles. They're just pistols with lack of Kevlar for Sin as well. As Tabson tries to play bait, gives Sin the chance to get a strike, and Farvan finds Rainwaker. There's your wild cards. There's your lead, gained by Big again.
What an incredible round coming through from Crimbo. His 96th map on LAN here today. Coming closer to 100. He might just get it if they go for the playoff run. What a triple. He's by himself. He's got one of those hero rifles, and he makes a hero play.
Beauty of a sequence. Only could have gotten better with 4, but he did enough. And that is the bottom line for the Big side. Bomb plant bonus again going to force it up for the 500 camp. The economy still has not recovered throughout this entire matchup. They've got 3 guns here, 3 automatics.
Big could not have asked for a better opportunity. This is now just the steamrolling momentum that you can work with. Get to 15 and get it over the line. Quick out from Patrick.
Very fast indeed. Sin's going to get traded back. Nicky holding his nerve. The Galil in his hand. Got to upgrade to that AK though. Another rifle for a T-side player to pick up. So once again, they're playing in the exact same position that Big were in the previous round, just on the attacking half. And Nicky, look at his progress here.
Slow it down, get them all out towards the double doors, try and sell more of a fake down to lower, but this is going to be the regroup to upper, surely.
Heaven's not watched. Keto, meanwhile, working his way in. Rainwaker having his back turned. A trophy detected by Crimbo. Engagement finds the advantage again for Big. Meanwhile, the upper site is under siege, and it's going to be taken very easily.
And Nicky's got to deal with one of these rotators. Whether it comes out from the Hut Control or from Heaven, he's got to try and spot where the mass players are and where Big are going to try and come through from the retake.
Plant down, 4 on 3. Still a pistol in play for Ships. He holds his nerve. Playing forward contact, playing the first man to watch for Keto's position. He's holding, hoping for an aggressive force forward from one T-side player, but they're just not biting at all here for 500. Molotovs on Denny, swings, killed off by Tabson. 2 left standing, Deagle needs to hold off, can't do it. AK up in Heaven for Nicky, he's got that first kill. Hatred to go down towards the site. They're running out of time here for the Big clan. Nades up, damage done, taps forward, but Farven finds the frag. And it'll be map point for Big.
What a lovely retake coming through from Big. And just notice the way that as soon as they put that incendiary out towards the closed vent corner, they just start working, just applying so much of that pressure. Players over-peaking there from Ships, knowing that he has to try and engage into a duel. And when Nicky's the last one left up from Heaven, it's a done deal. It's a 15th.
And there's the tack you wanted from the T side as well. 500 taking their moment to readjust themselves. It might be map point for Big, but it's 2 to overtime for the 500 camp. We know they're no strangers to overtime as well, Blake. Prospects still on the cards here for the Bulgarian team. They just need to get those 2.
16-14 against Complexity and a 19-17 against Saw. We've seen the likes of 500 in these positions, same as Big. And knowing what they're like against pressure too. The buy though, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. Again, the money has been a constant issue for 500 from round 1, basically. Right up to round 29 and probably even round 30 if we have to go that far. Meanwhile, Big happy to buy for the rest of regulation. Well, he's sent in default standing. Util at the ready with the rifle standing to receive. It's slow and careful and considerate from 500.
This is going to be the upper Xe. Fake towards outside, get yourself the cross smokes down. Now there is one player down to that lower bomb side of Tabson, but it's all about the quick pace and the entry ability when it comes to getting into upper.
500 are wary of Big's aggression potential. They know that they like to go aggressive towards the outside, so the question is, have the Germans replicated that? In this case, no. They're inside. They're hunkered down. They stand their ground.
Patrick's got to fly in. He's desperate for an opening kill.
Flash forward, Mac 10, straight out in the open, seeing nothing. The backside of Farben, though, holds his nerve. Can't adjust, he does get it in the end. 2 trades from Ships and Rainwaker, however, try to hold their nerve, but they can't hold on forever. 1 SMG versus 3 rifles, 2 M4s and an AK. The bomb in the open, there's no chance left for him. Sin bearing down upon the man. And Denny just can't do anything, tagged up. This round is over, and there it is. 16-13, Big and they claim map 1 after a struggle against 500. Their own map pick, their curveball strikes him in the face.
Job done. That's what Big have got to look at here in map number 1, closing down with some important rounds towards the tail end. Getting the series started with the first map here in the playoffs, up with a win.
It was not an easy affair, though. Again, 500 held their nerve, and with the idea of their own map pick on Inferno being their own counter curveball, that could still be a strength for the Bulgarians in my mind.
I think the Bulgarians have to look at map number 1 and still be impressed with themselves. The idea that Nuke was a punish against them, they still put up a very good effort and came close to stealing it.
At the end of the day, Big do take their map pick, and that's the key important factor in this best of 3. Having that 1 up, having the start of the series go towards their favor, it's going to be a positive entity for their own right. So I'm excited to see whether they can continue that momentum and can try and hold on to that in Inferno. It's not exactly like it's a completely outside their map.
And what a performance from Tabson again. To think that he came into this series as the 6th highest rated player in the event, he's been able to prove more and prove that he can do it again in such important games.
Indeed, yes. Highlight moments and plenty of them over the course of this map up. An exciting way to start things off in the arena for the Elisa Masters. and their potential has been on full display for both sides here for my money. This could be a very interesting best of 3 as we roll on.
It could be a fun one. We've seen it go the distance previously with both of these teams. We know that it can drag out to 3 maps, and looking at the way that Nuke came through, this is a good taster to what the series could end up being.
Indeed we do. So the idea that this potential now stands with this second map now, Inferno, that will be coming up in a short few moments' time. The idea of the big side holding their nerve and trying to take that 2-0, 500 still an opportunity to bounce back. I want to see them go towards 3 maps though. So let's see how confident they're feeling in themselves. Heku is talking to one of the players.
By my side, I have none other than Gobi. Gobi, congratulations. This is just like one more step closer to the semifinals. But I guess when it comes to the veto, like it was hard for you to have full control of what was happening. You guys decided to go for a Nuke, a map where maybe your win rate is not that good. Did you decide to go for it because you start on the T side and you don't have your AWPer, and you maybe, and this map, it doesn't matter, like you can actually play it on the T side without an AWPer?
I think that's also a case. We kind of like it now. We also liked it in the past with Zone. It's a good map for us. We unfortunately have not a good score because we always play against very hard opponents on this map. But overall, yeah, it definitely played a role, and we just felt that this might be a little bit surprising pick instead of maybe Dust 2, what they maybe expected. And yeah, it kind of felt an easy win, but it was very hard because we lost both pistols and a few clutch situations, and other than that, it felt under control the game, I must say.
Well, in the second half of the second half, there was a moment when you guys took a timeout and you were pretty emotional. You were explaining something to Subson. What were you discussing? I think the positioning of the next setup I wanted to play. Unfortunately, we made one bad rotation which lost us the round. Other than that, I think it was the perfect setup against their call, because of course I'm watching all the time all the demos, and if I see something what they haven't played yet and might call now, I try to remind them and also like try to explain, I think a little bit maybe emotionally, that we have this game easy. We just need to play good rotations and talk with each other that what we are holding, and then it basically is an easy game. Well, both teams have less than 50% win rate on Nuke, but now we're going to Inferno, a map where 5R is like really, really impressive, one of their best maps. Do you think you'll be able to close it as a 2-0, or maybe there's a chance we're going like all 3 maps?
There's definitely a chance we go all 3 maps, but I think also we will see how we are performing on Inferno. But I think this is one of the best maps where Thompson can take the AWP. So he's very good in coordinating, and maybe I think we can have a really good, strong CD side, or maybe weak. We don't know. We just played it a few times. We feel pretty good on this map, I must say. And yeah, I think it will tell. Time will tell, I think.
All right, then looking forward to see what's going to happen in front. Thank you very much, Gobi. Hey, Desk, what do you think?
And that is Gob giving the answers to Heku there, and even letting loose a bit of what might be going down on Inferno when it comes to the AWP going in the hands of Tapson, who had a fantastic game. But we got to talk about all things Nuke here. It was a hugely impressive start coming in from Big, and then we saw it turn around. We saw the comeback come in from 500. This was a very close game.
Yeah, I mean, the prep really shined through there for Big, getting like a really strong start in the early, like they had like 7-2, 7-3, something like that. Yeah. For the Big side, on arguably historically the worst T-side map.
That's without Pistol as well.
Yeah.
Right? They did this. They won first buy round, then they get reset right after that, and they still managed to get a 4-round run, if you want to put it that way, to actually solidify their T-side, which is very, very impressive. And again, without an AWP necessarily being in play, which is really cool. And Heku managed to kind of get that out of Gabi as well. That was one of the things they considered when, we're starting T-side on our map pick, so Nuke. We could play that out without an AWP necessarily to have, close off multiple angles and so on.
The T side, and especially if you make one wrong rotation and you play against a very heavy rifle team on this map, things move a lot faster, especially when you take yard control. You're going to take a lot more risks, and it's going to move a lot faster than you used to than if you're playing more control-based with an AWP taking yard control. So I think that kind of caught 500 off guard, the pace of the game, how early they were that explosive Big, and they couldn't really find a solution until a little bit too late, maybe.
Yeah, and that, you know, that might pose as a possible explanation as to why we didn't necessarily see that off difference actually playing too much of a factor, at the very least on Nuke, right? We talk about CT side nukes, how ops usually have their way with it, but again, with that quick of a tempo, with not the like natural build-up into a round as you would see most often, Denislaw really didn't find his groove on the CT side for 500. He was lagging behind for a little bit, and it did get better once we swapped over. He was, I guess, they're more able to dictate the pace of the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
But still, I think that was, you know, a golden find really for Big in that sense. So I guess the gamble of going in towards Nuke definitely paid off. Even though it wasn't easy by any means, we definitely saw 500 have plenty in the bag to potentially fight this back.
Yeah, there was definitely moments, right, especially after the end of that first half, where you would think 500, they can do this now. They can go that little bit further, right? They had the momentum in their side. But tabseN, he had other ideas. This guy, he brought out one of the classic tabseN performances, and I will also give k1to a special mention because every time they've had standings, every time they've been lacking on certain players, k1to's also been able to step up. But tabseN, time and time again, people say, why is he staying with this roster? But he continues to show that he believes in this project and he puts the numbers up.
Yeah, no, I agree. He's a fantastic player. He's one of those like X-Factor players that can kind of, which is very unique in terms like overall in Counter-Strike as a rifler. To have that kind of X-Factor is hard to find, where he can save around, solo hold like an entire site on himself because of that high explosive skill that he possesses.
I think honestly, tabseN is, you know, somewhat or nearly criminally underrated in terms of how good he is at playing. Basically, by Blue Box's CT side, like locking down yard, he's one of the best players to do that. Just period. A lot of people will go, you know, to players like Electronic or Rain or like someone like that. But tabseN is absolutely fantastic at it. And he does it, like, it doesn't necessarily have the widest of range in terms of how he plays yard. It's not necessarily the most aggressive player when it comes to the CT side, etc. But he's just a nuisance. And he's seemingly always, consistently a nuisance. He's always like at the right spot to get 1 to 2 frags that eases up, lets you like have a little bit of a breathing room on the CT side. That also makes it so that if you are a little bit late on your rotation, it's not as big of an emergency because he's kind of giving you a little bit of leeway to move around on. So when he is fantastic, as he usually is, but when he has a performance like this on Nuke, it becomes very, very difficult to play versus.
It certainly does. Well, Nuke is out the way. Inferno is coming up next. But before that, we're heading to a quick break. But when we come back, we're discussing everything that could be going down on the flames of Inferno. same level as 500 anyway and still not finding success.
Yeah, and again, you mentioned it briefly after the Gob interview, like we might see tabseN on the op here. I'm very concerned about how this is going to pan out for their CT sides because Big, as a team, and I will preface this by saying that 500 are a team that likes to go towards B a whole lot on Inferno. Big are a team that likes to stack 3 players over towards B a whole lot or open up rounds that way. But usually tabseN is a part of that unit. He can't be a part of that unit if he's playing with the op because CSGO was pretty much the solo A defender for a lot of like default big setups on the CT side. Yeah. And I'm not going to trust tabseN as good as he is with an op to basically be like a solo defender to kind of know how to play that out properly or take the duels that are necessarily needed to kind of fend people off. Yeah. Especially because 500, as a result, when they're not moving towards B, they're pretty explosive over towards A. Whether it's mid pops or hall pops, whatever you have, it does happen rather quickly. So Big need to find an adjustment, or they need to find out, need to have a lot of success with their B defenses, which I think is going to be difficult because the way 500 structure their banana takes with Patrick and Ships is usually in a manner that blocks off any sort of CT aggression. So they will use that mid-half wall smoke and so on, and just not allow CTs to have that much room to work with, even if they want to get aggressive.
And my worry is also tabseN having this performance on the first map, rifling, tearing things up.
I want him to continue
and all of a
with
sudden, switch your best performing player into an opening position.
You don't love that.
No, I don't love it. And it's a worry, if he starts having a little bit of a cool game, who picks it up after him if he wants to rifle again?
Yeah, Keto,
it's kind of
Faven,
that, it's a difficult one. And obviously, they don't necessarily need to pick up the op on this map. That's another point that we need to actually make, because you can play these very, very explosive T sides, B pops, try to fake out, cause the rotation there. As long as you get an early entry, playing 5 rifles is amazing on Inferno. And you can get huge momentum if you win the first pistol, first gun round. Then it's basically impossible for CT to win the half from there. Yeah,
there's just so much mobility within it as well. So you are much more, I guess, ready to actually have alternative choices. Like if your first idea or strat out of spawn doesn't necessarily pan out, you're so much quicker to actually being able to adapt and actually pounce on timings where you normally would have been like, I kind of want the op to get into his position and he can lock things down and so on and so forth.
Well, let's see how it's going to go down. Let's see if tabseN can show up with that AWP on this Inferno. We're moving into our second map. It's 500's pick. Jay and Dweg, it's time for you guys to shine once again.
Well, from one curveball to another, Inferno now 500's own map pick. Having gone close against Big earlier, things could still be quite the affair for this one. However, I do have a sense of the idea that probably we're going to map 3, right, Dweg?
Yeah, it seems that way. Inferno's a very good map. It's been picked 15 times in the last 3 months for this side of 500. They love playing it. It's deep in the map pool. It's very successful.
Indeed it is, and the idea that Big could do something good could of course be plausible at this particular stage, but their own records aren't as fantastic. Only a handful of times played, and they've lost to a number of the tier 2 opposition opponents. So it sort of fits in the right sort of realm that this would be their way back into the series here for the 500 camp. Having already gone close on Nuke as well, I have a feeling that there's a potential, that they have the potential, the firepower to be able to make it a bit of a blowout in certain capacities.
And notice the way that both Nuke and Inferno has not been played with either of these teams in the group stage. We don't have that information of, oh, okay, yesterday we got to saw it happen. So we're all looking at previous results to see whether 500 can get another victory.
There we go, map 2 of our first quarterfinal between 500 and Big. Big up by 1 in this series, but that does not mean the series is over yet. Pistol round going live, fuse kit set in for Sin, a bit of utility for tabseN and Crimbo to play with, and 500 quickly into the defaults.
Yeah, Rainwaker was fairly quiet out there on Nuke, but his home turf is Inferno, so watch out for the big man to be able to put a lot of impressive performances up. For 500's sake, they've got themselves a very passive and silent default out towards a bracket stake, just trying to clear out as much as Porsche and long as possible.
Now, prod forward from Denny, the P250, going to try and hunt them down here. Nice set in towards long, got Keto up on short, holding his nerve, that USP just sitting pretty and waiting for the T side to make their move, but they're quiet so far.
And Rainwaker trying to see if there's a distraction to come through. Nicky's taking contact, and that's one of the A players dealt with already.
There you go, first blood drawn out and followed up by 500. They dive their way in towards the pit control and nobody else is there. Meanwhile, Ships in, headshots gained against Sin, clotheslines in past the half wall, and now looking for 2 more CTs around this corner. Does get overwhelmed, but they've done their damage. 4 on 2 now for 500.
And it just showed how quickly with those A players falling, no matter what the intent was for ships up at the half wall, that round was going to be a successful one. And Farfan and Crimbo's best option is to back off for the save, hold on to what they have, try and force buy, come into the second if they fancy. And 500 with a beautiful site take.
Yeah, more valuable for that Kevlar and that kit more for Farfan and Crimbo. So take this round on the chin, sacrifice worthy to a pistol victory for 500. A hell of a way for them to start their T-side off and all. A hell of a T-side that they can potentially mount up against this big side as well.
And just knowing that even the ex-Skade roster and the Need Doctor roster, which was, of course, Nikki and Patrick together, Inferno was one of the highest played maps in the pool. So even on previous iterations, with the lineup coming together, we've always seen a lot of Inferno. And it's always typically been a very strong Bulgarian map, up there with the likes of an Overpass and a Mirage, which we will see coming up later on if we do go to a third map.
I reckon we will see it, honestly. Again, my odds are on that 500 take this one. I think that they can hold on to the control of this particular matchup. This particular map at the very least. Have their guns in as standard on the big force buy for Masters in for 2. We go for the safe call to get that extra Kevlar. Nailing Farman to go for this with the kit in play on him and all. One more for Crimbo to add to the tally and everything. 500 meanwhile, only 2 AKs out for them.
A little bit more pace in this round than what we saw previously. Patrick with the Mach 10 trying to get himself up towards the short control. This could be a fly forward into A.
Mollies are set on that short position. The smokes are out towards the long, so they are suppressed on both fronts for the initial progression. It will be stalled in terms of the pace. But when they charge forward, I count on the idea this one will be very easy for all. The Molotov sent in, sprays down for Tabson. Does find Nikki, kick things off a big.
Even Farfan, high advantage, deals with Patrick, nicely done.
Very nice jumper, very nice kill. 5 on 3 instead for the big side, 500. Facing a bit of resistance here on the follow-up. Conversion round that might not go their way.
A 3 for 3 in pistols for 500, but every time they've come out with a second, this could be the reverse factor.
Khalil facing in, Tabson does get caught. That ships with an all-important casualty to his name. Farvan and Rainwaker go back and forth to a 3-on-2 that ultimately favors the CT side for a moment's respite. Then he just bring it back to Evans with the man standing, but Rainwaker, 16 HP in this retake.
Now, Rainwaker's one of the best clutches that we've got in Tier 2, Jay, so anytime he's alive and in a post-plan in a tight round, look to him to stand up tall.
2 CTs inbound now, Mach 10 and USP, I should say, actually. Keto drawing his one out as the Beagle on. Who's in for Crimbo. Mach 10 trying to watch out the backside. Take face, tags up from the AK. Mach 10 rounds the corner, and then he deals on them both. So 500, hold on, but for a minute there, that looked like it was going to be around for the big side.
It did. It very much did. There was a lot of impact being gained out towards that long control, both of the FAMASas, in fact. The long contact jump up with the boost. You then had the Farfan trying to get a high advantage. Not to be, though. They'll be disappointed with themselves there because a lot of impact was landed in that round, and it looked like it was pretty much a done deal.
Kills gained effective. Out of this little play from Denny that really set things up, and with the HP being where it was for him. Well placed. Now pistols out for the big side. 500 should be on paper to deal with the stack pretty effectively. All 5 players on the B side. And that bomb making its way in from mid.
Yeah, even though Denny is the AWPer of the team, he's very proficient on the AK and the M4. One of those riflers that can be able to provide quite a lot around the big green ships. Gonna get charged down.
Flashing against him. Corners check, but Tabson doesn't last long with her USPs versus the rifles. The numbers game will eventually catch off ships, but it's a 4-on-4 situation. The Galil now for Nikki will try hold on to the trade. Try to get the AK back if possible, but ultimately to try to take it out of the hands of the CT forces. That nade gets Keto. Actually misses him entirely as it hits the side wall. Crimbo able to come up with one more good casualty. So these rounds a bit more expensive for 500 than they'd like to see.
Even Crimbo can make it another. AKE does get caught off guard. Very hungry there for 500 to disallow rifles to get saved, and instead it means there's more casualties.
Going back for that gun here. Crimbo upgrading the AK and gets out of the way. Right, cool to make. Again, damage done with the 3 casualties in the previous round. At least 3 casualties for this round. Now 3 AKs to play with and the buyback for big. Very successful weeko for me.
500. Even trying to send Patrick down with that Mach 10. Got to be careful about aggressing through that smoke. Even looks back over towards that AK. Gets over to a Galil, so it's a slight upgrade.
A little something. ultimately, again, the grand scale of things, those casualties, those 3 kills, right?
At the same time, though, think about what happened on Nuke. Like, even those rounds that were being gained on T side, it was very much down to the wire. So it's a little bit of a pattern, perhaps, being seen here from 500, is that the T rounds that are gained in this series are going to be very competitive.
You want to go back to how the Pistols played out, of course. It was 2 in a row for 500 before Big started clapping back. It was a 3-1 scoreline before Big really started to take control of that game. So the early starts have not always been with the German squad. But now they have their guns much earlier in this round than in previous. Rifles are set, ships prods forward, initially into Banana, checking his corners, looking for a fight, and he wins one as well.
Oh, so cheeky. Swing out, though, is good for Crimbo. A nice little lurk attempt there from Ships. Very silent. Patrick's going to follow it up. The bomb is so far behind, though.
The smoke's ahead of the incendiaries put up there. HGs and Molotovs to counteract. Second set of smokes on inbound here from the T side line. Only 1 player to defend the B site, and also they might just hold back and hold for the rotations. The retake to get set up, but Crimbo wants a little bit more, so he does find Patrick, reduce him to 3.
That's an important kill. And now trying to see if they can break apart the setup. You've got a deep molly coming through. Nicky with the bomb plant. It's about the post plant and whether they can hold.
Advantage for Big in this one, just about maintaining their positions and rotating to the retake. Incendiary standing as the M4s hold. The smokes will come down. Flashes also in hand. Tabson does put that fire out to the back of the box, and the AWP Denny can strike back instead, burning quite significantly though, and does go up in flames. 3 on 2 still. Nicky at the coffins up close, and personal spray goes awry. Tries to transfer it back, and now Rainwaker blinded off. Needs to spray them back. Gets the wrong player though, but last bullet and a spray still gets Crimbo, and 500 maintain control.
Oh, there we go. The young man, the 21-year-old of Rainwaker, stepping up when it was required. The stray bullets connecting. Diffuse trying to get stuck, and what a start this is from the T side, and it just feels very positive. You can even see that from Ships within the first 20 seconds of the round. He's trying to make it happen. He's trying to engage for a pick. Things are looking on the up here for 500.
Seem having the idea that there were 2 players still left on that bomb site, so there's a chance that they still had the defuse. He got the wrong player, and well, he was right to assume that because it did work out that direction. Tactical timeout taken by Big very early, very liberal with using these tacticals even when they're on the front foot. The reasons not to be happy with this start. 0-4 down for them.
Denny and Rainwaker have been teammates for years. And those 2 guys having a lot of synergy when it comes to some of the 2vx's. And in that round, we saw it once again. Big looking to try and respond. But again, I mean, it's still close. We're getting closer and closer to that economical reset. There aren't many players staying alive, so you can have a look at the money. It's not being farmed.
At the same time, though, it's a question of if it comes through, less than when it will come through. It's not a guarantee that you'll find a follow-up round here, especially with Big being on pistols now. 2 M4s held in, the Force and Vest trying to come through to for a couple of players trying to level out the economy state. Half by other than that with the loss bonus that should kick into a true rifle in the next one.
Just try and get as much out of this as possible. They know that they've got them on the ropes. This time around, they're actually trying to take the banana control right down to the bottom. A lot of respect being given.
All for Denny. Watching and waiting. Not seeing anything for right now. Keto's also in his jump phase, and they're both players up down here at Banana are hunting for information. Big not being gifted anything though. 500 sitting pretty.
All about that distraction. Even the smoke coming down a little bit late. Crimbo just gets caught off guard. Next speed player up. The Mac 10 doesn't quite drop him.
Spray gets thrown off by the jump phase, so Patrick giving up his life in that one for me. Keto still holding back at the sandbags. He's eventually going to get overwhelmed with the Molotov support. Sin tagged up to 6 HP. Tabson P250 in with a counter smoke up. Try to look for a fight, but making noise. Does find Ships at least. That's 1 pick found, and a rifle now in his possession.
Now, we've seen these half-by eco steals coming through from Big before, only in that last map of Nuke. HE's placement is excellent onto Nicky.
It's a 3-on-2 with HP over at least 1. This is plausible for Big for me.
And this is very doable. You've got a backstab coming through from Farfa to clear out that banana control. It's all about how much they can get out of Tabson, because he's going to be a key piece.
One of the 2 players with the kits as well. Flashes into his position, both not blinding him off. Now Sin will try to take face, the P250 to bait and switch. Where are these 2 T-side players? They don't know till Denny comes up, and Nicky strikes to follow suit. Father now left alone in the 1-on-2, coming in from the back of Banana, looking to try and just hold them into the site, get the casualties in, keep the economy at a low position, or go for the ninja defuse. Smoke coming a little bit too late, so Denny will get that kill. Indeed, it will be 5-0. But again, a half by 4 casualties. I don't even know if he escapes the bomb blast there, so there's a lot of damage being done to this team. So when do we see the reset?
It's got to come when an opening man advantage comes. Because notice a lot of these rounds don't look that winnable until the very end. A lot of them are exit frags, a lot of them are on the retakes. So I think for Big, the win is, okay, what round are we actually going to see them getting an opening pick? We still have not seen the big green out just yet for the CT side. We will see it for Denny again.
Setting weapons for him. AK's across the board of the T side. Ships making a bit of noise. Molotov sent. HE down on Keto, doing damage towards ships. That M4 holds its nerve. Flashing, there's the kill. Follow-up not quite there. Crimbo turns it back to a 4 versus 4 and dies back behind the sandbags.
And Patrick's going to try and see if he can put this duel out in the open, and he wins it indeed with the molly out to sandbags.
Advantage sits with 500 once again. Big may have found their responses, but unable to hold control of the map and of the man advantage for that matter. Bomb will get picked up, but where's it going to commit? B side's pretty open. They're going to stack A.
Ships has just been steaming. He has been so aggressive towards Banana in these last couple of rounds, and it works out successfully again for 500. This is a good call to gamble stack here. Just allow yourself to work over towards the A side. If that bomb ends up going B, that's it. You could just call it, end up saving.
The AK position here. The M4 standing for Sin. Rainwaker. It's AK. Just sits in the apps, not willing to move as of right now. Big made the right call here. 500 have to give themselves up. Nicky certainly will do 3 on 3.
And the bomb's going B though. There seems to be a good mid-round adjustment there from Nicky, realizing the setup out towards long.
They have evened up the man standing though, so will they commit to a retake on the CT side? It looks like they might just do here. Patrick is low. It sprays a little bit off there for Tapson. Might still see one man above the smoke, and indeed, then he's going to drop.
And that was very aggressive coming through from Denny. And now for Patrick, he's got to stay alive because Rainwaker's still in brackets.
And he's coming in for a backstab as well. Patrick's going to hold his life, and with such little HP, the first face will be his last. Flashbangs turned away from, actually a smoke coming down, I should say, but Rainwaker does come up good to a 2-on-2. Patrick won't last long, and Farven cleans up the last. So that will be that first round on the board for Big. Bomb plant will mean Jack, because there is no saving there for the T's.
And I think the pressure just got to them, thinking that they had to try and get more out of that round. I would have loved to have seen Denny be a little bit more defensive in that round. Get the bomb plant in, reposition out towards New Box, out to Dark. Instead, he gets up towards the top of the front Oranges, realizes, okay, this is a chance to take a duel towards CT, and it gets watched out by Tapson. And this has been another map from him where we've seen a lot of impactful frags.
An important start for the Big side. Way into this game. Second tactical called in by Big as well. That's 2 in like 5-6 rounds or so.
It makes sense though, you're down by quite a margin. You've got to be able to respond quickly because they've got to look at it at the process that if we don't get competitive nature within the first 10, 15 rounds, we're not going to have the leverage. We're not going to be able to come back from that.
We'll certainly need a follow-up, but I don't imagine there'll be much of a resistance buy here from the T side. Let's have a look. Tech-9 seeming to come through. They are going to force invest it, it seems.
Well, they're double eco, aren't they?
Yeah. No savings, no loss bonus. Force here, eco next, rifle in the follow-up. Big should know how this goes.
Getting that big green forward out from Tabson, looking down the brackets control, that's the second mid. Doesn't catch the timing of the apartments lurk just yet.
Mr. Out does dive away, Rainwaker's Tech-9. Now leaning into that apartment's position. CT's unawares of it though, very passive on the defensive.
Could be an apps pop here from 500, get themselves over quickly. All about that dive forward, but look at the read. They've already got 4 on A. This is very nicely done, very tidy with the reposition here from Big.
Nothing gained out there towards the banana position, so they're just going to focus their efforts again on the A site. Flashes forwards. Ships going to make his way in towards brackets. Sin will get the kill on Rainwaker, so there's the start out for the CT forces. Nade sent, but doing not much here. Crimbo mows down 2. Farven gets 1. And it's all on Ships very far away from anything to do with the round itself. Does find Keto, at least that's 1 shot. But 4 more to gain on the clutch. Not going to happen.
Not to be at all. You could just see that siphon off. Big having way too many players out there towards the A site to deal with it. The apps pop comes through. The MP9 of Sin is actually close towards the balcony, just spamming through. And Crossfire solid. Ships up against them all. Second round gain from the Germans now.
Making it look pretty simple. And again, not much in the reserves there for 500. The M4 will bolster things a little bit for ships. Of course, it is double eco, as you mentioned earlier. No bomb plant bonus to enable a force around it. So it should be eco pistols around the M4. Ships is dipping in for a kill. I'm not certain I like this with the time of being where it is. Eventually, he just opts to go for the money bonus rather than the rifle. What would you put there, Dwayne? Would you have gone for the money bonus or save the gun?
No, don't save there. Why would you? What are you going to do next round? You're lopsided economy. You're not in a great stance at all. It makes a lot of sense there for ships to try and at least engage in towards a fight.
Ultimately, the round one is expected, though. Simple stuff again from the CT side against these pistols. Second round comes in for Big with the eco basis, a full eco here for 500. Deagle at least getting brought in for Denny. So a slight upgrade in the firepower department, but shouldn't really lean towards an easy opening kill. He had a chance there in mid, but missed it.
And they got Deagle armor on Patrick too. He was the one that was able to save a little bit more cash. So you've got a couple of players that can start putting some intent down.
Not Rainwaker, though, his first casualty. Sid makes it look easy again. No Kevlar versus these rifles, and the majority of the players HE sent to continue to chip away at the T side.
They're just trying to dig deep. And Crimbo allows himself to continue jiggle down, just look down for the information. Don't want to give up too many frags here at all. Gives himself a multi, makes it nice and easy. Then he does try and back in, so at least some Deagle damage being done, but the backstab even out towards Banana means that Keto can make it a third. 2 rounds the difference now. Big trying to see if they can push themselves forward, and it will come through in this next rifle round.
This was the main aim. This was 500's main opportunity to get back into the matchup. Of course, the reset indicating that they knew what was coming. Eco basis, the force buy is not going well, and now the rifles will return. Let's see what kind of rifles they do have. AKs across the entire board. No AWP for them just yet. Same cannot be said for Tabson, though.
Now, 500 have got to put more of that intent down towards Banana. That's where the success was coming from. Big are actually bringing 3 players here. It shows they want to take it.
Well, the nades work actually pretty evened up. They worked better initially for the T side with Crimbo trying to tag the 34, but now Ships has tagged to less than that with a Molotov to support it. HE is continuing to use the information and force them even further back. It's a very good fight for Banana there from the CT side.
It just shows that both teams have so much going for them of keeping it close, keeping a lot of fights here towards Banana. Back and forth with the spams. Another HE placement down onto Crimbo. Eventually, Big have to give up. They can't keep holding this.
Passed off that orb towards Crimbo as well. Low HP for the man, Rainwaker. That's a hell of a shot. Farman giving up the ghost at a crack angle, perfect timing, but now the AWP can strike. Ships is going to get picked up. Keto's SMG going to try and force forward, no flashbang support of it. Doesn't matter, they're low HP, it's easy pickings.
Just great distraction coming through out there from the new box. Yes, your op falls. Keto does so much AWP, does get baited.
Awkward flick, Denny going to make his way up close and personal. AWP against it, but Sin comes in with support in the end. Rotations brought just in time. And now 1-on-3 for Rainwaker's part.
And this is very similar signs to some of the characteristics we saw on Nuke in that second half, Jay, where you just get a stagnant period for 500 where they're up against a brick wall, they're not quite fighting forward. Rainwaker does well to at least drop Tabson.
Decent tap, decent kill. 2 more to get though, 20 seconds to try and do so. He's looking on towards the new box position and pre-firing it, but not catching anything. No information being found, and time well and truly of the essence at this stage. Smoke set, Keto has posted, and that is a 4th now for the big side.
Yeah, Keto, one of those guys that can do a little bit of double AWPing, be some hybrid players here or there, and I think you just saw he makes a hero play. He realizes it could be a bit gutsy, it could be a bit risky, but I'm going to regress. I'm going to try and push myself forward of that CT smoke, and then even Sin just backs him up to perfection.
Good effort from Rainwaker though. Ultimately not to be for 500. Pistols pulled out for the T side. Tech-9s, Deagles, and a P250. A little bit Kevlar as well to work with, so it might be a little bit of resistance against the rifles. Ultimately, Rainwaker is allowed an opening kill for that, but Crimbo responds back. 4-on-4, and he's low HP.
And now Farfan's even aggressing down from mid, just being bracketed in. 500 just have to keep brute forcing these duels, even if they start taking map territory back to second mid.
M4 engages one, sprays him back, forcing him away at the bridge. Farvan rotating, spray back, gets only 1. Patrick with a responsive, and Sin gets 2. So Nicky alone once again in the 1 versus 3. A lot of 1v3s coming in for 500 as of late. It will lead to the 5th round for Big's side, this time with all 3 players that remain alive. And an even standing, 5 in a row.
You think about guys like Farfan and Keto, they're going to be very familiar with the Bulgarian playstyle. Yes, Big, as a team, hasn't played them all that often, but when you think about previous iterations, when they were on Sprout, as an example, they used to play the Bulgarians quite a lot. So you'd know what you're coming into when you're playing a team like this.
Pause gets called, 500 in discussions again, but it's a pause called by Big. This is 3 tacks used in the last 10 rounds here. I'm not sure I like how liberal they are being with it, because there's not much in the back pocket.
Yeah.
I understand the
They've
idea.
just won 5 rounds in a row. You can't criticize it.
I understand that point, but you've got the momentum to spring forward. If you lost the next round, I understand taking a tactical off the back of that. Because now you left very little. Only one more pause for the rest of the rounds, and you still got to get the next, 11 or so?
If you need it, you need it. Simple as that. If the coach is calling that we need a tack, or Tabson's calling that we should use one, you just have to go with it. You've got to realize the position they're in. They can start pushing very far forward. Think about the idea that this has been 5 rounds in a row from Big, which they've only given 1 bomb plant. It's been very deadly for them.
No up still for 500. AK of Nikki charging in. Sins with his own AK posted. But not in for a contact position. The CT is generally receiving very little from the 500 camp, as they're also passive on their defaults. Rainwaker is starting to prod forward, though. That flashing apartments will reveal his position.
I am surprised that they're not actually even putting nades down towards Banana. This is very much more of a retreat setup. 500 are putting some pace down towards a long control, but it could just be a fake, because you've got 3 and the bomb in Banana.
Smoke set, counter HE's in. Farvan's M4 watching and waiting. Nades up, sprays back through, damage done through the wall bang, but just not much in the way of the kill counts. They're getting a slight HP advantage here, 500. Need to find a pick, and Keto's count one instead.
A slight little hesitation there from 500. Didn't know if they wanted to commit or not. End up backing off, and it works out not for them at all. Crimbo can re-aggress through the smoke. They've got 2 on B to crossfire, and the off angle still being held from Keto.
Expecting a flashbang here, but ultimately he does start looking towards the entryway. Keto catching that kill, and Tabson's AWP can strike. 2 left standing for 500 as Big continue to maintain control of this streak. It'll be 6 rounds in a row, unless Patrick and Denny do something special here.
And this is where the pressure is starting to really build on the Bulgarians. They're having a tough time in these last few rifle rounds. Sin playing very passively out towards Mini Pit, does get domed.
Team want to find the site. Farvan with a responsive now leaves it all on Patrick. His position revealed. Tap Fu does come through against Tabson as he reads it right, but Farvan responds all the same, maintains control. And again, maintains that streak for Big.
Now, Big have only played Inferno 5 times in the last 3 months. You compare that with 500 at 23. It's over 4 times, nearly 5 times the amount of game time that we see on this map. But the last streak that's coming through here from Big is very deadly, and frustration for Ships.
That start was pretty stellar from 500, but Big bounced back in a way that the Bulgarians were not expecting. We talk about Big's potential to continue their own, of course, having a lot more experience at the international stage than what 500 have got at a higher level. That will come into play in a map like this, where it could be so pivotal, where Big could still hold their own, where 500 seemingly have gone a bit quiet in these last 6 rounds.
And this is home turf as well for 500. This is a map that they've always been known for. Highest pick map in the pool, overpass at second. Another play out towards the A site, maybe some pace out from both Boiler and the apartments. Crimbo just jiggling down to brackets.
Utility set in, the counter smokes, the Moto smoke flashes in from the CT side, gonna try to hold their nerve, take a lot of damage and lose Crimbo for it. The rush tactic only goes so well that eventually the M4s find their footing. Find themselves 3 picks for that one trade. Nikki will try to isolate one player and does take Sin down, but Farvan is quick to return. The last player can see him on the site. Ships gets a decent dome in, needs 2 more to find and will not get them. Big 7th round in a row for the CT side.
And 500 are just desperate for one of those post plants. One of the things that they were successful with, when I think back to even Nuke on the T side, Jay, while it wasn't many rounds being gained, was those post plants. Working in those man disadvantages, playing off one another. That can't be said here for Inferno at all. Even getting to the bomb sites has sometimes been difficult.
Rifles rebought in this time. Denny has brought in the AWP. Middle of the board for the time being here for 500. Can he change that with the big green in his hands? The default set is Ships. Will again look for the entries up Banana, ahead of the smoke. Not challenged by the CT side.
And look at the way that they're playing defensive. I think they've started realizing we shouldn't start being on the front foot against Ships. Let's give that respect. Let's give that control forward and instead start retaking top banana later in the round.
tabseN holds his nerve. All posted. Out to receive some contact ahead of the flashbang. Still lands the shot against Ships. Flash forward from Keto. Mode down 2. Transfer the triple, not quite there. Nicky holds his own back here at the banana control. 4-on-2. Still favors Big.
tabseN still posted up onto the angle. And 500 had no one playing anti-flash up there towards the top of banana. Rainwaker is trying to make a pick back work towards A, but even that's unsuccessful.
Made sent, just still can't isolate the pick. Farthen and tabseN with the 2 to close. Make it a half advantage for Big on the CT side.
And what we're seeing right now, Jay, is an outclassing.
Yeah.
The difference between online play and LAN play. Again, first international LAN for someone like Patrick. We haven't seen the likes of Nicky here for 6 years. We know that even the likes of the core of Denny and Rainwaker have about 40 maps on LAN. Not many individuals on this team we see at this level very often. It's a great opportunity for 500, don't get me wrong, and they proved so much in the group stage, but here on their map pick, they are being outclassed.
More pistols brought in, M4 engaging, crossfire for Sin and Farthen, making it look so simple. Bomb's been dropped, the round should be over already.
That pay's not working out at all. There is a slight movement out from the apartments. Denny getting away with 1, but no more than that. Nicky trying to make anything happen with this Tech 9 damage onto Farthen, but that's it, 9 in a row. And compare this, right, Jay? You've seen a lot of tacticals from Big. Maybe you're critical of it. What about 500? Haven't seen many of them.
That is also true, but you mentioned the lack of a coach.
Yeah, that's true. Something they've got to look
obviously,
through.
they've got someone sitting behind them, but lack like a true tactical coach, someone that can give them the kind of motivation that Big have on God B. There's no real breathing room for 500. We'd like to have seen the tactical to realign themselves for the last round of the half. That's not happened, though. They're going in with their full guns out. And Ships is going to get the opening pick, this time punishing the aggression of the CT side rather than going aggressive himself. We all charge forward against Keto, and they kiss each other past the smoke. Oh, this is a massive sequence, but Ships detects it.
Still another player up towards the top of banana. That's Farthen looking to peek around the smoke. Ships has done so much in this round. Now they've got to tighten and close it down.
Farthen's so hungry for this kill. He's getting closer and closer to finding the man, but does opt to fall away. Smart decision to make. Not hunting for, taking the risk to regain the man advantage. Ultimately means that they can't do that. They have to stand at the 5-on-3 for the defensive.
Now you've got Rainwaker still as a lurk out towards A. He's hoping to catch a reposition, even start walking forward, try and catch them off guard. He might actually try and bring that bomb back towards the A side.
They're slowly rotating into a B stack. So with the execution inbound, it's all going to be a ruse here as they realize that A is completely open up. They found the gap in the fence, and that AWP now commits towards that B stack. So bomb plant will be secured. AWP, you get flanked out here by the AK, knife in hand. Easy pick.
Just a lovely walkout coming through. Even the AWP comes up closer, back over towards the AK. Does lose the fight to Sin, but you're so far away. You're so far out of position.
And we've got the potential to cut rotations back from Banana controls. It's got to come in from CT spawn for both CT individuals, Farthen and Sin. Just desperate to find anything here, and they want to do so.
And just being charged off with the util. Sin is even hoping for a refrag, someone to overpeak towards the middle of the bomb site. It's just not happening at all. Big, using as much of this retake in as possible. Farthen and Sin, they're still going for it.
Have no choice. It's round 15. They'll charge forward into the site, get mowed down by Denny Slaw, and Sin will not last long himself, so it will be 6 at the turn of the half for the T side at 500.
It's a positive end, but it's a disappointing first half from 500. They would have liked to have seen a lot more, knowing that their T side statistically have always been stronger.
The possibilities of Big holding the 2-0 are now on the table as we head to a break and find out whether they can close it.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, it might have been a disappointing half for 500, but I still reckon we're off towards map 3 if they can just continue to hold their own here, Dwayne. That said, though, at 9-6, Big may be one pistol round away from being on victory row.
It's whether they can actually make it happen. 3 for 3 in pistols and 3 for 3 in round 2 conversions for the likes of the Bulgarians. 500 have proved in map 1 and in map 2 that early starts are very important to them, and they've always been able to come out on top.
We're talking a lot about experience in this matchup. Big certainly showing how easily they could pull ahead with their experience of their own right. The CT side had 9 rounds in a row, which is what set them up with the 9-6 half in the first play. So it's a case of just converting that over. And if they find a pistol again, you know, we're looking at like 10, 11, 12, 6 before we get the true first rifle round from the Bulgarian side. And that's going to be the big concern for 500 coming into this next one. So pistol importance very much defined and very much of high regard here for both sides. Big Glocks, 500 USPs, got a P250 I think in for Patrick as well. We get into the pistol, the second half of Inferno.
And for Big, it's all about using that momentum that you had in the first half. Nade stack out towards Boiler will do quite a bit of damage onto Rainwaker. He's just trying to spot for information, get a glimpse of what's happening out towards second mid.
Let's take that fight initially. The Glocks are in for Tabson, holding his nerve outside of the bracket entrance. Seeing nothing though. Again, 500 being tentative about their positions here.
So it's actually a bait set up towards the top of Banana, try and get them around the corner towards a half wall and into the trap.
Flashes, not even a flash actually, that was a decoy grenade. Keto didn't capitalize upon it though. Nikki able to get the kill and now hold out that Banana position knowing that there's nothing else out here. They're on their way towards the A site and Rainwaker tries to strike alongside Denny. Nikki gets another good pick back as Denny also finds Farman, holds contention over the bomb as Tabson will be able to trade. Now get back into that short control and try to secure the bomb.
And Tabson's got his teammate with him close by, just trying to see if they can get the CTs to peer through the moto smoke.
Damage done to Crimbo, but still finds the headshot. Patrick's Julie's come up good against Tabson, and now they swing back out towards brackets. Crimbo on the reposition, but he's going to get to that bomb plant in time. It's tapped once by the CTs as they try and call their bluff. Crimbo now knows what's going on here. No way they're on the retake, and they haven't defused it already, and he holds out in abs, holding for his position. The CT's going to tap it again, and Crimbo plays nervous, plays close, plays up against the Julies here. Patrick going to cover him off. The defuse held together. Taps to the USP, trying to get him off the bomb. I think they just did it. I think they just did it. His ship's going to get this? Yes, he will. It's fine. It's all good for 500.
And that's an important hold coming through from Patrick, because it's all down to him. If Patrick dies, that round's over. There's no more support to hold into ships. And while that was another close one, it's another pistol round being gained there from 500. The Bulgarians putting in the early yards, allowing themselves a lifeline to bring this back to try and get themselves into a position where they can come closer to tying up the scoreline.
So bomb plant bonus for Big that will go into a buy-up as well. AKs and Galil's in on the back of the T-side line. Still one pistol for Sin. Not like that matters too much though. Again, it's all about converting the round here, and they can steal one back for the Big side. That could do even more damage than what a pistol win could have done.
And notice the way that Ship's playing up there towards a half wall with some nades around him, but not actually having that intent on taking Banana, just trying to get those anti-rush nades in as possible. tabseN to try and work out towards Boiler. It's actually Keto with a straight spam onto ships.
It's a great fight to find. A decent start for Big. Doesn't come without its drawbacks. Keto is on low HP now. But again, they're up by a man.
This could be a full gamble stack. This could actually be a rotation out towards a long control. It's all about what they can find towards brackets in case they start rotating players back to B.
Swing in from Rainwaker, gonna watch out. Seeing him from brackets, could line up two or just give up his shoulder bait to the M4's casualty. 4-on-4. Nicky's now getting a bit closer for his own life. And trades from tabseN are decent. Nicky tries to hold his nerve, but doesn't quite do so forever. Crimbo maintains the advantage with the kill out of Boiler. Bomb on site. 2v3 for the retake for 500, and they don't want anything to do with that. They'll save those two M4s.
And to me, that just, it feels too, not gimmicky, but too desperate there from 500. Yes, you get the pick back towards that long control, but if you get aggressive in there at brackets and you don't come out on top, you've lost the bomb site. You've lost the round. There's nothing that Patrick and Denny can do out towards the B side. So that was an all or nothing play with both the crossfire of Rainwaker and Nicky to just make it happen towards brackets. It doesn't work out at all.
Round number 10 for Big, and again, the impact of stealing this kind of conversion means that there's no loss bonus left for 500. And therefore, potential reset of force invest against these two M4s to rebuy a round. See what the moneyline looks like here on a CT basis, and as you can tell, not very good.
Double eco status, they'll have to buy it up. And notice the way that Big have come through with quite a lot of steals. And Farfan playing his first matches, 2 months, yeah, okay. Give himself the match experience, get back into the lineup, help them out when it matters most. You know that he has been a staple to the entire team when we think back to the entire year so far. This is his chance to get Big in with a 2-0. First tactical from 500 now.
For once. For once. 10-7 current score line, and now would be the right time for 500 to adjust, because again, the loss that they've just taken in that conversion is going to have ramifications for how the end game is going to play out for their own part. Of course, Godby, as usual, getting involved, talking his boys up, giving them the lowdown here. Win the next few, get up to 12-7, get within just a touching distance of the 2-0, make this one a quick affair, and do not play Mirage.
Now, I saw Ships out of Mag 7, so expect him to get up towards a half wall, to be aggressive, to try and get as much impact towards Banana as possible. That's his specialty, that's what he's known for. And at the same time, Big are going to be expecting that, because we always know Ships does it.
So he can set sail towards that Banana position with teammates right behind him. Flashes in ahead, the M4 of Patrick's going to try to take point as Ships plays the off angle. Eventually does get in close and boosting up that M4 to play off the off angle. Seeing nothing down here, and Banana will try to take control, but Keto's weapon a little bit better than him. Headshot gained, advantage now for Big.
That's 2 rounds in a row now that Keto's been able to drop Ships towards the top of Banana. Edge of the smoke, Patrick finds the follow-up. No one's there to trade there for Big.
Just an aggressive force forward to try and gain that control, hoping that no one was going to try and hold it there for 500. They thought wrong. Now Denny get flashed off position on that short position alongside Rainwaker. Nicky will fall back to Sin's part. Rainwaker revealing his angle, trying to find something as Denny does get picked up. M4 trying to get recovered, but in the midst of the switch, Sin's going to catch him off guard. Couldn't fire away in time. So it's 1 left on Patrick. Good effort for 500, but not to be.
And you need that round. You're desperate for that round. That's the one that's going to either get you into map 3 or perhaps get you down 0-2. 7-10. Now losing Patrick means that nothing can be saved forward. Big are in a driving position. And Godby knows it. You can see the smiles. They know they're in a winning stance. They are very close now to tasting victory.
Sprays through, easy as that for the CT side to fall. And now it's going to be easy as this for Big to follow suit. USPs, that's all they've got to play with.
A heartbreak this could be for 500 coming into this event, just winning an entire event online, using that momentum, using the new org to get themselves up with a new lineup, to be fresh, to prove themselves on LAN, on their home turf, their home map pick of Inferno. And while it was a stunning start at 5-0, it has now been 11 out of the past 13 rounds being gained by Big.
Yeah, they've been looking stellar. Set piece coming in towards the stack. Might throw a bit of a spanner into the works here for the T. So they've got their luck out towards mid, but I don't think it's going to find much. Before the hit comes forward, ships up close to the USP, gets 1 kill, no more than that. 2-for-1 trades found by the T side. They see what's going on and they've ripped them all apart. Denny all alone. USP with nothing that he can do. This will be 12-7 for the C side.
Sin just spamming through. That MAC-10 from Crimbo is surely going to find the last player out towards the second oranges. Clearing out the bomb site. MAC-10's finally been seen. And 12 up for Big, and now into the next rifle round. This is where I want to see the confidence from 500. Is an aggressive stance down towards mid. Out there towards Banana. I think you got to play with a little bit of freedom. Money's still not in a great position to get Denny on the AWP, so it's going to have to be rifles.
The fans want the 0-2, and they're closing in on it here for Big. 4 more rounds to go, and if 500 can't take this rifle, I'd count them out here.
I'm with you. Even Patrick was a standout performer out on that first map of Nuke. He's been very quiet on Inferno. And try and get more out of some of your individuals like Denny and Rainwaker. Ships has been able to prove his consistency. Very deep, very passive in this round from 500.
Tabson flashed in, gonna take control, charging straight forward to look for first contact. Saw the shoulder, didn't quite take the shot. Information goes both ways, they back off.
Now, look at the amount of nades they're already baiting, though. There's hardly anything left. A smoke, a couple of flashes. Nicky at least gets that first pick up towards the top of Banana. That's just a lurk from Keto.
A real emphasis turns towards the A side, where they have got 3 players on the CT defensive, 4th on the T side, so got a man advantage in this particular context, but obviously the hardest site to hit.
You can see Denny trying to play anti-flash, move as far away from the balcony as possible. Patrick smoked off from long. There's nothing that he can do. He gets trapped into the bomb site now.
Nade sent and Molly sent.
Here
Smokes
comes the
at the
pop.
ready, yep. 2 players to try and receive it directly. The smoke's coming in towards Arch side for now. Where's the flashbang? There it is.
It's all about the timing, though. They need that first entry. Look at what Nicky's doing. He's aggressed down Banana. They know.
He must realize here, Molotov sent, flash coming over. Here they come, quick out for the T-side line. Sprays awkward for Denny as he dives in and loses his life. Rainwaker holds control, 3-on-2 for 500. Tabson looking for trades, caught over the drop-off, and Crimbo now caught switching to the Deagle. That's survival for 500.
And that's what I saw. Similar signs on the CT side of Nuke, their info plays. The way that they're moving around the map, the way that they're trying to get an idea of what's going on. I love that from Nicky. He found that first pick towards the top of Banana onto Keto. It settles, it becomes very quiet, and then what does he do? He starts taking Banana, starts moving down. They can keep 4 and 8. They know exactly what's coming.
It's a massive information play. And of course, the stacked up site already came together for 500. Big took too long. They're not allowed to close it out just yet. But again, the money's still low for the CT forces, so reset still on the table here for the big camp. Still with lost bonus to back it up. But more importantly, to get to 13.
There's some retaking nades coming through from ships. Both the incendiary and the smoke towards a half wall can be used. Try and drive them back in favor. And Denny working on that long contact. Doesn't have a teammate with him to peek forward. Big can slow this right down.
And that's exactly what they'll do. Quiet. Silence on Inferno. -1 flashbang to try and prod them forward here on the T side, and even that's going to give away very little to the CT forces. Got Denny back up towards Archers, so ready for a rotation here.
And Keto trying to see if any of those CTs get aggressive towards a long stance. We've seen it previously. Flash on the corner, 50 seconds on the clock. HG placement's decent.
Very good on Keto in particular, who's trying to be the forward man here. The spray for Denny only lines up 1 pick despite having a directive line to the entire T-side force. 4-on-4 now. Big have gained a bit of map control, but now need to focus on the hit.
And knowing that Nicky's in the site, it's about establishing that crossfire. Him and Rainwaker are the 2 A defenders.
They take too long, 2 more CTs will come in for backup as well. Nicky on top of the box, will he be detected here? Flashbang sent, he gets blinded by it, but Rainwaker in at pit, holds his nerve, only for 2 picks for Crimbo's back. Tabson also follows suit, and Patrick on the flank, 1-on-3, 2 low HP players. Could have done a bomb plot from here, this could be big. Oh, he's caught the casualty, 12 seconds, and now needs to hold off against the next man to pick up the bomb. He has the angle, sees the position, but doesn't know who to focus on, and they played that to perfection to recover that from Big.
And you could just see no panic. No panic whatsoever. That was comfortable. Played together. Yes, the time is low. As long as we swing on the contact, that's it. There's no way Patrick's going to win this. What a couple of kills, though, that is from Crimbo. Rainwaker's got to be fuming.
Yeah.
Because when you know that Crimbo is looking towards Nikki from that default position, that should be yours. And instead, Crimbo with a near 180-degree back down towards mini pit, just collapsing back to reality.
And he's doing work in this map overall, top fragger. Mac 10's in for Keto, going to try charge up against these pistols, try and mow them down without the Kevlar, leading the charge, the rush in towards that B site, Molotov sent. Providing a bit of assistance. His back's turned, does get overwhelmed by the pistols. That's one pick and a follow-up. This is where things get a bit dicey with this stack. Big have gone towards the B stacks in previous. Smokes to drive him deeper, might give up those rifles, and the best place to get that bomb on the A site.
Now, we've seen Big being able to get the stills, have not seen it from 500. Now, they're going to start rotating a couple of players back over. Patrick still loses the fight at the half wall.
And now B's the open bomb site here. Nicky's got the Mac 10, then he's got the AK. But they're going to commit towards the A site once again, so more fighting on their hands.
Nicky, Mac 10, close range. Can he drop the bomb? Swings out in the open, gets nothing.
Too hungry there, could have held the site, should have waited for the tease. And now Denny in a 1-on-3. Smoked off and everything. The bomb should commit towards the site. He's got to take a challenge directly in brackets, and he thinks it's better to go for the safe call. Not sure I like it, given the circumstances of the scoreline, but what other options do you have?
You don't have options here. Holding on to the AK is your best bet. Give yourself some leverage come the next round. But you've even got to consider this, Jay. Think about map number 1 and how that could have been a steal. Could have been in the hands of 500. How that might have changed the complexion of the mental game going into Inferno, knowing that you're a map up in the series. Give yourself a little bit more security and safety net of even going to Mirage if you don't take Inferno. But to think that Nuke was the more competitive map out of the two is very surprising.
Now the curveball for Big working on Nuke, the curveball for 500 not working out in Inferno, it seems. Denny holds on to the AK. There are T-side players close to him, but I think he'll get away alive. Yeah, no one checking this construction entrance. As Big close in on the 2-0 win.
Inferno, 3-map losing streak as well for Big. That will change very quickly. Get themselves some green, get themselves a W. And Godby again, knowing how important getting a 2-0 would be to move into the next round, to get into the semis. Because it was a tough group stage, there's no denying it. Going to OT against some teams that you probably shouldn't have. Having some close affairs where come down to a couple of the last games, they might not have even been able to make the playoffs. So this puts yourself in a much better stance to be able to get the 2-0.
That moment to shine. 14-8. Big are so close here. 500 have got a mountain of work to do to try to bring this comeback in. They've taken that moment to talk, and they have their rifle round, but this is do or die. Concede this and concede the series in my eyes. If not 7 to overtime, I just don't think it'll happen at this stage. So, smokes up, M4's engaging, ships. First contact.
Trying to play out towards the sandbags. Doesn't have anyone playing anti-flash either. Big. Look at how settled they are in this round. Minute 30 on the clock. You've taken no mid control, no second mid. Instead, they want to try and retake Banana. They just want to try and bait as many of these nades as possible. Try and force out an early mistake.
Ships is tagged, calling the reload. Smoke's being sent down and holding his nerve back at the sandbags. Got Patrick drawing attention away. This could be a perfect lineup, but he gives away his position. So Sin and Keto just overwhelmed. The B site's open. It's round over.
Indeed it is. Not even a trade comes off. And he could just fill there for 500. They just get caught sleeping. Yes, they put the smoke down towards the half wall. They're expecting a cancel. They're expecting Big not to actually attack through. And you got players not in the right position with a nade out in the open. You can't blame your A-site defense there at all. Rainwaker, Nicky, and Denny did nothing wrong, but Ships and Patrick just got rolled. And look at Big. They're even going to have some intent on trying to drop some rifles, try and get some exit frags. That would be all important.
If any of these guys fall on 500, that's just going to hinder them even further. Might even call the round with a casualty. If they take all three down, then yeah, game done. No real firepower to play with. Denny's still challenging. And now Molotov out into the open. Tabson leaning forward. In the midst of the smoke, he'll make his way up. Rainwaker's core leans around for a bit more, engaging the player up at the top of the apartment, and no one stays alive for 500. The perfect round, the perfect hunt. And it looks to be game, set, and match for Big. 15-8, match point.
And what an MVP performance this has been from Tabson. You think about the idea that he's a top 7 rated player in this entire event coming into the playoffs. He then had a beautiful performance out of map number 1. 2 kills away from a 30 bomb. He's now come out towards Inferno. He's led the team by example. And again, that X factor that he brings, so much fragging ability.
7 match points to play with, and Denny at least claps back with the AWP. The only major rifle in play, though, the FAMAS being the next one for Rainwaker, and SMGs and shotguns in for the CT side, desperate to cling on to anything. It's at least a good start.
And give themselves a little bit more pace in the apartments. Now, for 500's point of view, it's about how they can gather more off of the back of this. You've got a couple of players up there towards the half wall. AWP looking to peek again.
To reposition, catching Tabson next is a big frag for Denny to take. Teammate in ships also holding, but not seeing much more contact. The teams have rotated back and they're going to focus on the A play.
A lot of movement coming through from the AWP. Rainwaker next up to challenge.
Flash in, gets himself out of dodge, spray through onto Crimbo. Can't quite follow up onto Farven. 7 HP for that man, but makes it easy for the SMG burst of Nicky. Gets it together in the end, and Sin is all that remains. So, a bit of survival for 500 as they hold off against the hungry T-side players. Big to chow into their map win. They've still got a few more rounds to claim it.
I like that from Denny. Move that AWP around, get impact on both sides of the map, out there towards A in the mid pick, and then over towards the B side of the half wall, and try and get as much as possible. Come closer towards double digits at least. Start the comeback.
6 rounds to make up. It's not out of the woods just yet here from Big Side. 500 have posted a hell of a round right there. And look at the charge forward as well for this M4. The AWP trying to provide some cover. Their backs to turn, but Keto checks it. It's important on the adjustment there for Big. They kick things off.
And they were creative, but it didn't work out. Even Patrick has to start thinking, now I need to make something happen. Get this MP9 aggressive. Keto could be on for a multi.
It's the burst and spray, the jump phase for info. Swings back, sees at least 2 of these individuals, and both him and his teammate take tag damage. Meanwhile, Farven strikes on Denny, and now out towards the A site is looking pretty light. Rainwaker alone to defend it, and they're on their way to him.
Even an off angle, slightly out wide towards that right-hand side.
Smokes off long, just got to deal with quad. First shoulder bait. Baits in the spray, swing from 2, kill found for Farven, and there's only 2 left for 500. Nicky flashed off, backup is on the way in Patrick, but he's got a hold off on the site. The M4 doesn't last long, and it's an MP9 that will not do jack. 16-9 for Big as they take it in 2-0. Didn't see that coming on Inferno, but they played a hell of a game.
And they showed composure on what it's like to perform on land. Excellent patience across the series from Big, and they come out on top with a 2-0, outclassing in certain periods there in Inferno. 9-round streak in a row in the first half. That's saying something.
Yeah, truly outclassing from their top fragments. We have 22 kills for Crimbo, 21 kills for Tabson, 20 kills for Sin, and those guys just romped everybody over on that CT side there. Brilliant stuff to turn it around, and from the back of what was a very close nuke as well, right? We were saying, oh, this map could probably go towards 3, right? We could be seeing Mirage coming out because of how well 500 did. They just didn't bring the Thunder on their own map pick, Blake.
No, they didn't, and I think it showed for them that they want to try and get more of these chances, more of the opportunity to play on land, but it is difficult when you've got a player that's never played in an international land before. Your core has been to 40-odd maps on land, so it was going to be a challenge for them coming into it today. The comfortability not quite being there. The 500 we know online, not quite here on land.
And the key thing you mentioned there, right, is the core of players, but not as a core of individuals. So a lot of things to focus on for the 500 side, but for now, it's glory, glory for Big. Parla is down on the stage with Gob.
So, Gob, I have a few simple questions now. Even though it was your pick, and you got 70 rounds on that first half, you only won Nuke 16-13, which is relatively close. Why was it so close?
I think we lost both pistols, and this map is very hard if you lose both pistols. And yeah, I think they played also some good rounds, some good clutch rounds, and that's why the result was so close.
Now, you found your feet on Inferno 16-9. Is that more how you expected a performance to go as Big against a team like 500?
Yeah, maybe, but not really, because we don't know how strong we are on this map so far. But yeah, we lost again both pistols. Fortunately for us, we won the second one on T side, so the game was a little bit easier, but didn't expect to be, that easy. But it wasn't that easy, to be honest, because we had a hard start and it was hard to really do a good comeback. But we had a good mental state, which where we believing all the time. That's why we won in the end.
Gob, in the semi-finals, you are going to be playing against Sprout. You did beat them in a best-of-1 at the Rio Major. What are your thoughts going into that semi-final tomorrow against Sprout?
I'm pretty sure it's going to be a good game. We're really looking forward to play again here in front of this crowd. It was a lot of fun, to be honest. And yeah, we're just enjoying the moment at this tournament, and we want to at least go to the final.
At least go to the final. Everyone in here, do you think that Gob being big can make it to the final? Sounds like a resounding yes. Final question, Gob. Just overall, what has your experience been like here in Espoo and in Finland? What's it been like playing in front of this crowd for the first time?
I think you should do it next year again, and we will be attending again here.
All right, everybody, once again, Big have made it through to the semi-finals here at the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022. Put your hands together for Big!
There you have it. Gob, always the crowd pleaser. He wants to come back to Finland already, but there's a lot to look at this, right? Because we touched on things such as the map pool coming into this. We touched on the fact that 500 had an advantage in your eyes.
Yeah.
Well, that advantage didn't seem to work out. It's 2-0 to Big. The favourites won on paper.
Yeah, no, like the end result turns out to be, I guess, a very, very expected result in that sense, if you wanted to be really cutthroat about it. But it does feel like 500 might have slipped up a little bit. Again, very easy to say. 2020 is always, hindsight is always a thing. We were leaning towards Overpass being the better pick. After seeing this, I still think that is the case. But I also think that there are certain things that 500 definitely could have done better when it comes to their Inferno as well.
And it's not always on 500. I think we also have to praise Big in how they approached this game. They really went all out on that T side on Nuke. They got the rounds they needed to kind of close it out, even with some economic difficulties. And on Inferno, a map where the T side goes 5-0 up, that's like a horror moment on Inferno, because utility is so key to get those banana fights, to kind of neutralize that T control and give you space to make sure you're making the right reads against the T side. And for them to bring it back to a 9-6 half in their favor is hugely impressive. And then the T side, I mean, once they got going, 500 only got 4 rounds on the board.
Yeah, no.
After that initial 5.
Very, very impressive. And again, I think Gob alluded to it as well, right? The fact that they were able to win that second round forced by to kind of turn things around, never actually let 500 ease into their CT side at all. Again, that's when you're seeing the economic issue being a massive part of the CT side on that map. So I think that did a lot for them to be able to close it out, because it looked way more comfortable than what I expected, and looked more comfortable than what Nuke did as well.
Yeah, it's fair to say, right, that the lack of Sirison and the lack of a dedicated AWP didn't really hurt him in that sense. But another player I want to point out very positive signs for is Crimbo. This is a guy who, when he first came onto Big, we got very excited about him. He came in quite nice and hot. He, with all these changes going on around him, and obviously Faven take more space, Kida comes back in. He hasn't been showing his level. This series looks really good.
Yeah, I mean, he's a player I actually talked about with one of my old players, Crystal, who had him as a player in one of his squads after FPX. And he used to tell me all the time that he is the biggest talent in Germany. Like, he will be, you know, in the top teams. And that's where he is right now. He's in Big right now, and he's performing. He's doing it well. He's a very, very, you know, confident clutcher.
Definitely.
You know, and he has a little bit of a unique style to his clutching as well. It's not just always that normal clutch positioning he takes. He likes to make it a little bit different, and that's what makes him so effective in it as well.
Now, we were talking about adaptation, right? We were talking about how things would be potentially changing up for 500 in this one. You guys pulled out a clip. That's something we want to take a look at, right?
Yeah, because initially we saw the 5-0 start from 500, which is great. Then they basically had 9 rounds in a row go against them. And that a lot of it is because they got a little bit one-dimensional. We saw a lot of ships basically working around in Banana, which, to be fair, they were allowed to do, and that's perfectly fine. But in this scenario, instead of just gung-hoing towards B and kind of committing to it, they allow Rainwaker to have space and apps where he resided for the better part of the T side. But this time they actually decide and opts in to make the rotation back. Because we can see Big, they started with three players towards B a majority of the rounds, and they actually left a lot of room for someone like Rainwaker to actually take space, but they 500 necessarily didn't make the connection of actually going back towards A. And you can see what kind of adaptation and change that makes to the game.
Yeah, and one of the key things that makes them so hesitant to rotate back or so slow to rotate back in this scenario is that CT puts a Molotov in pool. So obviously teams are not going to commit to that, and brings them that like 7 to 8 second mark where they can just rush down banana already be up mid before they realize, oh, they're not committing to B.
Yeah.
So their own utility kind of hurt them in this scenario.
Yeah, they're blocking themselves from information, and that's something that we would have liked to see more of out of 500, because they definitely came into similar scenarios, but then they would still fully commit towards B. And I think that is a little bit of a, not necessarily recency bias on their end, but again, they've had a lot of success in their previous Inferno games over towards that B bomb side. So if it's worked in the past, obviously, like, you're kind of conditioned to think that, well, it should work now as well. So a little bit unfortunate that we didn't get to see that kind of adaptation, but where we did get to see a lot of adaptation was with Big's T side.
Yeah,
so again, like, they were throwing out different tempo, different kind of like pressure points, etc. It wasn't necessarily the same kind of setup with how tabseN wanted to pressure banana. Again, like, the tempo changes and the timings.
They're opting for a fast B pop on B, and then they see they don't have the right conditions.
Yeah.
They reset, they take mid control, they go into even an apps pop, and they're ready to flash. And then they're like, no, we need a Molo pit.
Yep.
All right. But they do these quick adjustments in the round when you see they have a plan set, and you see the ongoing discussion, what they want and what they need to be able to do it.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the key points as to why we're seeing Big kind of breeze through 500 on Inferno. We need to see basically the adaptation from Big is what we needed to see from 500 after getting such a strong start.
Well, there's one man that's adapting all the time, and it is our MVP for this match. It's tabseN, because he can IGL, he can rifle, he can play the AWP as well. Now, all of a sudden, this guy was lights out. On Nuke alone, he dropped a 142 rating. On Inferno, still alongside Crimbo, just being a little bit above him, 145. In total, 143 with 50 kills, 29 deaths. tabseN is the man that just doesn't matter what's going on inside the team, doesn't matter what other pressures are there. When do you really see him have a bad game? It's not often.
No.
I mean, he's this kind of like non-flashy superstar. I don't know how else to...
I like that. Yeah. That's actually a good explanation.
Yeah, he's always so consistent. He's not going to overdo it. He's going to play... If the time is wasted, he's just going to chill. He's not going to re-peek. He's going to wait for his teammate to be ready to help him with utility, or back off, leave the space for them to be confused. And this is what he does so well. He rarely overcommits.
Yeah.
But he does not have that kind of like always passive mode. He is always active of the map at the right time, very, very mature in his Counter-Strike. So it's a pleasure to watch as an analyst.
Absolutely, and I think he's one of those players who are like, if we say methodical and a lot on desk, considering how structured people are and layered they are and the way they play, etc. But he is actually the definition of being a methodical player who actually considers his options and actually goes through the thought process of like what he needs to do. But I guess the difference is that he's able to do it at lightning speed compared to us normal human beings, and that's why he's so successful.
And
because
still control the mouse. That's
yeah, exactly. And he still, that's why you don't really see tabseN get caught out or being like in bad positions. Like, he rarely makes the game harder for himself.
Playing the numbers, playing it smart, that's for sure the way of tabseN. Now, it is the end of our first best of 3. Sadly, we didn't get 3 maps, but maybe we'll get it on our second. We'll give you the schedule up here now, because we have one more game coming your way today, and that'll be fired up right now. Hopefully.
But it is ENCE ASTRALIS.
Yeah, it is ENCE ASTRALIS. And this one sets me up for ENCE looking like they should win, but ASTRALIS, they still have this blame FX factor which got them here in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, they have the highest rated player in the event, and they're the 3rd lowest rated team in the event. So
makes sense.
You see how big of a impact he actually has when you mention it like that.
Top heavy.
It's like 1-to-1 with his actual size in real life.
Yeah.
It is nuts. Like, BlameF has actually been a one-man army at this event for ASTRALIS, and he's the sole reason pretty much, and I don't use that lightly, but he's pretty much the sole reason why they're in the playoffs as well. The deciding game versus Complexity, the one that kind of took them to the playoffs here in the groups, he dropped 40 frags on Nuke.
Oof. And the next highest rated player had 20 on his team.
So it kind of goes to show that BlameF, he's doing his part. If there's going to be any chance for ASTRALIS to do anything in the playoffs, we need to have 1, 2, 3 players more to kind of join in on them.
Yeah, a bit of a team game is Counter-Strike, and that's what needs to come through. But guys, we need to go and head to a break. We'll be back in just a few moments, and then our second quarterfinal game is coming your way. Make sure you get some snacks, make sure you get a drink, and then come back to join us for the final game of the day.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvankroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen. Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdallaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua ja osuuhan se. On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa. Katsokaa kuinka silmänkuroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen. Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdallaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua ja osuuhan se. On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi! Hyvä tempo päällä pojat. Body yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2 pommi on jo pläntättynä. Body löytää ensimmäisen saitilta, sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kunin täytyy osua, nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Body tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan, hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Body otais kohtaa todella eteellä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarvitsevat trackin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We have a solution for you.
It is time for our second quarter-final game, and it's a team that has a potential home field advantage in ENCE, going up against their Scandinavian brothers in ASTRALIS. ASTRALIS, they narrowly got through despite some shaky and confusing results, while ENCE, they did what they wanted to do to a high enough level, but when I spoke to Snappy in the lobby of the hotel, he was unhappy they didn't go all the way to semi-finals. He had higher expectations for how this all pans out. But ENCE right now, after the major kind of dropout that people expect him to go a step further, they now can redeem themselves on technical home soil. Do we count it? I don't know, how does this work anymore? ENCE is finished as a team?
Yeah, I mean, it's ENCE all over the arena. Everywhere there's fan zones, friends, and 1v1s and activations.
Still
so,
very much Finnish in spirit.
Yeah,
there we go.
They pretty much have, and they also have the coach, obviously Saw, behind them, pulling some strings for the ENCE squad. Yeah. I think they should be a little bit disappointed. I think they should be the favorites going into this tournament, and I understand his perspective being disappointed. But at the same time, they're kind of growing into the tournament. Obvious advantage for the viewers here. They get another ENCE match, hopefully.
Yeah, it's a bonus.
Unless Astralis throw some wrenches in there. But on paper, ENCE is clear favorites.
Yeah, I think you can't really escape that fact, simply because you do have an Astralis team that are not obviously like they were in the past, and they're not even what they were 6 months ago, right? Like, this is a team that's very much in a rebuild state. Yeah. Obviously, some expected Device to be here initially when they announced the roster move and everything, and then obviously the news came out that he wasn't going to be attending with the team after all. So they're playing pretty much with two stand-ins at the time being, which is not ideal.
But I don't think even if Device was here, right, they wouldn't be able to stand up to a man like Son Pius. I've been massively impressed by this guy.
No, and I think he struggled a little bit when he came into the lineup the first time. He didn't really feel like he was the same Sampaios as we saw in Movistar. But now in the recent tournaments and recent matches, he's just becoming more and more, consistently, like dropping 30 bombs. 25 is always on top of the scoreboard, delivering that impact. And, I had some insight from Madden as well, talking to him, and he's the kind of guy that moves players around, making sure to fill the gaps. So he's not just like an AWPer that just sits, hold an angle, and delivers the frags. He actually has impact in organizing and communicating with his teammates throughout the round.
One of the things that I was worried about the most is that in Movistar, he obviously had a slightly different role. Again, still very impactful AWPer, but when he came to the T sides, a lot of the aggression or openings came through other places, like Mopos, for instance. So I was worried about, with Spinks being gone from ENCE and obviously going to Vitality, that ENCE would lack someone to find space for them on the T side. Again, we know D-Hawk can do it, but relying on him solely to do it when he's also functioning on lurks on certain maps, etc., that could prove to be a pretty big issue. But that's where Senpai's probably has impressed me the most, because I knew he was going to be solid on the CT sides, because he always was, and he always has been, and he probably will always continue to be so. But on the T side, the fact that he's actually in positions to find openings and actually being an active participant in ENCE's T side, that's A, credit to Snappy, but also obviously credit to Senpais as well for being able to evolve himself in that sense.
And also Madden, he's picking up more and more entries for them on this event throughout the group stage. He was the best entry fragger on T side specifically. Not so much on the CT, it was Blame, who is going to be his opponent there in the entry duels, I think. Because I was looking at that impact from Blame as well. It's like, it's kind of crazy. It's actually insane how he's not just lurking.
No, he's doing
everything.
Yeah.
He's doing absolutely everything.
Now we're just taking a look at the bracket to show you guys at home exactly where this journey is going for these teams. So as we see it right now, Big will be facing Sprout tomorrow in the opening semi. Then you've got ENCE Astralis. This is the game that's about to happen now, and the winner of that will face Fnatic. A lot of Scandinavian represented. But what is weird here, right? Obviously, Astralis, they don't have what we wanted to see as their full roster. You've got a Fnatic right now who don't have Crims, you know. You have Big here with multiple stand-ins, technically. You can count Sin and Faven coming back in if he is a standing, or however that works out.
It's a maze of stand-ins.
So technically, if you think of like a team like ENCE or Sprout, they should be feeling like they're in the best position to go all the way and go to the grand final on paper, shouldn't they?
Yeah, and it's a huge opportunity. We touched on it on the introduction to the show, the Katowice playing spot, and then with 500, how it could be that next step into that consistently being at tier 1 events, right? And it's a huge deal. It's a huge deal because once you get up there, you're going to get a few more ranking points. So you're going to have a little bit of a time frame where you're continuously going to get invites to these bigger tournaments if you do well at events like this and Katowice, right? So huge deal.
Now, one person I love to hear from when it comes to ENCE, here's the mastermind behind the team. It is Snappy.
Our goals is honestly to come and win. I think actually it will come down a lot to the first day. You have 5 best of ones, and it's kind of where you can get exploited, as one of the top teams, because a lot of these smaller teams might have a pretty narrow but strong map pool. And that means we're going to play a lot of the maps that they are also good on. So I think our success will probably come down to the first day.
He had no idea where he is, and eventually the penny will begin to drop here. Smoke goes on the deep.
I think the biggest obstacle has pretty much been to find out the roles in the team, in the sense that the dynamic changes, right? People talk more, people talk less, and like everything can happen when you do changes.
Only pistols for the rest. No way. Surely not. Surely not. Oh, no.
So I think we've been trying to find each other, try to find the best solutions in order to make space for everyone. It's still an ongoing process, but I think that is, well, in this case and usually the hardest thing, because there's a lot of things that you didn't expect that's there suddenly.
From Denmark, we just constantly get fantastic in-game leaders, and Snappy had the tough task, right, of building this ENCE roster, bringing all these pieces in one together. You lose Spinks, you do it again. You got to give this guy a lot of love, a lot of credit, right?
Yeah, I think their approach to everything has been really good, and they're making the changes at the right time to build for the long term. It's not a short-term fix every time. You know, these are players that essentially were free agents in some senses when they built the lineup, that now are like superstar household names in the competitive scene. So. Yeah. You know, they're doing the right thing, and they're taking the process always long term, and you can see that on their improvement from tournament to tournament, even when they struggled at the beginning of this rebuild.
Yeah, no, but the cool thing is, like, Snappy to many players seem to be kind of like the Dr. Dre of the CS world, in the sense that if you have a problem, he's the one you go see. So if you have players who haven't necessarily performed to the ability or the top of their level, etc., if you get into a Snappy team, you're very, very likely to be able to find consistent performances from yourself. Like, look at Valda, right? Like, before he went into OG, hailed as one of the bigger players, right? Someone who would be the next generation of Danes to really make their mark on the scene. He had a rough time in OG, now back in ENCE, more like his old self.
In my mind, all I've got going through my head now is SWA, Snappy with Attitude. I love it.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's let him roll with that one all the way. But rolling on to the other side of a full Danish side of things, right? Snappy's done what he's done. His things are looking much better for ENCE. It continues to look bad for Astralis. This team we have in front of us, okay, you can say Christo's here, Mistar's here, that it's like just waiting game to see what's going to happen with them. But it feels like there is only one man firing on this team, and it is BlameF. But then people call him BaitF, and he's doing his best to keep him alive.
I mean, he's delivering on the entry part. He's definitely, you know, he's always a great clutcher. He's finding impact in all moments of the game right now. So I don't think it's legitimate to even mention that anymore. I think it's an old, you know, meme or farce or whatever you want to call it, you know. But it should be gone, because he's showing that he is incredibly impactful. Some of these games can go to, like, you know, we saw some of examples of it in this tournament when it doesn't happen, when it doesn't pop off.
Yeah.
They lose 16-1.
Yeah,
you know,
they're
like
just out of it.
They're not even in the game.
Yeah.
So he's just making it competitive and really pulling them into this playoff, as you mentioned before earlier.
Yeah, and honestly, again, if you have someone who's performing at the level that BlameF has been doing consistently for the last 2 years now, and again, he can be so impactful in different kinds of ways. Yeah, sure, it's not always entering, or most of the time it's not. It's a little bit... If other people are not performing on your side, you kind of just have to be okay with him baiting the ever-living crap out of you. Like,
I'll be fine
to a certain extent. If he ends up winning you rounds, yeah, exactly. Like, if he ends up winning you rounds, that's what matters, right? What the manner of how he does it doesn't really affect me at all. Like, I should realize if I'm playing poorly, if I can set up the guy who's just playing at an all-star level, yeah, I'm going to do that. Like, I'm going to take a couple of deaths for the team in order to get us across the line, more so than being miffed about the fact that he's always lost alive. Like, no, that doesn't matter. It's the end result that matters. And BlameF has pretty much been the one consistent positive for this team for God knows how long.
Well, let's see if we can find some more positives with the man that's trying to lead this team to success. It's Glaive.
So our goals and expectations has been like a bit up and down, because if we would have been able to play with Device this time around, I think our expectation would be pretty high, probably aiming for first place or at least going to the grand final. But now that we have to play with another talent player, and now we actually have like both Mr. and Christo playing for us, then I think it's pretty tough. So of course we want to advance from the group stage, and I think that we're a good team and that we should be capable of that still. So I think that's our goal at the moment, and then from there let's see what we can do. Yeah, of course our main focus has been on putting in the new guy into all of our tactics. So we didn't get to make a lot of new stuff, even though we wanted to steal a lot of things from the major. We want to use a lot of our focus on creating new stuff ourselves. But this time around it was mainly about putting in Christo into the stuff that we have, and maybe just changing, tweaking a little bit on the tactics.
Maybe not. Maybe my statement still applies. Zipnix, looking for the A, shut down my knee.
So this is the possibility for us. So we want to give everything we have, and hopefully this can be a bit of a redemption on the 2022 year for Astralis.
And that is what it's all about for Astralis right now. Minimizing these blows, trying to find some positive in the darkness that it is, but waiting for that 2023 roster, right? Here, at least they can do something. They've done well to get to the playoff stage. Did you guys think they were going to be a team that made playoffs, though, considering the teams we had here?
No.
No, not really.
No, I was expecting Complexity to be here, if I'm perfectly honest. But obviously, I guess it's fitting that Astralis were the ones to knock Complexity out of the playoff contention as well. But yeah, I had Complexity here. I didn't have too high hopes for Astralis.
But you know what? It's time for that magic moment. It's time for us to bring our teams onto the stage and get us one step closer to the second quarterfinal.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone here, what a crowd you have been so far, and on just the first day of the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022. Firstly, give it up for yourselves. Honestly, you guys, you make my job easy. All right, I warned you at the start that we had some awesome action in store and that we would be delivering an amazing show. And I think Big versus 500 was a fantastic best of 3. You know, Big came out on top and they looked strong, but 500 provided an admirable performance. Can we give it up for Big and 500? But now, time for something very, very special. It's time for our final quarterfinal of the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022. Everybody in here, are you ready? And with that being said, let me introduce our first team. One moment, everybody. Let's wait for this. Anyway, I'm going to continue. Hopefully this is sorted behind me. It's time to introduce our first team. I think it is fair to say that right now it's pretty cold in the north. In fact, in Espoo, Finland, it's literally freezing. However, there is a team standing backstage right now that are giving off a heat wave of energy. They are the premier Finnish esports organization, founded by a Finn, a legend of the game of Counter-Strike himself. Everybody, you know who they are. Raise the roof for your hometown heroes. They are ENCE! Everybody, introducing their opponents. These guys, their organization, they have been through trials and tribulations. We all know that. But they have worked tirelessly and they still look to recapture their former glory. Right now, they field 3 veterans and 2 new hungry bloods. Everybody, I know it could be hard considering ENCE are on the other side of the stage, but lend them your strength, lend them your support. Everybody, give it up for ASTRALIS! So much for the fantastic reception for both of our teams. Can I get a certain special gentleman from ENCE and a certain special gentleman from ASTRALIS? I'm going to start with this man to my right, Saw. I'm going to try my best here. Hey, Veli.
Hey, Veli.
ENCE, a Finnish organization competing in Finland. You are a Finn yourself. What does it mean, Saw, to be here?
It means a great deal, and it also means a great deal that there's so many people, and I do hope that there's a lot of people also supporting us, so let's see.
And Blame F, on the other hand, you guys you're technically not just against ENCE, you're against this hometown crowd. How do you find that?
Of course, it's never fun to be the underdog in that sense, that the crowd is obviously cheering for the Finnish team, but I think we just have to try to display some beautiful Counter-Strike, hopefully, and maybe people will cheer for that as well.
All right, final question to both of you. If there's anything you'd like to say to your opponents, to the fans watching at home, and the fans in the arena, now is the time.
I mean, let's just enjoy a great match of Counter-Strike today. Let's see good atmosphere overall, so.
And Blame F?
Nothing special, just good luck, and especially to Snappy, because I love that guy.
All right, one final time, everybody, before we make this one live. Give it up for ENCE and ASTRALIS!
Great stuff there from Parla, bringing the energy to the Finnish crowd. It is a pleasure to be here. And obviously, ENCE, with just one Finn on the coaching side, do have this crowd advantage. Blame F having some fun as well, giving out the love, giving out the respect. Smiles on their faces for sure before going into this one, but it'll be war on the server, gentlemen. Now, you've got to preface this that obviously ENCE should have a massive advantage in it. But there is one man that can put an end to all of that in terms of Blame F. But what else do we need to see from this ASTRALIS lineup? Because I'm not looking at Glaive to put up big numbers every time. I'm same for Zip at this point. Can the young guns do this?
I mean, from time to time, I don't think you can reliably expect them to be kind of the ones leading the pack, or I guess leading in addition to Blame F throughout the course of a BO3 series. I think that's a little bit too much to ask for such youngsters. Again, like they don't have the same kind of stage experience that a Sipnix or a Glaive has. So even, yeah, maybe their roles don't necessarily lend themselves to being like the standout fraggers on the side of Sip and Glaive. They still need to basically go one step above.
Yeah.
One thing to mention is obviously Glaive in the interview, he mentioned that they're with the stand-ins, their kind of expectation is past the group stage and then take it from there.
Yeah.
So that will relieve a lot of pressure from these youngsters.
Okay.
Just enjoy this game, take in the experience of playing in an arena, an event. Just enjoy the moment. Whatever happens, happens. I don't think they should go into with the expectations. Yes, they can win, obviously, but just enjoy the moment, have fun on the server, and things will just, you know...
kind of happen.
Yeah, kind of figure itself out in the game. And once you smell blood, then these youngsters are going to feel it and they're going to go for it. But they need to be relaxed and calm in the
100%. And hopefully the experienced players can bring some of that calming ways and give them that ability to feel like that. But when it comes to discovering what ASTRALIS has outside of Mirage, I don't have much confidence in that. Paul, how do you view it?
I mean, I'm kind of leaning the same way as you do, really. Mirage has been proven to be kind of their strongest card, but again, we haven't seen them play it all that much after Config was released from the team. So that leaves you with a little bit of a, I guess, question mark as to what they can play and what they actually have available to them, because we know that ENCE, they don't like to play Inferno. So that's one of the stronger cards for ASTRALIS that's gone out the window. Yeah. Then do you want to rely on Dust 2, a notoriously like flip-floppy map that ENCE are not bad on by any means either? Again, it kind of feels like we're repeating ourselves back to the first quarterfinals in the sense that like ENCE should have a better map pool. They should have more choices. They can lean on more maps than what ASTRALIS can, especially considering the stand-in situation for ASTRALIS.
But it's also the depth, right? It's a question of depth. If the original game plan doesn't work out for ASTRALIS, where do you go from there? Because
you cross fingers and hope that Blame F is firing off.
Yeah, because they've obviously gone through these small details, just you know, kind of like a basic playbook for these youngsters to go through so they don't get overwhelmed coming into this tournament with a bunch of information. It can definitely harm some players, like play of creativity and kind of put themselves out there on the server and showing what they can do with a little bit too many new things in their head. So I think now they've played a little bit. Now they've seen where the mistakes are. They've had a few moments to check, okay, I kind of lost it there, and they have some solutions for it. So definitely need more people to step up. You see here on your screen, like Sampaios versus Blame F. The two top performers of the tournament. I think Sampaios after the group stage was third, if I'm not mistaken, and Chips was second, Blame F first.
Yeah.
So, but this is also like an Opping versus Opping question, just like the previous matchup we mentioned, because this is it's a pretty big gap in levels from Sampaias and Cristo, and no disrespect to Cristo, he's a very young upcoming player that has you know, a lot of potential coming into the future.
But it is just current reality, right?
Yeah.
Like we can't necessarily taking into consideration what Cristo might be in 6 months.
No, that's very true.
The game is being played today, and I think a lot of it is going to fall on BlameF. As you said, like he is the one topping basically the stats going into and having the highest rating going into this match after the group stages. And from him and down to the next Astralis player, there's a significant gap. I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's Sipnix at a 1.0 rating. So there's a 0.40 gap between the first and the second Astralis players. As for ENCE, though, as you mentioned it, Senpais, he was top 3 or something like that.
And then you have Madden after.
Yeah, the top 4 player is Madden. So ENCE definitely have a little bit more, a couple more strings to reliably play off of. Again, we're happy to be surprised by some of the younger talents on the Astralis side, absolutely, but logically speaking, ENCE should have more to kind of back themselves on.
Now, guys, I feel like we've been here before, and we were very positive on 500, and we gave all the reasons why Big wouldn't be able to win, and they just won 2-0.
Yeah.
Are you guys going to do this again to me? We're going to take a look at the veto, and maybe that'll give you a bit of time to understand whether it will be so one-sided, and we'll work out who will be playing on what. But what are you expecting from this? Is there a curveball that can be thrown, or is it just going to be very normal? Because you were throwing a curveball last time.
I think Astralis, I mean, they could go like a few ways. I think it depends how comfortable the youngsters they bring in are on different map, because they could end up in a scenario where they just pick a map where maybe Cristo is more comfortable and they kind of fill in just to gain a little bit extra, you know, stability in their firepower. And gain some comfortability to those players. But it's a very tough veto for Astralis.
Yeah, but this makes sense to me. Again, obviously, different lineup and all that, but last time they played ENCE, they also went with, or they ended up playing Mirage, won that out as well. Config obviously being a big part of that, but they do have probably one of the best Mirage players on Earth in their team in BlameF. And the way he controls Connector is an absolute nightmare to deal with for any T side that they go up against. So feels like they're banking a little bit more on that, but it's also been one of their more played maps as of late. So I think this is more of a comfort thing for them, and I don't think they've had too many options. They could have floated Dust 2, but I mean, I'd say Mirage is a bit of a safer pick than Dust 2 if you're going up against ENCE or anyone really.
Yeah, and ENCE, obviously, there are no slouches on Mirage either, but going into the pick of Ancient, and we have Overpass as the third, as you see on the screen. It looks, I mean, they definitely need to get the first map. Let's just put it that way.
Astralis, yeah, absolutely.
On that note, I think they need to almost push it to a third if they're going to have a chance in this series, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Yeah, Ancient looks to be a little bit rough. Obviously, they had that absolute horrifying experience of playing 500 in the group stage, lost 16-1. Yes, they started T-side. Now they will have the opportunity to start on the CT sides. But one of the things that kind of unlocked Ancient for Astralis previously was config.
Yeah.
Having config basically wide swing out into mid, get 2 entry frags, and then let Blame sort out the rest. That kind of worked for them to the point where they were averaging anywhere between 6 to 8 T rounds on Ancient, which very few teams were able to replicate. Now they don't really have that to fall back on. So where are they going to find their T rounds from? That's my big question. Ancient, we know that ENCE have liked it ever since it was released. They've played it a ton, and they also seem to have a pretty good idea of how to play on both sides. They're not necessarily like a juggernaut when it comes to their T sides, but their CT side is pretty reliable.
Now, you guys have been picking out some of the main factors we want to look at when we're discussing this game, discussing this matchup here. So we're going to get to our key points, and obviously your opening one is the
home turf advantage.
Very obvious one, right? And it still perplexes me in the fact that you're going, oh yeah, home field advantage, where only one guy from Finland's there. But they should all be
but they're loving it still. I mean, they are getting hyped up. They are cheering for ENCE, which, I mean, it isn't a surprise with who is behind the organization and everything, who is a legend, a Finnish legend of the game. And obviously, that will help them in difficult moments to get that extra energy. It's not going to be, you know, when things are down, the audience always has that opportunity to kind of give them energy and pick them up. And you kind of get that sense of pride and want to deliver something good to them as well. So that's definitely something that can bring, you know, that extra 10-15%.
Yeah, and I think it's just like a nice thing to obviously not have the crowd against you. Again, BlameF was hoping that they're going to cheer for good Counter-Strike, which I'm sure they will, but they're still going to be leaning in the favor of ENCE. And as the second one, T-side woes for Astralis. throughout the group stage, they picked up 20 rounds on the T side, and that's an average of 4.
Yeah.
Not ideal. On the side of ENCE, I think it was closer to 40.
Yeah,
so
38.
they've definitely had more variety in their T side play. They had more success in general, and that was like having an 11 T side half versus Havu on Nuke, for instance. So they haven't necessarily played easy team maps, to put it that way, because they don't play Inferno.
No, but it's always this question also. They obviously have Glaive and they have BlameF, who are probably two of the most legendary like in-game leaders right now in CSGO. On the Danish side, like two very experienced and seasoned in-game leaders. So it is a little bit like, why is this? You know,
yeah,
like,
why are they struggling?
Because even when they were playing with full lineups, they had some struggles on T sides on maps that weren't Mirage, for example. They just couldn't get it going. It felt stale once they lost an entry. They didn't have anyone to kind of pick that up, like you were mentioning with config. So that's kind of where I'm seeing it. And then obviously BlameF is a topic of discussion.
The one-man army.
I do like that one. Yeah. That one, just one-man army, physically and on the server.
Yeah, exactly. He's the size of a tank, and he's kind of bulldozing people on the server as well, and they need that.
Shall I try pick him up? Do you think that's we've done it with Jonathan?
I think he might hurt your back.
I reckon I can do it. I think that's a good test.
We'll see if he's up for it.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is very Finnish. That's one thing I've learned here so far, is they love a little drinky drink and get themselves ready from CS. That might create more of the roars and cheering and chanting for it all.
It's just a survival tactic, to be honest.
Yeah, gotta get through the cold somehow.
Yeah.
So that's how I should survive, guys.
Yeah. Sauna and a cheeky drink.
Sauna, couple of drinks in there, everything will be good. You'll stay fully ready and warm for it all. But it's going to be a requirement for these players to be ready and warm going into the game and into the server. And I actually think, you guys were touching on this Mirage side of things. If you can get a good start here for Astralis, it could get competitive. But are you just thinking that ultimately ENCE should even be better on Mirage?
I mean, I think Mirage is a much fairer 50-50. I'd say, on average, if you let them play out 10 games, ENCE are probably going to win out more often than not. But with current iteration of Astralis, obviously, but I think this is probably the best chance Astralis have to kind of extend the series, but I do have a hard time seeing how they'll actually make it out if we make it to a third. But I will say, given the maps that were left and everything, the fact that they end up on Overpass, it's not a map that's been very kind to ENCE as of late. They haven't played it a ton, even though they were good at it in the past with the older lineups. They haven't really refound that success with the new lineup, and Astralis, they might have a fair chance there, but yeah.
It's all about getting there, and that might not be possible. We'll find out if they can grab the first map. It's time for us to go into our opening game here between ENCE and Astralis. We're moving on into it, and we've got Jay and Dweg to rock the mic once again. Take it away, boys.
Well, here we are, folks. The hometown heroes about to take to the stage in ENCE in Espoo. And on the other side, one of the most decorated names in all of Counter-Strike. Even though the roster itself might not have been as quite successful recently, they're still biting for a chance to go to the semi-finals, Dwayne.
Indeed they are. And looking at even Mirage coming through, it's been a map that we've seen quite a bit in head-to-heads. We've seen an overtime victory to come through from ENCE previously. We've seen a 16-13 victory for Astralis. So starting out on map number 1, we even saw Mirage for both teams in the group stage.
That's one of the key things to notice, right? We have got a number of matches on record between these two sides. So the history might indicate that Astralis have the edge in terms of their own individual map-ups and the best of threes all going towards their direction. However, you have to consider what we've seen over the course of the group stage, what we've seen from ENCE and Astralis coming into this event. And for me, I reckon ENCE are on the front third.
No, I think so. I still think we might be going the distance, though. I think this is actually a best-of-3 series, which we could see all 3 maps to go all the way to that finale. I look at Mirage. We saw it as the last best-of-1 for ENCE in the group stage, up against Big, getting away with a 16-9. And Astralis going to OT against B&E on Mirage, too. Of course, a victory for their sake.
And of course, ENCE in this position now, where the people are backing them up. Espoo, it's time to get started into our second quarter-final matchup between ENCE and Astralis. As we get on to Mirage, Astralis' own map pick, Denmark against Finland. As we get to the pistol round into the mid-control for 2 players at the T-side basis.
Even some pies are just trying to see if he can spot for some information. You got a slight info play, a slightly aggressive maneuver coming through from Snappy on the tail end of the balcony. Very passive from Astralis, though. They've got Mister that can put up some nades towards the top of connector. Everybody else is going to be siphoning off to mid.
Early smoke sent down as some Pius will kick things off. BlameF dead towards that mid control. All important with Valde also leaning in towards that ladder room. was spotted out. Again, information to be gained as Christo now makes his move in. One of the newer guys here for this Astralis side. Glaive, however, picks up a trade back, so a 4-on-4 is gained.
A good pressure being applied out towards ladder, but while that's happening, Dia spots that bomb control, drops it in the open.
Looking for a bit more as well. Glaive backed up with that Glock. Seems to press back here at jungle as Dia's nowhere to fight. Looks back towards the catwalk and almost gets Zipex, but not quite landed the headshot. So even standing once again, the trades are decent enough for Astralis' camp. And the HP advantage also sits with them.
Now, some Pius has to be quite deep here. Even Snappy to move out from the balcony could start being able to apply a little bit more pace down towards a bomb position.
Mister's caught off Marden, and now the A site is pretty opened up. That bomb was dropped on the short control. Snappy will try to take it back. Does see the player, but unable to get the kill. Some Pius now at 15 HP, but now Snappy's in the open. Spots a player out there, but Zipex still gets the casualty. And now Astralis can plant the bomb. A 1-on-3 situation for some Pius, and Astralis will look to get the start.
Decent patience there coming through from Astralis. ENCE had a lot going for them with that bomb being dropped and the opening kill to come out from mid. But not to be. Astralis regaining that territory, ending up splitting back towards A. Notice the way they try and drive as far out of connector as possible. Don't give that sightline forward to the likes of Snappy. And some Pius just has to hold on to the Kevlar. Astralis gets started.
All-important pistol on their own map pick. And I can see this one going to 3 maps here, even though I favour ENCE overall. I reckon Astralis will give them a decent shot at it. And indeed, they will take the pistol to start things off on their T side half. That's all encouraging for the Danes.
You think about the veto too. Astralis' second highest pick map in the pool is Mirage. Nuke was an option for both teams. Both teams actually really like Nuke. It's the highest played map in the pool for them both. It's just that, do you want to play Nuke against one another? And that's why we even saw it getting banned out in the process. Neither team wanting to have the exploitation of Nuke.
Great sequences from Zipex, of course, able to get those 2 kills in to secure the bomb site. You'll be looking towards those veterans to lean on. Again, that core of 3 individuals been playing for so long together. Only really a 1 man that stands out above the rest there for the Astralis side, so good to see Zipex having the early start in this one. Some Pius trying to force out something against Blame F, the man in question. That Mac-10 does win out the firepower battle. Automatic versus Semi. Now Valde holding a crossfire here towards the B site, trying to get some heads cleaned up, but nothing's gained here by ENCE.
And knowing that Snappy's fallen, that should be the round pretty much over and done with. And Dia might be able to get a return frag out here from Market, but they're siphoned out of the bomb site. Even Valde should be retreating.
Shots ringing out, desperate to get something out of this one, but so far so little. Plant will be secured by Glaive, and from here, ENCE is best to hold on to that Kevlar, like you mentioned in the previous pistol. The conversion not quite working out for them. They're ill aware of the Mac-10 inbound, though. Blame F able to get himself 2 kills. Make a decent amount of cash out of it. Valde at least with 1 trade, but shouldn't find much more here. It should be shoot 2-0 for Astralis.
I don't know, the guys on the desk were talking about Astralis on the T side. Haven't seen many rounds being gained. This is a different environment, though. Yes, we were in the studio portion over the last couple of days, but now we're here with a crowd, up against them too. This is the opportunity of seeing the Astralis that we know, the Astralis that can be able to perform. And looking at both of the matches that got played on Mirage in the group stage, we saw a very heavy CT side for ENCE and Astralis. So any good performance, a few opening rounds, just some early momentum could be the grand ticket here from Astralis on their map pick.
Well, the true start for me will be when the rifle rounds come around. So far, pistol and conversion just being won out by Astralis pretty effectively. I mentioned in the pre-match interview as well that their expectations have been all up and down the shot with this event. Here and now, setting the pace. Again, guns versus pistols should be a formality. Should be seeing 3-0 for those rifles to come forward for ENCE in the next round. See whether they can put any damage on the board.
And maybe it sets themselves up to be a dark horse, Jay. Anytime you've got a team without pressure that's coming into it without maybe high expectations from what we know previously, sometimes that's a little bit of a push.
And pushing themselves to try and win out the mid control. Very passive from the ENCE side, more of a B-centered defensive. 3 players out here in total. Valde just jumping for information. And very little has been seen here. Astralis pretty passive on their own right.
Yeah, ENCE came in so damn close to being able to come first in their group to go straight in towards those semi-finals, having an overtime loss on Ancient to Sprout. So that one victory was actually the reason of why they're here in the quarterfinals rather than the semis.
And of course, Sprout waiting on the other side of the bracket. Let's be the winner of that big matchup, so we'll get to see the German organization clash later on over the course of tomorrow. For today, Marden has domed in Blame. That's a hell of a start. There's an AK to play with now.
Now, there's some workability. They'd love to be able to get another pick. Some spam with that AK comes in closer towards Glaive. And now the shift of the stack from B starts moving over towards CT spawn.
Good idea to pass that AK off to the player with the helmet and Kevlar. Scout also setting for some pies to provide some backup. They've got utility being sent down. The HGs, the smoke's inbound. Zipex just tapping his way. Blinded. Martin gets the headshot. It's a 5-on-3. And ENCE bringing this round back slowly. Glaive has something to say about that, though. That's one pick onto Snappy. But some pies instantly in with a scout. Christo caught off. Dink down, but does get a casualty back. Galil in for Mistar. Dealt with by Martin's Deagle. Continuing to strike. 1-on-2. Christo so low. 11 points of HP. Martin picks him up. And they should have time for this defuse here.
Oh, mate, what a round coming through from Martin with the dig out of all weapons. Gets so much to go into the favor of ENCE. All of that impact, all of that rotating position to come through from CT. And Martin looks at easy. That's a lot of confidence from him.
Yeah, definitely so. Deagle striking so effective. Perfect headshot placement from him. So much, not only in the jungle position, but also back here, edge of the smoke stuff. You could barely see the man. And everything else fell apart here for the Astralis camp. Work to be done, and of course, a massive steal for ENCE here.
And knowing we saw a couple of steals out in that last series that Big were able to find, ENCE have done exactly that. Onto the opening rifle round. Dia gonna get aggressive up to top mid.
Spray down, potentially against 2 or 3 players, in fact. That's Astralis falling apart. Deagle back in for Blame, does get 1 to return as 2 AKs left in play for Astralis, but a 4-on-2 to deal with.
And what a perfect timing that is from D-Hut to get aggressive, to put pressure up there towards top mid. And even Valde, with the 2-man advantage, is going for an info play to aggress them to Titan.
And siphon them off, surely. Should hear these footsteps in a moment's time. Indeed it is. Zip does not know how dead he really is. Blame F now, 1-on-4 to try and work into this round. As fantastic as he is, I don't think it's going to happen.
Not at all. This is a tough ask for the big man. The best that he can hope for is an opening entry out towards CT spawn, try and get a bomb plant, get some extra money into the bank. ENCE, though, just have that jump spotter, and now the ghost has already been given up.
They're trying to back away, but even the backstab coming in from Valde. M4 is posted, ready to receive the man. And Blame F, again, similar story towards Zip, has no idea how much trouble he's really in until it finally faces. And Valde will bring in the even standing for the ENCE side.
A couple of ex-teammates of Valde and Glaive playing together on SKX and Heroic. So quite a few lineups and quite a few years that those two were teaming together.
Here and now on the big stage with Astralis. 2 apiece to the board. ENCE have clapped back to the pistol conversion very easily here, and they'll get an eco round as well.
ENCE just looking to get as much out of this as possible. And I think it shows how much of a setup that anti-eco round still really is. You make it 2, then it becomes 3, then you start edging yourself with a lead.
There's not much Astralis can really do here in this particular round. They'll play it slowly, as you would expect. These HGs are so ready to put up towards that top mid position, though. Valde, Incendiary is also coming down towards underpass. Held at the short control, not quite getting Zipex. That HG down on towards Christo instead. Glaive got tagged. And Dia leans forward to that M4. Just hunting for these kills, and one does go the way of Valde in the end.
And just allow themselves to keep that pressure on, to keep the eyes down towards that mid control, to disrespect anything that these pistols are going to gain.
2 left standing, 1 left standing. Some Pious, plenty of money gained out of that round. The bomb dropped in mid means that while Zipex might have the B site, he does not have a bomb plant and doesn't have anything worth of anything here for the Astralis side. ENCE now hold the lead.
And this for Astralis is a way to counter back, to be able to put themselves up into a rifle round again. You look at their track record on Mirage, it's pretty healthy in the last 3 months. 6 wins and 2 losses.
3 rounds that are 2 taken by Astralis. And you mentioned the T-side difficulties that Astralis have had over the last couple of days here in the Masters. I wonder if that's going to come to effect with the rifle basis gain. Pistol and conversion comes easy again. It's when the guns get brought out that things start to get challenging for them. Posted up here towards that mid control. Got 1 player swinging in from underpass. That's Martin. So just towards Glaive. Hell of a flick back. He read it coming. He deals with the opening kill.
Even Dia knows that there's an explosion out towards A main. This is very quick indeed, and Valde catches off Christo.
Support has arrived, 5-on-3. Snappy finding Blame F, meanwhile, reducing Astralis to just 2 players. Zipex and Mistar alone, close to each other, but very different positions, and ENCE is closing in the pincers against them. There's no way out from here.
Not at all. Dia even spots a slight little shoulder. Astralis are just hoping for a mistake, hoping for an overextension.
Burst through blind sprays. Eventually Zipex gets caught. There's all to Mistar, 1-on-5. Does get 1 exit and a 2nd kill. All right, that's decent. But 2 HP, backstab closing in. Dia will close it out. Bringing number 4 now for the ENCE side.
Now, only the third event with the youngster of Mr. standing into the team with both the RMR and the Showdown. So an opportunity to get more out of him, Jay. His 30th map on land today.
What a round to celebrate it as well. A map victory would also be pretty nice as well.
That would be a juicy bonus.
ENCE in control of this situation. Astralis down to pistols once again.
ENCE being able to bring that big green in towards the mid-control. Sunpius and Ko to work off one another.
Incendiary Stones, nades missing out. Sunpius lands that first shot, looking for the second. Did spot out Christo. Where he is, USP going to get brought to the fold, but the P250 wins that fight instead, so even man standing, and now a big green gun to play with. D is going to mark him off, but I think Christo's going to get away alive.
Ooh, decent work coming through from Christo. The AWPer stepping up with a recovered big green, and now there's workability in the round. You've got another player in T-Spawn, the mid presence, and of course, the man advantage.
How about the smoke phase? Valde is revealed, and he doesn't get the second pick. Glaive able to respond. 3 on 2, but now the backstab in from Snappy. He's going to get the most important kill, or is he? Can't get a bomb carrier here. Glaive is forced to hide in the corner, and that HE should take him down.
He's a goner. Nothing he can do there at all. And now Snappy's just going to try and play time. There's still a minute on the clock.
2 on 2 situation. Still got that AWP in play for Christo. A spanner in the works. A wild card in this round. He'll try press back in to grab that bomb. The CTs will back away themselves.
Yeah, Christo's hoping that his teammate is going to be able to siphon something off, that Blame F can get into a good position on a backstab. With 40 seconds left, he might be able to pincer through towards jungle. Deer on the other side does catch him off.
They're leaving it all to Christo. Zor picks it up off a dead CT player. ENCE allowing him this clutch potential, but not much potential at that. 25 seconds, 34 HP, and a 1 on 2.
Very possible he gets the bomb down. You see Snappy's position out here towards short, gives himself some coverage to get over to the default angle. Christo, what's he made of?
Going for a plant down, open for short. Snappy quickly adjusts. Footsteps are all you need to hear, and you know what's going on. Dealing with them effectively. Decent damage done there by Astralis, and not too terrible considering the pistol basis. But not around for them, and ENCE continue to build the money line.
And this is a CT round streak with not many bomb plants, Jay, which means what we're going to end up being in, if this continues, is a buy eco. Buy eco, more momentum, more rounds, more of a tally for ENCE to work with. And they've got a lot of cash farmed up in these last couple.
Yeah, Astralis would really do well with gaining a round out of this one, but again, Sunpius wins the AWP battle in mid. M4 sprays a bit awkward for Dia, but it's worse for Mistar. The kill goes the way of the CTs, but Blame F is able to respond. Still a 4 on 3 for ENCE here.
And now even Glaive puts a little bit more of that stance in towards the apartments. Player up on the other side, the M4 peeks through. Damage gets done with the dink off, so Glaive's down to 9, but he responds. Snappy to fall.
Brings it to an even man standing, but it is an easy trade for ENCE. AWP for Sunpius now posted and ready to receive. Crack angles held by both sides. What are they playing at here, Astralis?
Well, they're just waiting for a reaction. You realize the idea that there's plenty of time left on the clock. We're down Glaive with HP. Let's wait to see if ENCE put an info play forward. Now, you've got Valde getting slightly aggressive towards A main. You've got the AWP from Sunpius playing by himself towards that short control. He's just waiting for a sound cue, some nades to come out of the apartments before he can filter back into looking to apps. But this is a good play from Valde. This is actually going to split the defense, allow Madden to get closer towards a mid control and look towards connector rather than A at all.
Still going to be that B-pop, though, and Sunpius' AWP is all that tries to hold it down. Smoke and flash combination, well-placed and well-timed, catching them off, and Glaive is forced forward. Sunpius lands him, looks for the second man, does not quite catch the crack. Should allow the bomb plant here, but it's a 3 on 2 for the retake.
Now, they can play this retake heavy. You've got nades, you've got a man advantage, and you've got that backstab out to the apartments. Astralis still yet to get the bomb plant.
Trying to see if they can bait a CT forward, but they're not going to give it up here. The backstab also inbound means that the longer they take, the more this is going to go the way of ENCE. Zipex and Blame F with a world of work to do. Sprays through for Martin on the smoke, does catch a tag. Not quite the casualty just yet. The Incendiary, however, should force that player away from the van position. He's been spotted as well. Valde can call that information in, but the second T-side player is still an unknown entity. Both back at bench though, Valde looks in, Zipex gets caught. All their backs are turned. The bomb's not even planted for Blame F right here. He's looking, engaging, and Valde still wins the fight. ENCE on a roll.
Nicely done there. You can see what Astralis are trying to do. Beta set up forward. Allow themselves to have 2 out towards that bench control. The first player peeks out in the open, hoping that Blame F can play the time. Not to be. This round streak continuing.
Feeding off the energy and feeding off their confidence here. ENCE Very good duels in mid to set up that round, and as you mentioned before, heavy retake setup from the CT side. 6 in a row as a result. But the bomb plant did get secured, so Astralis will have a buyback.
And just knowing that ENCE can just feel so much going their way, so much positivity. Fast out of the gate towards A main, actually. They cancel just because of the counter nades.
Yeah, Marden tagging 2 players low. Meanwhile, Valde on the other side of the map strikes on Glaive. Zipex and Mistar are going to have a bit of a challenge ahead of them. BlameF trying to strike out towards short. Detected by Dia. Did that damage, and Valde can finish off the job.
It just looks so tempo-based within the first 20 seconds of the round. How many times have we seen from ENCE fighting mid, fighting short, fighting connector? They want to engage in these very early duels, put the pressure onto Astralis.
That's what they're doing. Every time they lose out these man advantages, even if there's a trade back, it's a 4-on-4, then somehow ENCE able to strike with a further on from that. And here they stand, trying to set up a scavenged pick, a split in towards the A site. Marden just jump facing with the AK involved. There's CTs that are rotating away just in case. Zipex has got to find a kill here.
A very disciplined for ENCE to not be over-peaking. Even a slight jiggle there from Marden. It costs him HP, but it's info.
Dia and Sumpires can get those trades back. Dia forcing right forward in towards Christo, who can get a trade, but he's in a 1-on-5, and is 1 out of 5. He needs to clutch this. And position reveal back towards the short position. AWP leans forward, does give up another good life, but not a good round for ENCE still. 7 to the board. Astralis are very heavily struggling here. The pistol and conversion were great, but it's been all ENCE since.
Well, where's BlameF? That's the big question. Coming into this sort of game, knowing that you're the highest rated player in the event, 5 maps, positive 40 KD difference, and a 1.40 rating, you need the absolute most. You need him at full force if you want to keep this competitive. And unfortunately for him, we've seen a couple of trade frags, we've seen some impact up there in top mid, but not the impact we saw in the group stage.
And that comes to the question of who's going to step up to fill those shoes, or will BlameF wake up at this particular stage? They're mentioning it on the desk, right? A one-man army, and that means that if that one man can't be the army, then suddenly you've got almost nothing to work with, and that's the key concern here for Astralis. It's the key concern not only for this matchup but also for their entire tournament standing, and ENCE are exploiting that in whole. Back down to pistols will go.
And for ENCE, the longer this round streak keeps going, the more of the likelihood the steal starts opening up the horizon here on Mirage. And one of the maps that for ENCE, they don't play all that often when it comes to map picks, but a map that still gets floated in best of 3 contexts. Even the first pick out from DR, successful again with a couple of kills.
Flying past the smoke and Mistar and all, kept that spray together. Not a lot of Kevlar to try and fend off against that spray, of course, for Astralis. Doing decent damage to Valde elsewhere, so they do get some return potential, but still no kills.
Zip trying to see if he can push himself forward towards the city spawn angle, and Dia, he just creates another.
USP pulled out against the next man, doesn't quite make it work against BlameF, but Valde's there with the Molotov. Puts it down and puts him down as well. Glaive, now the one in the clutch situation. Bomber's at least on his back, but I don't even see him getting a plant here.
Should be unlikely. ENCE going to be able to get towards A and just try and keep those double AKs in play. Make sure that neither Snappy or Valde goes down. And Glaive's going to try and attack from a different angle, come in from top mid, try and see if he can insert himself into connector.
Making a lot of noise to this, but does cut it off towards the mid control. I think that Valde might have caught a bit of a footstep, though. He certainly has now. Call it in. They're on the way towards short. Snappy engaging, bursting down, tapping on to try and connect the killing blow. He hasn't really got much less than a tank, and indeed Glaive will drop outside of the site. 6 to the good right now for ENCE. And it truly is looking easy for ENCE, Dweg.
Even for Astralis, whether you take the notion of the struggles on T-side in this event, last 3 months we've seen a round win percentage of 43.7 on Mirage, so it's always been fairly decent. They have not been able to get started since that opening portion, and it just builds more and more pressure on which one of these rifle rounds is going to be the one that ends it.
Ops in on both sides. M4's engaging for the mid control for Dia. Smoked off, slight gaps to play with, nothing that will really have much impact, and a nade not quite as perfectly placed as they want it to be. Blind as bats, can't see anything towards mid control on either side. Meanwhile, Astralis form up for the set piece.
Now you've got the AWP bearing down out to the apartments. That's an opening spot of information. Just with the slight lurk, Martin might get a little bit more aggressive behind that back triple position. He's got a teammate towards under Balca Valde.
Smokes at the ready. Martin just jump facing, seeing the flashes coming over. Valde backed up at Dark. AK in, spray not quite landing. The Molotov does do. Smokes in, and Dia will catch BlameF anyway. Mistar with a decent trade back. Martin holding his nerve. 4-on-4 scenario.
And Zip's just hoping to try and get this trade back. Try and drop the player out towards CT spawn, but Glaive deals with Snappy on the short play.
Perfect burst for him. The M4 back for Martin, dishing out significant damage, but still not the kill against Christo. Dia will look to try and strike, but Martin is getting picked up. Now Sun Pius, his AWP in from short, catches a crack angle out towards Connector, and now Christo's going down, 2-on-2.
Even getting the bomb plant, it's gonna have to be out in the open. Try and plant it open for CT. You've already got Zip that's aggressed further forward.
Plant down, forcing Dia and Sun Pius forward. The M4 AWP combination, is it worth it to upgrade to an AK for the AWP? Might not need to here. Dia's already looking to strike.
They've got nades. They can put an incendiary out towards default. Try and see if they can force that first individual out.
HG's down as well, but Zipex catches Dia. Mistar burning, dealt with by Sun Pius. And now looking for a rifle. M4 back in his hand. Smoke on the bomb. He knows where Zipex must be. The Molotov comes in, but it's smoked off there. Extinguished. Sprayed through. Zipex can't catch it. And Sun Pius is at least off the bomb. But the M4 looks to swing, and he gets the kill for it. What a hold that was from 2-on-4, and still take control.
Oh, massive. Sun Pius just hear the roar and hear the success continuing to battle out. Just when it looked like it was done. Just when Glaive gets this one kill towards Connector and out to the short control, it looks like it's a finished entity. But Sun Pius and Dia somehow just bring together another round to add to the tally.
It felt like Zipex was going to hold on to it as well, but Sun Pius coming into his zone had some question marks surrounding him in his initial ousting towards the ENCE side, but here he stands second top of the board and looking in to even extend that even further here. Incendiary Stone, the AWP does get smoked off. At least they don't get mid-control because Dia has BlameF marked.
And the big man drops very early on again. And now Christo trying to see if he can put some impact out towards that ladder room position, try and see if he can catch any of the CT's repositioning. Even Dia towards Connectors, just trying to peer through the smoke.
The M4's in. The AK of Glaive watching, engaging alongside Zipex to catch Sun Pius, but Dia is not dead yet, and he holds the man advantage for ENCE as a result. Astralis, progress suppressed back in the mid-control. They're just forced to rotate away.
And now, even the mid-control, because you're exploiting it, because you're going further back, is still a lack of information on what's happening elsewhere. Martin, aggressive out towards A-ramp. He does have the off angle. It's whether he can catch off Mister with the shadow advantage. M4 around the corner, does get jiggled.
Does fall back for it. Did see him making his way back in towards the aggressive ramp angle. You're watching out for the pallet entrance just in case. Molotov sent back towards Dark, and he'll sit there with Snappy out in the open, trying to protect his teammate with no further aggression from Astralis.
He's still got Zip trying to see if he can come up towards Underpass or even to the apartments. Now you have Valde playing out towards a B site. It's all about this initial spot on contact. Even Dia's now set up a crossfire.
M4 tucked in, Dia held away. Crossfire locked on for the CT, so again keeping our eyes on shore just in case, but it's all out to the apartments. Distraction held, and Valde holds his nerve the same, finds 1, 2, not quite the third just yet, but Christo is completely surrounded. Reload allowed, and a clutch that should not go his way, as it has not done for Astralis at all today. 10-2 for ENCE.
And Valde, nearly 500 maps played on LAN, and we know how experienced he can be in these sort of climates, in these situations. And that's just class, isn't it? That's a bit of quality. You're up 9-2 and you still got the trigger discipline. You've still got the ability to just strangle, to give no hope forward to Astralis. 10 rounds, big ones in a row.
It really has been in a row, hasn't it? Back to pistols will go. No bomb plant bonus for Astralis. Their set piece utility in a true set piece towards the A site. And Sun Pius is locked and loaded. Shots ringing out, but not quite connecting. Martin is on the stairs, and Glaive will try to catch him off guard, but looking in towards jungle, has no idea how close the CTs really were. That's an easy pick to find.
And Martin can even try and work at the gap of the smoke. Another kill gets presented. A little bit of aggression down towards CT. Already gets cancelled.
That 4-on-3 scenario. Bomb denied by Dia. Are you expecting any less at this stage? Mistar certainly is. Deagle strikes back, looks for a bit more. Top of the ticker, sees where the man is and brings it into a 2-on-2. Catches Valde next and should secure the bomb down, but he's still got Sun Pius, his USP, leaning in with the AWP pulled out as well. Close quarters against one, and the far range of BlameF will keep control for Astralis, break the streak and bring in 3.
That comes down to one of the youngest players we've got in this entire playoff bracket, Jay. Mr. the 18-year-old. What a deagle display from him just when they were looking for some X Factor. Just when Astralis were looking for something, some breathing room to find a round. It's the young man. What a step up.
One of the key things we're following for Astralis, this new blood being brought in. Yes, they might be stand-ins for now, but this could be the future of the team. They're all from Astralis talent, of course. Academy team.
Yeah, his first pro team was Astralis talent. At least for Christo, we'd seen him before. We'd seen him on other Danish rosters. For Mr., we had no idea about him.
Here he stands up in this round to be the difference maker for Astralis 4 now. Will he be the difference maker for permanency? Is yet to be seen. I mean, he is currently top of the board by a single frag, which might be a difference for the time being. Whether it carries forward to the rest of this matchup, we'll find out. ENCE did just score 10 rounds in a row, though. So for Astralis, it's right to take a moment to reset the mental game and, of course, realize that you're still up against the rifle round here.
And even if they win this one, there's still a decent money floater for another buy in round 15 for ENCE. They're not going to be completely crippled. Blame F out towards top mid, trying to put some nades down. Some Pius actually looking for an AWP pick towards Ram.
Just posted up here. Not receiving anything for now. Astralis have decided to slow this whole game down. Probably is the right call to make. Need to force out a mistake from ENCE and hope that one comes their way. All they're seeing are smokes and misplays, and Martin will not extend far enough to give Zipex the kill that he wants.
He had Christo just posted out there towards the apartments, waiting for a jump spotter, but instead just gets smoked off. Nothing that he could do about that at all. Zip is hoping for some legs, a slight little walk down towards this ramp control. Even the drop down, that would have been heard.
Smoke comes in immediately for Martin. Doesn't want to take the challenge, just stall the timer. ENCE needs to get the right kill at the right moment if they can let it run down to the last second. That bomb is looking to try and commit here towards the A site anyway.
Just knowing that now Astralis is starting to take this underpass control, Glaive's going to have to try and really help out this AXE. It all comes down to the entry towards Ram.
Flash is sent, Orps watching. Molotov sent in, Martin's tucked away. M4 in place still, spray back Zipex, catches the headshot. Pius leading forward, the perfect responsive against Blame F. He's gonna get forced out with Glaive's flank coming in against two players, strikes against them both and reduces ENCE to 2, but Valde is still trading, edge of the smoke stuff to an even man standing.
Even getting that bomb down now, has to be planted open for Connector. Mr. might not have that information, and now it's just time stalling.
Flash is going over to buy a bit of breathing room here for Astralis. Bomb has been recovered. Will look to go down. You're right about that Connector plant. Valde and co should realize what's going on as Snappy picks up Glaive. It's all to Mistar again, a 1-on-2. AK in his hands this time. It's raised awkward. Adjustments there for Valde. And now Snappy's on the back foot, swinging into Mistar. Out in the open, the Dane wins the fight. And Astralis connect 2 in a row.
Mistar was the 3rd lowest rated player in the group stage. But my goodness, is he delivering on the big stage. This is a great few rounds from him. And that's just got to give so much confidence forward, because it's a tough ask to stand in for Astralis, to be up here in front of a Finnish crowd. But my goodness, Jay, 2 clutches in a row for him.
As the old adage goes, pressure can make dust into diamonds or diamonds into dust. And right now, Mistar is a diamond in the rough. Beauty of a round from him, and to follow up with a deagle play and everything, right? Like, he's having a monstrous start here. As we look to close out the second half on a high note for Astralis, ENCE will most certainly be in the lead. But this is throwing a new spanner into the works.
Yeah, definitely more T rounds than we saw in some of their games against 500 and Fnatic, both on Overpass and Ancient. Only 1 T round was gained on that first half start for them. So while it might not be the biggest breathing room in the world, it's a step up, it's a little bit more success. ENCE though, they're coming back with another rifle.
Orbs in for Pius, and we saw a little bit of his potential in that previous round. Fast default's trying to set him for the opening pick, and he's looking in towards Palace. Going to have to adjust towards Ram very quickly here. Madden's reading there might be something in play. Sees one player into the smoke, and Mistar gets picked up.
And Madden catching that timing, obviously having the sound cue up from his teammate. And Christo's expecting a little bit more of an emphasis, a bit more of a press to come out from that Palace position. Instead, it's Dia to try and fight for Connector. Look at the damage onto Blame F.
10 HP for him, and Dia is aware of that damage. To lean forward and spot one more of Glaive. Adjustments right on point. And ENCE are in a 5-on-3.
Now, Glaive just sitting out in the open, trying to make an off-angle work, trying to see if they can find a return frag up to A. Doesn't come out at all. And Dia might even try and fight again.
Trying to suppress them out of this particular stage. Mid-control now being much more established from Astralis. Still down by 2 players, though. Smokes in, flashes at the ready. M4 looking away from it, expecting them to come forward. Christo does catch Martin. That's 1 trade back. Needing a little bit more, though. Dia's hunting for the man. He should pick him up.
Blame F trying to see if he can exploit himself in towards window. Dia being forced out the open, does get dropped by Zips, and now there's workability, and now there's a backstab.
And this round is winnable, and they're completely unawares of this position, or are they? Market position checked by Snappy. Blame F too focused on the window to check the door. And now they make their way into the A site control where Sumpire stands alone, but the AWP in his hands sees the first man. That's information called out.
And look at the reposition. Get out towards triple. Give himself a different angle to drop the bomb.
Round should be over from here. Zipex being flanked now in from the short position. 20 seconds to the clock, and there it is. Sumpire set to close. An 11-4 half for ENCE on the CT side of Astralis' map pick.
What a performance in from ENCE. After they were down 0-2, they responded in such an avenue, and it just shows how rock solid they were.
And rock solid is what they'll need to be to close out this map up. We'll take a break and see what they can do on the T side.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, what a hell of a half for ENCE thus far. 11-4 is what we see at the turn of their CT half. And the idea that Astralis didn't do much to try and hold their own contention, Blake, I have a bad feeling about how the second half is going to go, especially if they lose the pistol round.
The idea that Mr. was negative 21 KD difference and a 0.85 rating in the group stage, he comes through and he's a highlight guy on their map pick. That should not be the case. I mean, fair play to the youngster because he's performing very well, but we should be looking at guys like Blame, maybe a Zip, to step up to the challenge, and we're not quite seeing the vets.
And the big guns, the star players of this squad, not burning bright, burning out at this stage. And that might be a concerning factor for Astralis. Again, this is their map pick. You could argue that they kind of need to win Mirage if they want a chance in this best of three. So now's the time to get going as we go to the pistol with the second half of our first map.
And just Dia, Valde, and Sumpires, they've been a deadly trio, all sitting up there around 16 kills. Trying to see if they can make it a little bit more fast. Out towards the B side, it looks to be.
Might even be a rush tactic. Nades in, Zipex has seen what's going on. That'll do some decent damage towards them. Two players extremely low, but they're bursting their way forward anyway. They're not stopping. Blame F with the kill. Snappy with a decent responsive. Blame struggles a little bit and still looks on with his teammates provoking the firing squad. A 4-on-2 being found by Astralis next. Valde goosed up and taken down, and Sumpires will not last long here. Decent flick to Blame F. That's as far as it goes.
That's a very strong crossfire coming through from Astralis. You've got both the get right right angle and out there towards bench. And then look at the rotates just flying through out from market. Very good positional advantage. And it was that opening contact of 3 players, even that jail entity too. You had 3 on B. That's a very good read from the beginning of the round from Astralis.
And already a far better basis to play from on the CT side of things.
They've got leverage now, don't they?
Indeed they do. They mentioned on the desk as well the T-side basis for Astralis not being there. So is it now going to pick up and start to bring the comeback for our first map? Well, certainly they started off on the right foot. Force buy-in from ENCE should enable a second round to go the way of Astralis here. Probably even the eco off the back of that, unless they do falter on this quick B play again. Zippex already ready to receive. Flashes against his position. Spray down, doing damage. Snappy does get picked up by Glaive in the end, alongside Zippex finding one on Martin. Some Pius can try and back in with one decent kill. Bombs in the open, however, and Glaive is still standing up on short control, picking them up piece by piece. One by one, they'll fall.
Both Zip and Glaive just doing well out towards that B defense. You could see the anti-rush nades coming through of that HE placement, even the flash and the way that they kind of position off one another. Make sure that there's no accountability of a bomb plant. If there was, then maybe you get another buy on the table. You keep trying to force it down. Astralis making sure that that round 2 conversion is successful.
Bringing the eco now for ENCE, so Astralis should be in with another freebie. The round towards their favor. Should set things up for their CT side with a standard 3-0. We did see them win the pistol conversion and get one stolen back by ENCE in the previous half. So maybe there is something into that here for the T side. With that said, though, Christo making a ton of progress, struggling to capitalize upon that progress, but does find Stappy with Martin going down to Glaive in the end. Read control established, and the bomb should get dropped here. Not quite for Glaive.
And the more impact we get out of the MP9, the better the chances for Christo getting that big green forward are in the next round. Get that extra kill bonus forward, allow himself to get onto the big green, because we didn't see much AWPing from Christo. We saw it in a couple of rounds here or there. We saw that one where he picked it up off of the sniper's nest area, but overall it wasn't common, not like it will be in the second half.
ENCE will slow things down. Try and find a new direction to play with. The bomb on the back of some Pius. Dia does get picked up. And some Pius strikes with a deagle back. Unable to get much more than that, though. Good effort, but not to be with that pistol.
Just knowing now that for Astralis, pressure is going to be mounting on the rifle rounds, because we saw exactly what happened when I think back to even that round streak, Jay, that 9 in a row. The rifle rounds, one after the other, just not quite coming through. And here we go, the youngsters. If you follow our circuit, you might be familiar with them. Playing in previous invitationals with both AGF and the likes of Astralis talent. So we've seen them before, but maybe the guys here in the stands haven't seen them before.
Brilliant tester for them. Christo finds some Pius. Certainly is proving himself in that regard. Getting himself spooled up with the AWP. He's always lost those AWP battles in the mid control. The CT side switch has enabled him a decent frag that starts things off for Astralis.
And Martin's waiting for this smoke to start to clear. Try and punish up towards the top of connector. BlameF on the other side will just retreat towards the top of stairs.
Okay, prods on, but BlameF finds the next kill in the round for Astralis. It's a 5-on-3, looking for a bit more, and BlameF is being gifted these 1v1s out connector. 2 left in for ENCE. Very different positions in the map. Up Volley does get one to return. Needs a whole lot more than that. Aware of the near and far players now. But not much more will get given up. Might have to rely on that backup to come in from connector, because someone's got to go back to the bomb, and it won't be Dia here. Strikes against one, not quite the second.
And now Valde just stuck out in the open. Has to keep fighting towards A to even get back up to that top mid portion. Try and force his first player out in the open towards default, but the counter utility is just so strong. Glaive does drop.
Okay, that's a start. Any more? So evaded the player in from connector. Zippex knows that he's here in sandwich and gets the kill for it. Astralis so far so flawless on their own CT side leg.
And I think the only way that Astralis come back is if we keep getting punishment from someone like BlameF. That was a nice couple of kills for him to come up towards the top of connector. You could just feel as if there wasn't enough intent with a dual swing or even some utility to work off of the back of it. That might just be enough to get some more impact, some more confidence out of BlameF, because that's what Astralis are looking for.
Climbing back up the ranks bit by bit. Established himself among those top fragging elements here for the Astralis side, alongside Mistar and Glaive. All 3 players at 13 kills at this moment. Tacticals being called in by ENCE. Their second one so far. Moment to think about things, because they had a stellar lead, but it started to close. 3 rounds to the good.
Yeah, D is always a very impressive element when it comes to Mirage, averaging a 1.22 rating in the last 3 months, the highest out of any player on the server when it comes to this map. We know on T's side he can always get himself into some very awkward angles, make it uncomfortable for his opposition. For Astralis, the comfortability is coming back to an even scoreline. It's only a few more rounds now.
Incendiaries and HE's put up, smokes down for Marden, not quite landing where he wants it to. Extinguish the flames in the end. Not much more than that here. It's slow and careful from the ENCE side.
Yeah, they're just trying to see if they can work a reaction, try and see if they can force out a lot of counter utility. You've got Valde with the AK to muster up as much as possible around these upgraded pistols. And it could be a regroup over towards an AXE.
A hero AK in from Valde will be the man to watch out for in this particular execution. Back to that being watched by Marden, but Astralis are not that aggressive. All down to the entries, the smokes will come in. It's onto the A site we go.
Valde gonna get incendiaried off. That's gonna cancel for a moment, but they're gonna commit, and some Pius is here in the footsteps of Mr.
Doesn't quite find the angle against his headshot, though. Knows that he must have regressed forward here towards the ramp entrance, but how are they gonna deal with him past this smoke? Sprays blind, eventually Flashbang does come forward. Mr. does get that 1 kill, but Valde is able to trade it. Low HP for the man, though. Taps continuously, sees Blame at the end of the smoke, but Blame has the HP advantage, so he picks up that kill. 4 on 3. Couple guns picked up by ENCE to try and respond towards them, but Astralis are picking them apart piece by piece. Each individual fight being taken by the CT side, and they're winning them. 1 back for Marden, but surely should not lead to a clutch.
Not at all. Glaive just going to be able to peek on the contact with his teammate towards City Spawn. And we're just starting to see here for Astralis that there is a little bit more of that tempo, that workability. Blame F to peek up. And again, just looking at those opening kills and the CT side, how much impact he's able to find with opening man advantages. That's something that we can consistently expect, Jay, come the second half, because now for Astralis, it feels like there's fight in this series. It feels like there's a chance that they could take their map pick now, because you could kind of almost write it off when you have a look at a 10-2 scoreline.
Not so much anymore. AWP and for Cristo now looking to get himself spoiled up the same. Not quite within that top fragging contingent. Of course, Lamef is soared to the top of the board for now. The AWP, we talk about how impactful the AWPs are all the time in the Elisa Invitationals. So here in the Masters, it's no different. Zipex is the first man tagged up here for the CT side, but Glaive does get the opening kill for them the same.
They just had an idea that Valde went for an aggressive lurk, gets himself out towards Tetris, and ends up finding himself completely blinded, tucked into a corner. Snappy's hoping for a reposition to come through from top of connector or jungle, but nothing's being presented.
Positions held. Tees will start the rotations back. Snappy in particular going back for that bomb as Blame F picks up another good kill onto Dia. Glaive holding it in. The blocks does get adjusted to by Marden, so that's 1 back.
They get a smoke down, try and lurk around it. Now, even his teammates are a little bit further behind. You do have some Pius still working the mid-control with the AWP.
Very good nade. Meanwhile, towards Tetris, tagging up Marden at 5 points of HP. Some Pius try and challenge the York battle in the mid-control, but they've left it completely alone here, Astralis.
40 seconds. They've got to start being able to find an idea on where they want to end up. Even Zip might be able to try and fight out towards his window control, try and catch the AWP in the open.
Oh, Zipex does get caught in the end, though. Some Pius brings it back to a 3-on-3. Very heavily tagged on the end side, though, so it doesn't make it easy for them. 20 seconds, especially Blame F completely whiffs the spray, though. Some Pius comes up good, and suddenly Mistar's flanked. Marden coming in from ramp, and ENCE have broken the streak of Astralis to return the favor. Cristo, a 1-on-3 clutch for him, and surely he does not win this. Very few of them have come today, and they won't come in this play.
Where has that come from? Some Pius, hello. There we go. We know we've seen some sick sequences for him in this map already, but that really did not look like we were going to see much. That AWP has just mustered up some absolute magic in connector.
Beautiful stuff again. Coming up to the individual players that are managing to make these work, some Pius especially.
Jeez.
That adjustment was sick. But Marden with the killing blow against Mistar ultimately was the winning part of the round.
Even that, he was on 5 HP when he took that duel.
Astralis set back on the back foot, momentum snatched away from Danish hopes. They at least had the gun by here. A 5-7 limitation on Mistar, though.
It's a lack of nades, and it's a lack of kits too, Jay, around this weaponry situation. ENCE take this, they could take Mirage. Dia to walk out of the gate to catch a timing.
And he gets that shot effectively against Glaive, wasting 0 time. Mistar still lands on the frag back. He's being surrounded by T-side players, though. Smoking to buy a bit of cover, needs that backup desperately. There is a player in at jungle, and he engages on the Snappy, so Astralis hold the advantage. Valde still hunting for Mistar, unscathed in this particular exchange. And the AWP of Cristo playing into the smoke, caught off by Martin and Connector. Still a 3-on-3. Astralis are heavily tagged here.
And Mister's just got to hope for distraction, try and pull more away, get help from his teammates.
Martin's watching the sights, looking in towards jungle, but Zipex still lands the frag. Back to the favor of Astralis will go. Valde swinging out wide to get that kill in, tanking the damage, leaving it mostly on Sampais. To the HP advantage, the 2-on-2 still sits in, and they're going to go for a wider rotation.
Even Blame F can't even think about peeking towards CT spawn, just because he's so damn low from Ticket. Bring that bomb back out, time still ticking, and Zip repositioning towards mid. Has he got an idea on this?
Oh, he knows. He's going to read this so well, but will he catch the player off guard? Will they see each other in time? Valde unawares himself, but watching those stairs for the time being, should start the run forward in a moment. Sampais is still challenging out towards the A site meanwhile, but Valde, he's going for that plant down. Flashes in against the man, and Zipex has picked up Valde. That's the round done. All up to that HP differential and the flank. You were right about it. He read it like a book. He puts ENCE back in their place for it.
Yeah, Zip's played over 1,000 maps on LAN, more than any other player in the playoffs. And I think that just shows his experience right there. In the mid-round, in a 2v2 when you're low on HP, to make that read, to reposition yourself out towards underpass, and just to read it so perfectly well.
It's one more on the board for Astralis, looking to clap back against the ENCE side, who are taking their 3rd tactical timeout. They've gained 1 so far on the team-up. And you mentioned earlier, Dwayne, 10-2 is a threatening scoreline. 10-12, lesser so.
Well, it's 8 out of the past 10 rounds being gained. So when you think about that, like, there's a lot more going the way of Astralis with the momentum, the way that they're bringing back the scoreline, and that's got to be a little bit frustrating there for ENCE, because they know we win this round, we probably take the map. We ruin the economy, we've been able to make a couple in a row, and it just doesn't happen. So instead, you find yourself in a position where we're still on. We've still got a game behind us.
Astralis putting in the hard yards to bring this one back from the brink. And it's not over yet, not by a long shot here. We've still got Galil's in for the likes of Snappy as well, so the buy is even starting to get threatened on the ENCE side and everything. Astralis rocking that 1 AK and an MP9 themselves, so the buys are not perfect for either side. Both economies investing heavily into this round.
Yeah, HG placement up towards top mid, does some shit damage onto Dia to start it off. It's a little bit more pacey this time around from ENCE. You could see the way that they want to try and engage towards mid, fight out towards ladder room in case there's an overpeak to come from Connector at all. And now slow it down. You've got 2 in con here for Astralis.
A large number of players on the CT side towards that A half of the map, so Blame and Cristo, a little bit of work to do. Molotovs will send 1 out of the way. The second man top of the box going to evade the flames. Take no damage. That's no info for ENCE.
Dia might get spotted. This smoke starts to clear. Blame F is thinking about an aggressive move.
Burst spray through. Flash is being sent over. Molotovs to return back. Blame watching position. Incendiaries at the ready still for the CT side players. Dive back, 60 seconds. Cristo not looking to engage, but Martin's so close.
Yeah, he's going to be set up for the late round. They've got to try and come through from Connector. They've got to get some assistance out from this Walker Palace. And Valde, he's hoping for an overextension towards Ram.
Smokes in, Blame F ahead of it, and AK gets caught off, but Valde still gets the kill alongside Dia, but Blame F and Glaive with a couple of trades of their own right. 3-on-3, and Glaive stands his ground only for a moment. Sampais with the AWP pick back to a 2-on-2. The bomb will go down.
Planted open for Connector. You've got an aggressive maneuver coming through with a teammate. Sampais repositioning, and the AWP comes through on a Cristo.
And Zipex is left alone now, AK in hand, coming in from the stairs. Trying to hunt for that bomb position. Sampais is watching it still. The AWP posted, cracked up, and picked up by Zipex himself. Smoke goes back down to the bomb and all. Is he going to stick the ninja? It looks like he will do. No kits in play. It's a full 10 seconds. Martin just needs to spray and he'll catch him for it. ENCE keep control by the skin of their teeth.
Oh, Sampais, he's done it again, hasn't he? That's another massive round from him. Just the retreat, the way that he ends up backing off. But notice the way, Jay, he keeps his eyes on. He keeps his eyes towards Ticket in case there's a peek, and that's exactly what reigns in.
Patience, a virtue, no kit in play. 13 to the board of ENCE here. What a hell of a round for Astralis. It almost came to be, but ENCE hold control, and now it's back to pistols for the CT side. This is the moment. This is the opportunity where ENCE can seize it and just run straight through with the victory, take the whole map over. But Martin and Mistar go back and forth with Dia the same. 2 for 1, 3 for 1, so it looks like these pistols won't throw up much of a threat here. blameF still on the site though, trying to stand his ground. Back towards default, they're tagged up so heavily on the T-side bases. Valde low, Snappy high, Zipex Deagle 1-on-2.
It's all about being able to present the first. Can he deny the bomb?
Valde not seen. Oh, he lines him up, but only gets the one pick for it. Snappy snaps him shut. 14-10.
And I was almost questioning the call there with the buy state, because there's actually not enough money to get a rifle round in the next round. So you think, is it worth it to go for the double eco? But when we actually see it present like that, you think, of course it is. That was so near for the steal, but the clutch doesn't quite come through. They have to play for OT. You can't buy here, though.
Astralis on their own map pick. Fell down to a staunch first half from ENCE. And whilst the recovery was there, it was too little too late, it feels like. I'm talking like the map is over, but you're right, they're playing for overtime. With the position that they're in, though, ENCE are in full control. And Astralis have already lost the first.
Martin keeping his eyes locked out towards top mid. You got Snappy here from underpass. The line up with the MAC-10. Ooh, doesn't quite get to.
A couple of these shots on the pistols give me a little bit of hope that Astralis might hold on, but ultimately it's not happening. blameF keeping the Deagle trades alongside Mistar's 5-7, holding back towards the Palace control. 2-on-2 situation, this is still back on, but as Mistar falls, blameF has got it all to do here. Deagle up against 2, flanks inbound from the short presence. Martin's going to reveal his position, and Dia needs to win this fight, which is what he'll do.
Dia making it look easy with that last pick. And it just shows the composure. Yes, it gets a little bit out of order, and it's only up against an eco, but stay composed. Don't panic. Allow yourself to slow the round down and deal with blameF. One more important round to go. And this just builds into how much of a lead, how much of a scoreline differential can mean an entire map, being up 10-2, and now with one more to go. 5 chances to do it.
Buys will see the AWPs, the M4s, MAC-10 still sat in for Snappy. Not a lot of cash to reinvest into a true rifle, so T's inbound to their defaults, apartments-based.
Just knowing there's going to be a lack ahead Kevlar, this is actually a very smart call from Snappy. Work a B contact.
They're going in quick as well. Zipex smoked down, M4 on the site. Glaive tried to hold his own with the M4. He's flashed off blinded. Sees 2 players, focuses on the wrong man and can't get any kills for it. Zipex spraying through, desperate to get something, and eventually he does. Alongside Glaive striking on Dia, looks for his second, but runs out of ammo with Snappy and Martin. Chiming back to a 3-on-3. Bomb should get picked up, but will it get planted? The MAC-10 goes close, and Christo goes down. blameF involved to the trades though, still trying to keep contention and holds onto the double in fact. Martin now alone against it, and backed up passive, watching out towards that short position. 60 seconds remaining. He's got time to play with. He's been spammed down and taken out by Mistar to close it with blameF support. That's 11, 1 out of 5.
It just felt as if blameF knew exactly what was going on. The spam in towards a bench position. Mistar to peek on the contact. And we've seen blameF slowly start bridging away that top fragger mentality away from everybody else. The distance is only starting to build. The last tactical from ENCE. Even coming down into round 27, the buy state's not going to be awkward. It's half, maybe? I mean, you've already got an AK investment for Martin.
Hero rifle, perhaps. He's going in hard as well. It's Force or Hero. It's got to be one of those two. How much do they get around this weapon? It's a little difficult here for the ENCE side. Astralis back in the driver's seat for now, still playing from the back foot. Going with the 2 AKs, upgrade pistols, third rifle even gained. Okay, ENCE going to try close this here.
And they've got a couple of chances now. Round 27, round 29, and round 30. We'll call that 3. ENCE give themselves the workability with one player on double eco status to send it, to go in for the force buy.
Early utility set in for Astralis to stop the rush, but it's set piece time for ENCE, it seems. Put those smokes out and go for the hit.
And blameF's going to have to reposition in quickly, get up towards the top of connector into the stairs and just start fighting.
Net to jungle and stairs locked out. CT also coming in, a counter smoke in from Mistar. Should give him a little bit of room, but Dia blind behind that smoke, sprays him down regardless. Snappy looking for another gun here. AWP's going to fall back here. Astralis to form up for the retake. They have no options.
And no map control taken right now from ENCE on the post plant. Instead, they're actually going to get aggressive behind the CT ticket.
Two players to watch out for, the AWP of Crystal. Sees one, but doesn't land the shot. That's all important. Astralis, a perfect chance to even up the man standing, and Martin gets a chance to swing back, get that AWP out of play. Zipex being tagged, the Molotov's burning in flame, can come up good. Snappy on the side, deals with Glaive in from short, and it's two left standing, both coming in from CT, and they make themselves known. Damaged up from Zipex, now dead. Blamef, all that remains, and it will be ENCE taking map 1. Astralis' own map pick and Mirage, their one strong suit in the series, and it gets knocked right out of their hands.
What a performance coming through from Dia. Being able to step up in so many of those important T-side rounds, dropping 26 kills overall, and you just felt there from ENCE. It all started with that first half. It all started with a scoreline that they got going into the second.
To think as well that was the situation we thought it was over, and Astralis still managed to hold on and make it contentious, to make it something that could well have been a very close affair. We had the opportunity right there. The CT side could have brought the comeback, but again, the T-side is what let them down, Dweg.
This has been another game, another best of 1, another best of 3 where the T-sides have struggled, and Sunpius, my goodness, how many important rounds did we see from him? His AWPing ability was stellar in this match.
It's funny that you mentioned Sunpius. He's not even the top fragger of the server. Dia came in with his 26 picks, and there's a lot of entities you can pick apart from that team to take a look at and say, they got it good. They got it real damn good there over on the ENCE side, and that is a hell of a map to take. Again, not even their map pick or Mirage.
And just knowing that this sets yourself up for the series now. You're 1-0 up, you've got Ancient coming up next, you're going to be brimming with confidence, you've got all the fans on your side, and with performances like that from Dia, from Sunpius, even Martin with some of those entries, there's a lot of positives for them going into the next.
Mentioning, of course, the fact that the matter is that they have a very awkward situation with the fact that they are the hometown villains, if you will, here for the Astralis side. So got to battle back from that mental game on ENCE's own map of Ancient. We head towards Heku now, who's standing by with one of the players.
Finally, I have another opportunity to speak to one of my most favorite players, Sunpius. Hopefully, we'll try to keep this in English, at least this time. But Sunpius, congratulations, you already won the first map. And it kind of feels like you actually expected everything that would happen, even though, Astralis went through some changes, they have a new AWPer. Was it pretty easy to read them?
I think they played really good, and I think we were a bit surprised that they picked Mirage, not gonna lie. But we were just in our comfort zone on the match, so yeah, I think we played really good CS on this Mirage, and yeah, we got them.
Well, Blamef has been really successful through this tournament. What was one of your goals to actually stop him before it goes out of hand?
Well, I think Blamef is a good player. He has really good individual skill. So no, my goal is not stopping him, it's stopping their team. So yeah, I think we are gonna do it. Now it's our pick map, so our map pick. So we will try to win this map also.
Well, it is indeed your map pick, and it's gonna be Ancient. And we saw Astralis yesterday on Ancient. They got one round on the T side, but you didn't really get to see their city side because that series was so close. This time, since you are the ones who pick, they get to start on the city side. Are you kind of going in fully blind?
Yeah, I think we will try to make our game plan. We will try to do our game on the T side, and I think we improved a lot on the T side on Ancient, mostly on this tournament. So yeah, I think we just need to be focused on what we do and just follow the plan.
Well, the last time you played in front of a home crowd, it was in Valencia and you won. Is this going to happen now again because now you're in ENCE and you're in Finland?
I hope so, I mean, I love the crowd. I love to play on a stage. And yeah, the last time I was in Valencia, I won a tournament. So I hope here in Finland, I'm with ENCE now. I hope we win again.
Awesome, then good luck.
Thank you so much.
Sunpius is a stage player. He's proven it time and time again now, and the doubts that were originally there when he joined ENCE have certainly gone away. An 11-4 first half here for ENCE turned into a 16-11 victory on the map pick of Astralis. This was a great showing from ENCE, and personally for me, I did not feel like they were really tested.
I mean, I also wanted to point out, I think his Sunpius English is just improving vastly every time I watched him in an interview.
Yep.
Much more fluent in it. But, he's an amazing player, always picking up the the kills for ENCE. They had a really strong start. It was only like a couple of individual rounds that really brought it back with some mister with those 2 clutches for ASTRALIS.
Yeah.
That's the only really key
grace.
thing that made it close, I would say. I think we always thought ENCE would be able to find a solution, be able to grind the round outs, be in those scenarios. There was a lot of close rounds, a lot of one-on-ones, even going to the ENCE side in the end there. They had a lot of pistol buys there, ASTRALIS in the end, when they're kind of panicking with the money because they just know, like, if we don't post a round right now, we're just going to be able to, we're not going to be able to...
It's going to fall apart.
Yeah.
Simple as that. A lot of what actually got them going for the side events over on the TT side was Diha and Valda, honestly. I think they did a fantastic job, and we saw a very clear game plan from ENCE as well. They wanted to get aggressive, they wanted to do it early, and they wanted to do it around mid for the better part of which I thought worked out great, because in all honesty, ASTRALIS' way of playing Mirage is a type of style that's slowly getting phased out. Okay. Usually we've always talked about Mirage being a map where you're meant to get mid control and you're meant to go through all the bits and pieces, but you can see you're not getting mid control because Valda and Diha are there, which poses a pretty big issue for them, because again, if you lose 2 entry frags in mid or 2 opening frags in mid, you don't have that much of an oomph, regardless of where you want to, take the remaining 3 players. That's going to require some time to kind of readjust and regroup. But if you're never getting to that point, then yeah, your T side is just going to fall flat, and that's kind of what it felt like for ASTRALIS. More of what you're seeing from teams that go, I guess, more heavily towards Mirage than maybe ASTRALIS does. They play more spawn-based, honestly. Like, they play more like having a significant group, like 4+ towards one site, do a set execute, and kind of play off of that. We see that from Mouse, for example, in Rio, relying heavily on that kind of stuff. And what ASTRALIS is doing lends itself, like, in theory, it's stronger, but it lends itself to also getting shut down a lot more easily. And if you don't have a fallback plan, which is something that Devilwalk mentioned going into the game, you might not have a plan B, and that's kind of what it felt like for the T side of ASTRALIS.
Yeah, and also a little bit on Disha. He's the kind of player that's like, he's such a special rifler in some sense, because he plays a lot on these like off timings. Okay. Where you just want to move your crosshair and just arrives like full body swings on you, and you're just like, oh my god, like how did he catch that timing? And he does it like time and time again on different maps, and he's super annoying to play against. I'm sure you've been in practice where it's just like almost senseless aggression at times from him. Which can be really tough to play against, especially when you're like coordinating, trying to find that ending site to execute on. So he's just like kind of a terror when you try to fit in the timings, you get the control, and then all of a sudden he kills 2 players. That's super important in that kind of ending phase of the round.
100%.
Super good player.
It was, and I'm glad you guys pointed out like Diha, Valdi, what they were able to do there, right? Because the amount of Moldy kills they're picking up was huge. But Pius, this guy he continues to be a positive sign for these guys.
Again and again and again and again. Like this time around, sure, he did his thing in mid, and he was kind of like a safe controller for ENCE in a lot of ways. Like if you didn't get anything or everything you wanted from Valda or Diha early on the CT side, he was there to kind of pick up the scraps if need be. But the biggest impact he had for me was over on the T side, because we did see a bit of a struggle from ENCE starting off, obviously losing pistol, then losing the first spy round. That makes it a little bit dicey. ASTRALIS climbing closer, so maybe some doubts starting to creep in, and that's when Senpai shows up. He had a fantastic round around the mid area, finding BlameF on 5 HP, and then closing out the round with 3K in total. Like, that's when he really stepped up. And again, that was my biggest worry with Senpai as a player, going from Movistar over to ENCE. Like, is he going to be able to find impact on the T side? Like, to the effect that obviously ENCE are looking for if they want to be a tier 1 team. So seeing him doing that kind of like relieves my worries. Makes me happy for the sake of ENCE as well. Probably, takes a lot of stress off of Snappy's shoulders as well.
Definitely.
But yeah, he was vital for them going into the T side.
Well, let's get ourselves into this second map real soon, because it's the Elisa Master Espoo 2022, and things are heating up for sure for ENCE. ASTRALIS need to find a way to battle back, but whether they can do it on Ancient, we're about to find out after this break.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvancroix saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen. Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdallaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua ja osuuhan se. On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi! Hyvä tempo päällä pojat.
Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2 pommi on jo pläntättynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta, sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua, nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Podi tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Podi otais kohtaa todella eteellä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarvitsevat trackin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We have a solution for you.
Ancient history is the last time we saw the success of Astralis, but maybe they can battle back when it comes to taking on ENCE in this one. It doesn't look good for him when you think of the success of old Ancient for Astralis was behind the config plays, the blame of plays going out together. And in the early parts of the map, they looked good. But now later down the line with this lineup, I'm struggling to see the positives again here.
Yeah, we haven't really seen them do this kind of like quick mid-takes, go a little bit on flow when you see someone mispositioned in certain times, and you don't really get the full setup when you don't have that aggressive player that takes early information, knows the pathways they're taking. Then you can figure out from there, where do they rotate them, what timing do they do, how do they sort out the defense, and you don't really get that with this very slow-paced style where they constantly to kind of second guess and find that information, which can be really difficult on a map like Ancient, where cities kind of always have some control of where you're ending up. If you're not, deep banana, if you start running A main and start to panic because you're not gaining the map control you want, it can be incredibly easy for cities to shut down on this map.
Yeah, especially when you have players like Diha, right? You mentioned the fact that he's a constant nuisance for T sides, or CT sides for that matter as well, but on the CT side of Ancient, he's probably one of the people you'll see actually moving about on the map. He's not necessarily playing towards mid for ENCE, but he's playing over towards that A site, which you don't find a lot of players playing extremely aggro towards, but he'll be the one who kind of just goes for a leisurely stroll through A halls and all of a sudden finds people, T's waiting to do a late execute towards mid, or actually just figures out, no, it's all empty, so, stack up over towards B. Those kind of things. So that's, Astralis doesn't really have the luxury of taking their time necessarily all that much versus a team like ENCE, because they're pretty good at adapting and changing up how they set up their CT sides as well. Whether it's playing with the A side completely open, focusing heavily on mid, or basically like moving parts around to make themselves difficult to read. So for Astralis, if they can't get anything on, out early, if they can't win pistol, convert that, and just make that into their T side, then it's tough to see their win conditions, honestly.
Are there any Devilwalk?
Yeah, there are, but they are very, you have to be skeptical in some sense. Everything is pointing towards ENCE at this point. You need Blame F to step up. They need to be able to pick up the T-pistol, for sure. That's like a win condition. They need to start there, keep grinding, maybe get some momentum that ENCE need to kind of struggle back instead of the other way around. So there's a lot of 50-50 things that need to go Astralis' way.
Yeah. So they need more than 50% luck if they want to take this game, most likely. But before we get into the game, before we move on into Ancient, Parla, he's on the stage and he's got something for us.
Hello, 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 hello. I want to try something right now. If it fails, it's fine, but I want to get it out of the way on day one, okay? So, Elisa! 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 Hey, that worked pretty well. All right, so everybody, ENCE took map 1. How are you guys feeling about that? Is that what you wanted to see? It was Mirage. Up next, it's map number 2. It's Ancient. Is anybody in here excited for Ancient? Amazing. Well, as you can see, Astralis are ready. ENCE are ready too. And I think map 2 is ready to go. One final time, give it up for Astralis. And of course, give it up for ENCE. Let's get this show on the road. Jay and Dweg, over to you.
Oh, what an exciting time it's going to be with map 2. ENCE looking to make Astralis ancient history at this particular stage of the tournament, because at the moment, as they were saying on the desk, there's not a lot to really go to the favor of Astralis. There was a lot of similar talking points there. T-sides and Blame F. Need to see a lot more of that from the Danes.
Yeah, I'm all behind the fins now. It's all here in the building. Things are looking very promising in ENCE. They put up a valiant effort on map number 1. And now you're coming towards Ancient. We've only seen Ancient once from them in the group stage, and it was a 16-1. So with all that in mind, things look very positive in from the ENCE side here.
Yeah, this is the part where my faith in Astralis definitely dips. I assumed they were going to win Mirage, right? I wanted to see a 3-map series more out of my own personal biases, but like I was thinking that genuinely Mirage is going to be the one strong suit where Astralis were going to win it. The fact that they've lost it now indicates to me this is going to be a pretty handy affair, definitely a CT-based affair. Ancient, we mentioned, obviously being a CT-sided map, and with the T-sides being such an emphasis and a focal point for Astralis' success, I don't see it being very successful for them at all. It's map 2, Ancient. ENCE's pick as they look to make this a 2-0 series. They'll start things off on the T side as we get into the pistol rounds.
ENCE never picking Ancient before in the last 3 months in a best-of-3 series, but the punishment is here and now. Quick, out of the gates towards the Candles control.
Very quick indeed. And Zipex are going to try and adjust towards it. Smokes are down very early from that mid control, so they will try and siphon him off. Mistar on the A side being caught off as Valde lurks in mid, catches the rotations. B side can get open up, but they've still got their heart set on the A side. Mistar and Christo, a couple of decent trades, but Snappy chimes back into a 3-on-2. And Zipex and Mistar are the last 2 players that remain. Snappy getting caught off guard, drops that bomb in a temple. That's a big kill for the CTs to take, and Astralis are charging forward for even more, but charging forward to their demise. It's Mistar alone now versus 2. Taps up, going to reveal himself. Backstabs are closing in very quickly as well. Not sure when the swing, looks out for the headshot and can't quite get it. It's Dia to close with the pistol win.
And what an opening sequence that was from Valde. You can see what ENCE are trying to do there. Try to get quickly into the mid control, indicate that they're rushing in towards A, and that's where Valde just cuts them off with the split. He allows a couple of players to run out through lane, out to that window control, just catches them sleeping. An easy couple of kills from Valde, but it did get close towards the tail end of that round.
Decent trades again from Astralis. The CT side is where I expect the most success from them, but one good T-half for ENCE, even a decent T-half considering it's Ancient, is going to be enough to close this one down. So it's a positive start from them. They should bolster themselves up as well. Force Invest coming in for Astralis as you would expect. The Eagles 5-7, a scout in for Christo. Not ideal.
And we saw some steals out from ENCE out on map number 1. Can Astralis do the same? Put that pressure down. Molly comes through towards Cheetah. Snappy takes full control.
Nades on to do some damage. Glaive tagged up. Matt Tennis Snappy still watching for him. No aggression from the CT side.
3 wins and 3 losses for the likes of ENCE in the last 3 months on Ancient. Consistency to try and see if they can bring it more into the pool. Snappy and co retaking the mid stance.
Nice nade place there from Zipex. Tagging up a couple of players pretty heavily as well. Glaive returned a little bit of damage. Not a massive amount being done on the early stages of this round though, Twag.
Now, Sampais is still leaning forward out here towards the bottom of ramp, seeing that no one's got aggressive at all. Christo with that scout is just hoping to find that first connection. There's actually a slight over-rotation to a stack towards B now for Astralis.
Glaive getting tagged up, flash is sent, Christo still watching. Attention drawn towards the center of the site as Glaive does pick up that first kill. Scout shot landed the tag, not quite the frag just yet. They're both bunched up here with the backstab continuing to come forward from that K position, but Martin's still going down. Glaive holds his own with that 5-7 and just lines them up. Knocks him down for the quadra and an all-important steal for Astralis.
Okay, there we go, the big captain. The one to step up out there towards Woods, swinging wide with that 5-7. Manic, so many CTs hiding behind the util. And for ENCE, they just struggled to crack that B site open. What a steal this is.
The start found by Glaive and everything, but it was this lineup here. 1, 2, 3. The damage compounding. Very effective stuff. And no bomb plant bonus for ENCE means that they're down to pistols now. And Astralis can try to return the favor. Fast in from one player, however. Tech9 up against it for some Pyres, and Zipex puts him down.
Yeah, it's all and everything when it comes to that opening entry. Now that it doesn't come through, you just siphoned off. Even the HE placements just consistently putting more chip damage in.
It's working against the HP numbers here. ENCE tagged up, losing that one player. Goes slow for the time being. Deagle and Marden still trying to push forward. Slowly, surely. Zipex is going to get caught off, but the SMG still wins the fight.
It just allows themselves to put more of that counter utility down there towards a ramp control. Even Zip can think about getting slightly on the front foot, knowing that he can farm up some kill bonus. ENCE might have to start shifting in towards mid and regrouping out towards A, because there is a walk forward from Valde.
Picked up by Mistar in the end. The Galil works better. 2 less standing for ENCE. Snappy. Deagle hoping for something. Blame F. So watching with his own MAC-10 placed in. Snappy does get picked up. Next player up to 4 is Dia, but he'll pick one player up before he falls himself. Now onto the A site where Mistar's just going to play around him and get that kill in the end, make it look easy and gain the lead for Astralis.
2 and 1, making a couple in a row. And one thing that we did notice out on Mirage was the opening lead that ENCE was able to find. Yes, they were down a couple of rounds. It was then 10 in a row to set themselves up for a very one-sided scoreline at the turn of the half. Astralis will be looking at something similar to give themselves some leverage, to give themselves some breathing. We're moving forward into that T side.
I think they're going to need a lot more leverage from my personal take, though.
I think double digits would be all right.
Double digits, I think, would be the minimum, personally. And that's a bit of a harsh statement to make here, but again, Astralis' T-sides have been something of a wreck throughout the course of this entire tournament, let alone this best of 3. It is going to be a major hindrance in a map like this, so they need as much as they can get it. This should be a 3rd round for them. Again, pistols are the ENCE side, harsh eco coming in for them. So Astralis should mop them up.
And just knowing for Astralis, it's all about farming up that cash, not losing too many casualties, and try to get that AWP involved with Kishto's hands as quickly as possible.
Rocking the Galil for now. Hold their nerve as they walk their way up into the A site. Mistar's there to receive him. Spray doesn't quite connect up on the second player, but definitely got the first man. Rephase ahead of the smoke, does find Snappy in the end. And now Blame F there with a bit of support. They do lose Mistar in the end. But ultimately, everyone does go down for ENCE. And that's the important thing for Astralis. Take that 3-1 start, go towards the rifle round with a hell of a lot of momentum.
And looking forward to see if Blame F can get back to some of that hero form that we saw from him out on the group stage. I thought we saw an average performance coming through from Blame F. He was the only one that went positive and had a rating of over 1, but still, you want to get more. And when you're a map down in the series already, if you're looking at anyone on the CT side of Ancient to be able to put on a good performance, it's going to be Blame F.
Well, you came together on the CT side, so if there's one half you expect them to come in terms of what we've seen so far in the series, there's one half for him to be able to dominate for Astralis, it would be this one. Whether that really happens is yet to be seen, as Snappy burns to Zipex and Glaive, the dynamic duo of the old Astralis core. Incendiary's up to assist the kill and find the opening against ENCE.
Just the opening anti-rush nades of the double Incendiaries down there towards the bottom of lane and to the bottom of ramp, doing quite a bit. And now for ENCE, they can retake that map control, but it's coming to casualty.
Flashes in. Pius holds his nerve with Blame F. Watching in from Candles, trying to spot out any sort of T-side presence. So far, so little is gained. ENCE are slowing this one to a crawl.
And knowing that Blame F can't spot for information down towards mid at all, put the HE forward. Valde going to start walking. Try and create some space, allow the lurk. Even taking back this cheetah control silently, without any nades this time.
Walking in with the flashes sent, Glaive. Galil up, Marden down. 5 on 3 now found. AK's picked up. Flashbang back forward, trying to get involved here towards this cave entrance. Knows that the T-side players are around that corner. Eventually, Sumpires gives it up, looking the wrong way. Glaive holds his own. Comes up with a triple. Bomb dropped and all. This round is over. Dia will try fight back for any damage. But this should be 4-1 for Astralis.
And this is looking tasty from Astralis right now. Good sequence there. And saw what Glaive was able to muster up out to the cave and cheetah angle. And Dia just has to keep fighting even to try and get the bomb control back.
Does at least pick up Glaive, damage compounding, but ultimately will not last much longer against Zipex. Very good round from Glaive, and not the first time he's full multi-frags on that B-side defensive either.
Now, currently a 3-map losing streak of Ancient for Astralis, but things are looking a lot positive here.
Yep.
Knowing that they haven't even offered up some bomb plants just yet, that's going to be able to really drive that disruption with the economical management for ENCE.
No retakes at all so far in this game. So it has been not only a great CT side, but a very confident one of that. Pistols now pulled out for ENCE, but pressed by smokes already. All the incendiaries coming in from the CT side, blocking off the lane entrance, are going to ensure that they can't make their way forward. Might still be a far-gone execution and just try to set the bomb plant here towards B.
They get themselves in with that cross smokes. It's all about that first and added leverage. Now, Zib should have a fairly good idea. Even the HE placement goes in deep. He's got a smoke to try and slow this down.
Gonna send it anyway. Glaive caught, flashed off, blinded by the secondary smoke coming in. Snappy gets tagged up as Martin gives chase out towards Cheetah. Meanwhile, Snappy continues to lead the charge in towards the site. Flashbangs forward, one CT player is spotted. Not quite killed off. Zipex is low, but does find Martin in the end. Bomb plant will be secured.
And now they're starting to take that long control, try and see if they can pincer down towards the CTs. A lot of damage has been done, but no kills presented.
5-on-3 for Astralis, though. The rifle advantage and the man advantage should enable them to come forward with this retake regardless. They're taking their time setting it up, though.
And BlameF even coming up towards the top of lane. They can work together as a unit. They've still got a lot in favor of them with the util, of course.
Nades sent. CT players making their way in. Engagements with Dia, looking for the headshots. Can't quite land. It does get one pick at the very least, but now two left standing. Sunpire's not going to last much longer, and Snappy picked up by Mistar just as quickly. There it is, that 5th round for Astralis. But at least the bomb plant now, we're moving in the right direction for ENCE.
We are. It's just how much of a threat is even a bomb plant. I mean, that sort of round, you can see they get the bomb down, but you're already down by 2 players. You're not taking back that cave control. You're not out there towards a long position. That was pretty much all of the advantage, even with the respect to the plant. So they can be happy about the cash injection, but they've got to put some threats down onto these rounds to make them winnable, to make their magic.
A pause is called. Now is ENCE's chance to spring forward and to take control here. They've got their weapons, they've got their gun buy. Loss bonus will compound. The damage won't be massive here for Astralis. They've got plenty of cash in the bank. So we'll be seeing buys against ENCE for a while to come. But this can be the start of things now for the Finnish org.
And we saw Madden and Sunpire's putting up a valiant performance out on map number 1. They're yet to get a frag here out on Ancient. And both of those guys down at 0 kills. So now the big green's in the hands of the Spaniard. This might be the opportunity for him to find his first.
Saw some flashy moments from him over on Mirage, but nothing truly definitive from Sunpire's. Christo up on the other side of the board to try and react towards it. Sunpire's will fire back initially from elbow. Get caught up on the geometry of the map there, but not get much damage done.
You can see the intent that Astralis have on taking mid, putting pressure down up towards lane. You got Martin out on the other side, working around the util. Glaive just trying to peer the angle.
And this mid take's so important right now for Astralis. ENCE be fighting back from the map position just in the word go. Glaive swings, and Snappy does get one pick to return, so that's a fight being given up there by Astralis. Advantage for ENCE.
You can see a little bit of movement now coming through from the Astralis side. ENCE is counteracting, trying to retake the mid control. Valde gets dropped. He spots a lot of players in mid.
4-on-4 found. Mistar going to rotate back out of dodge. Zipex inbound. Molotov sent, burning him down, but he does get Martin. Trying to follow suit on Snappy, and that's exactly what he does. ENCE give up the mad advantage, but meanwhile they look to try playing towards that B site. BlameF, his M4 locking on towards D, not allowing even the plant down, let alone the round itself. And Sunpire, now I want to see a little bit more of that talent in this 1-on-4 clutch.
He could just fell there out from Snappy. Yes, he puts the molly down, but that swing just comes in too late from his teammate. They've got to be peeking together there, or at least tighting. They allow themselves to give up 2 individual 1v1s, and it just gets capitalized on from Zip. You then even have the long control being held on a walkout. Astralis, they're playing off each other very well right now, and they're delivering.
It's a 6th of their board when ENCE had the perfect chance to step forward. It's not going to happen in round 7. At least the AWP stays in for Sunpire, so they have a little something to potentially buy around with a max loss bonus here. A little bit of saving in Stappy and Dia. I think it might not... Force buy here, yes or no?
Yeah, that was your buyer. Yeah.
Okay, Martin will be weakened in this one, though.
They've got to try and get as much going as possible. Got saved in AWP. I think Devil Walk was talking about it on the desk a little bit, about the idea of Martin's success in entry frags. Well, they need to get him involved. They've got to try and set him up, whether it be with more utility, whether it be with more pace. They've got to try and see if they can give themselves a little bit more leverage on space being taken, because what we've seen here from Astralis is that the intent is taking lane and taking the likes of mid pretty much every round.
They're going to try and take that mid control on Valde, who does pick up Mistar. Is he aware of the second CT? He certainly is, but does lose the fight anyway. BlameF into a 4-on-4, and the damage being done towards ENCE leaves him on a major back foot. D is still fighting, though. He's seen the one man, backs up.
It knows exactly what's going on, and now with the HE placement, it starts to be a little bit more of a tempo play up towards the top of the ramp. It gets brought on in from Glaive, and now for ENCE, you just have to cancel. You can't keep working with it.
Yeah, Martin couldn't win that fight. The question now is, where do you play from here? Apparently, some Pius wants to play in from the cheater entrance, but Glaive puts that thought to paid. So 4-on-2 for Astralis instead, and that bomb will get to make its way in towards the bomb site. It is close here at the ramp position, but Zipex is already covering it off at the edge of the smoke. So this should be easy pickings. Should be number 7 for Astralis. They get their own one-sided half.
Astralis are putting in quite the effort when you think about the comparison, and even the Ancients that we've seen previously. Tia to work up, to walk forward. Glaive is waiting for the cross.
Doesn't get spotted. He was swinging, does finally find the man. Bomb plant should be secured for it, safe from Zipex's part. So a little bit of bonus cash, but ultimately shouldn't mean much here because they're such low HP that Zipex finds those kills pretty easy. Be number 7 for Astralis at this moment in time. Outside of the pistol, it's been nothing for ENCE.
And this is where you might have to question the veto ever so slightly. Ancient has not been picked in a best of 3 in the last 3 months for ENCE. They've come through inland here in the quarterfinal, and they've picked it. Now, obviously, you're not going to get Vertigo, because that's a perma coming through from Astralis, but Nuke has always been the highest picked map in the pool. Now, we've had that discussion already, that Nuke is very strong for both of these teams. Could it have maybe have been a Mirage, maybe a Dust 2? It might be something they're thinking of.
And the fans here in Espoo trying to rally behind their hometown heroes.
They need a bit of a lift, don't they?
Yeah. You can understand why they want to go towards this map as well for the punish pick, because for Astralis it's been pretty dire in the past. Obviously the 16-1 against a 500 earlier on in the tournament in the group stage. Lost to Los Cogitos during the Road to Rio qualifiers, which was the infamous moment where Astralis, you could really doubt whether or not they were still a good team anymore, bounce back to, of course, make the RMR in the end. And ENCE are taking tack after tack to figure out this CT side. Because even though you will have a CT side basis of your own, right, you have that one-sided second half there for them. They need something to work with on the T half to give them that buffer room to be able to, you know, make the CT side work.
Of course they do. And for ENCE's sake, just knowing that even their T sides have been fairly adequate on this map, the round win percentage of 41.9 on the T side in the last 3 months, so we're normally expecting 6-7 rounds, sort of in that ballpark. I think they'll be happy with that to recover things.
For ENCE, got to work to get to those recovery positions, still down by 6 rounds. Astralis done all they can to silence Espoo. ENCE will bring out the AKs for round number 9. All the rifles in for them, no AWPs. Christo does have one of his own right though, so Astralis have the firepower.
It's just about dealing with BlameF and his aggressive approaches into window and down from mid almost every round. There's so much respect being given, no counter nades at all. Mister even hugging close behind the smoke just to see if there's a pop out.
Try and take an aggressive fight blind. Smokes in towards the B doors as well, suppressing this T-side default, which has gone very slow and very careful here.
They're just trying to see if they can work out a way and an avenue on how they try and deal with this mid-aggression. Now you've got the AWP very deep, and Martin even trying to walk out towards the B doors, gets caught.
Zipex close against Staffy, caught next himself. Look at how close Mistar is towards Valde. He has absolutely no idea. The AWP pick from Cristo does come forward. Valde did catch Mistar in the end, but the AWP has found the bomb carrier. Some Pius has other plans, though. We'll try to go back for that AWP. Bit of breathing room for the bomb plant here.
And no smoke, though. Have to get it down towards that back right-hand side corner.
One player inbound from CT. Some Pius has grabbed that AWP, but he's marked him. That's a 2-on-2. ENCE back in this round.
And some Pius are going to try and take that tempo control. They don't know about the backstab.
Oh, blame F. Valde has no idea. He's creeping and sneaking and checking the right position, but Blame F has caught him. And now it's still some Pius who lands the next door prick. Not the next man, though. 20 HP against Blame F. The M4 did its damage, but he AWP'd his one good bullet, and he knows it. Tap the bomb once. Blame trying to force some Pius out in the open, but he calls his bluff here. Here's him coming closer, baiting him closer to the temple, but Blame F will still win the fight. Bring it back for Astralis. Close, but no cigar for ENCE there, but they got as close as they have done throughout the entire game.
And it felt like it was going to happen. Felt as if the try and attempt there from some Pius was going to be enough. Not to be. Blame F. Him and Zip have been all over the impact here on Ancient. And throw Glaive into the mix too with some of his holds out towards the B side. Hunt down that AWP, put pressure onto Cristo. But it's Blame F to come up when it matters most.
The thing is, some Pius was maybe an inch off of getting that kill as well and making a magical moment here in the playoffs. How sick that would have been. Not to be on this occasion though. AK's out, sprayed through, Mistar's picked up the first already. Trying to hunt for the next round as well in the middle of that smoke, but those CTs will look to retreat away.
And they're going to go quick in towards A just because of it, knowing that there's so much mid control.
Marden's going to get caught back in mid, so it's all down to this A main presence. Cristo's AWP watching, flicking, but not connecting. Second one, also similar story. Did tag up Dia, some Pius engaging, and Mistar trades him back with Dia being so low. A lot of it rests on Snappy, but Dia is still striking. 3-on-2 that favors Astralis here. The Bombers committed towards the A side. They've got to get the plant down soon.
It's still a lack of utility, just like it was in the last round. There's no security of getting the bomb plant in again.
Lack of utility, lack of HP. D is deep in towards Temple, looking to try and go aggressive and fight onto Mistar. Ideally, as he loses his teammate, it's all on him now to go for the 4K clutch and a 1-on-3 with such little HP. It's just not going to happen. Astralis continue the hype train, continue the CT round streak. 9 in a row for them.
It's whether it's going to beat the round streak that ENCE are able to find out on map number 1. 10 in a row we saw on Mirage. At least we're seeing bomb plants. I'll give them that much. They keep getting the extra cash injection. But Jay, how many of those rounds even look winnable? How many of those rounds are we just hoping that there's a clutch situation to pull the round off?
Too many. Far too many for ENCE. Go in towards the lane entrance ahead of the Molotovs being posted up. HG's down. Blame F finds Dia past the smoke. Kicks things off effective.
And now, friends, the impact needs to start getting landed out to the B side. It just doesn't happen at all. Glaive drops the likes of Snappy. And now the follow-up for ENCE could just come out towards ramp again.
Incendiary's thrown. Valde will try and force forward some. Pius does get a kill in the end. Was being challenged for a moment, and now Marden leans in with his teammates. Low HP on Glaive. One pick back at the very least. Okay, that's a 3-on-3 situation. Bomb plant can be secure, but look at Blame F already in from the backstabs. Are they watching it? No, they're not.
He might even be able to deny the bomb. There should be no chance here at all.
Well, some Pius goes forward. That's not the bomb carrier, though. The man is on Valde. He does drop in the end. Marden with the M4 picked up, swap into the AK with 2 more to gain. Jumps past it. Taps the bomb once, forces them out, or trying to force them out towards long control. But they'll call him in. They'll go for the retake if necessary. The AWP has been baited, and Marden has rotation potential here. Sticks on the B side, wins the fight. 1-on-1 scenario, and now he goes for the A play.
And he's up against the youngster. We saw what Mr. was able to do in some of these clutch situations out on Mirage. 1v1, and he's toying with him. He's slowing it down. He's trying to get Mr. to rotate over towards A.
Mr. scored it, though. Hold B or retake A, that's his plan. He might just even hold the B site itself. Spray through comes up good. And Astralis maintain control by the skin of their teeth when it got so damn close for Marden and all. He's going to be kicking himself for how that one went down.
And Mr.'s calm on the stage. We've seen a lot of these 1vx's for him where he's come out on top. He's been able to show a lot of composure. And so much came off of the back of this backstab from Blame F. Marden doing as much as possible to make a 1v3 happen. But coming close again, not to a round victory.
10-1. Astralis taking, well, not taking, they're forcing the 4th tactical out of ENCE. Talk about big and how liberal they were in their series, and here they stand on the ENCE side being just about, I mean, actually worse, in fact. Took 10 rounds to use 3, and now here we are 11 rounds deep for the 4th one to come through for the ENCE side. Relying heavily on that CT basis and still yet to get much here on the T side. Meanwhile, Astralis have hit the double-digit scoreline. Again, you mentioned that as being a minimum marker. Something for Astralis to shoot for, and that's exactly what they've hit thus far.
I think the majority of the success has come with the A plays. You think about some of the mistakes or at least punishment that they've been able to provide down onto Christo when he's been the A anchor. Out of anything that they've done over towards A with the splits, has been more successful.
Smokes, HE sent incendiaries on Valde to 23 HP. Not having a good time out there at elbow. Astralis. Glaze spraying through the wallbang position. Looking at Cheetah, trying to spot for the T-side players. Just watching past that smoke, spotting one, but not able to get the engagement. Will hide back behind harder cover.
They're going to start being able to stay a little bit longer. Molly goes down, can smoke off the cross. Make sure that there's no tempo. Make sure there's no easy map control being taken from Snappy. There could still be a jewel being collected out here towards Cave.
Not quite from Glaive, though. He falls away to look on towards the ramp control. Almost gets Marden for it. Zipex can finish off the job. And now he finally forces Snappy back out of position. Damage being done from the wall bangs at Dia, but no kills found for ENCE again.
And while that's happening, there's just not even space being taken towards A. There's no lurk up there towards Donut, in there at Candles. It's just very two-dimensional out there towards the lane take, and it means that there's no reaction. There's no way that they can cut or rotate, try and catch a player out in the open, start retaking some of this mid-control, but even Blame F could just smoke off, play time.
Backed up with that M4. Holding from a different angle as well. T-side players back in mid and rotating back into the lane position, trying to sell some sort of idea of a rotation. But it's back into the B site again.
And look at how defensive it is too from both Zip and Christo. That AWP playing off towards that B side could just peek on the contact.
22 seconds, they'll make their way forward. Smokes in. Low HP for Valde, tags up on everybody else. Zipex holding, waiting for his timing, flashes forward. He catches Snappy for damage. 1 point of health for him. Bomb plant will barely come in. And the retake will be on for Astralis.
And for ENCE, they've got to start taking some map control away. They've got to start peering forward. They can't always be defensive in these post plants.
Snappy's in the worst position possible. Dead center and with no health. Flash in from Blame F now, going to set up the retake for his teammates. Valde firing, panicking, trying to get some kills up, and only does damage to Mistar. Still alive for him. Sunpire's one decent trade alongside Dia coming back of her own right, and Snappy lines up two alongside Dia. And in the blink of an eye, ENCE have brought this one back to manageable positions. It's Christo alone versus two. Doesn't see the first man. Looks around at the bomb site. Snappy's low HP, caught on the no-scope, but now they're running for it. Dia knows he's stalled for enough time. And ENCE will finally break the round streak of Astralis.
It's so uncomfortable with the money state, though. Yeah, you break the round streak, but you still lose everyone. Even Dia went down to the bombs. That's not going to help out the buy moving forward. Lovely stuff, though, from Dia on that post plant, and just the crossfire coming through when it matters most. ENCE, though, they can't afford to get reset. They can't afford to be put on double eco status again.
It's got to be followed up. They found step one to recovery. Step two is the next round with the full rifles engaged. You mentioned the lack of utility here, of course, the economical situation not being ideal for them, losing all 5 players in that exchange. Marden playing a dangerous game out towards Ramp ahead of the Molotov. And now into the smoke. Is he going to get flashed in? Yes, he will. C1. CFX still wins the fight, still against 2 players with Glaive on the center to hold out the sideline. And just like that, it's a 2v5.
It's a gimmicky round coming through from ENCE. It's re-smoked up towards the top of the ramp. They just want to pop flash their way forward.
Wow.
Try and see if they can create a quick entry, find some space down on B, but instead you got players playing anti-flash. You got Zip peeking on the contact towards Long. Astralis making this look like a walk in the park in the first half.
And that was the polar opposite of what we hoped for ENCE, the polar opposite of what we expected from them and of what they needed in this follow-up round. They broke the streak and Astralis get right back on top of them. I'm not sure we'll be seeing a 2-0 in this one, Dweg.
Jeez, look at that. Just util damage. Just so different from an entire team to one player on Astralis.
Snappy at least starts things off here against Mistar. Tech9's catching them off. Rush Plactics in towards the A site. Glaive catches one on Snappy. The shot from Christo does miss out. Flashes forward as the teams will make their way in. The bomb should go down. It's a case of the retake again. They got rifles for Astralis.
Yeah, this time around, they've actually got donut control. This is actually looking fairly promising for ENCE. You've got map presence, you've got a 4v4. It now just comes down to how you can bait these duels out in the open and recover a rifle, if at all.
From this stage, a steal that they kind of need here for ENCE. The bomb plant's going to be great and all for the next round by, but really, you want to get 11-4 at this stage to come some sort of basis for the CT side. Flashes in, Tech9's tap. Glaive gets the kill on Samadin. Pius does get overwhelmed a little bit, but Diaz Tech9 holds his own with the taps. One player left here in Cristo. His AWP doesn't know where to focus on. And Diaz got a quadra. That's the steal we're looking for. That's what ENCE needed. Can go into the last round of the half with a bit more than just a buy.
Oh, mate, Dia. What a round from him. Tech9 up close and personal around those default boxes. So much. That third one onto Blame F. And then just finding the last one. They needed some X Factor, and he delivers.
The X marks the spot against Astralis' backs.
Double orbs this round too for Astralis.
Straight in with the M4s once again onto the elbow position. Volde gets picked up again by Mistar. The start is in for Astralis. Molotov to try and force them away from the contact aggressive angles. Lane Mesh still firing back from lane. They're going to make their way into the B site. At least that's what it looks like for now.
They've got to try and put some pressure down towards Cave, allow themselves a pick with some Pius to look out to the long control, but you can see on B, it's actually only Cristo, and even he's playing out towards short.
Two flashes in for Zipex. Nade sent close. Damage done to Martin. Snappy hunts him down. Blame F tries to provide some support, but does get tagged up here. Snappy knows Zipex must be close.
Cristo, AWP comes through. Snappy needs that entry, and he finds it.
That's one back. Cristo's orb. Oh, quick flick back of the quick scope. Leans in for more, but doesn't land on Martin. Trades are there, bombs on sight, and D is going in aggressive. 2-on-2, again, ENCE fighting from the back foot, now gaining potential, but they lose the bomb carrier. It's all Dia again, flashed in, but still sprays down Mistar, and looks for Glaive next. Nade sent to his position, the AWP watching from the back lines. The sweep still there, and the perfect burst is in to close the half up for ENCE. Still down 11-4 for Astralis.
He's giving them a chance, Jay. He's giving them a lifeline. 4 T rounds. We've seen it before in the group stage. DR involved in so much success.
We need to see more like that from all of ENCE in the second half, though. It is their CT side after the break. Dia was the man leading the whole charge. Effective half. What a result from Dia overall there for the ENCE side, and a brilliant performance from him individually to turn that 11-4 back for the ENCE camp. But ASTRALIS still led. I feel like we've been here before, mate.
Yeah, we have for ENCE. I think back to even the third game in the group stage up against Sprout. It was a 4-11 half on the T side and it ended up going to OT. So we know the international squad can work with this sort of leverage, would work with this sort of scoreline, because even think about the tail end of that half, that was 3 out of the last 4 being won by them.
Still was a tough graft for them, though. The 10 in a row that ASTRALIS had gained definitely is a deflating situation for ENCE at this moment in time. But the question of the matter is, Dwayne, is it enough? Again, it's all in that T-side half for ASTRALIS, seeing them struggle all tournament long on the T-halves of things, and seeing them struggle even in this series so far on map 1. Map 2 will have to be different. They only need to get 5. If they can do that, then this will be glory, glory ASTRALIS. And map 3 overpass calling, pistols in, and some pies as Julies steps up to the marker. That's all important. 3 kills found, dropping the bomb and dropping Danish heads as they roll out a cheater. Dia even finds Zipex. It's pistol ENCE.
Mister, last one left. And it just shows with that chunky HE, that first contact in with the anti-rush nades, how much setup there was for those Julies. ENCE giving themselves a huge lifeline to get Stardew on the right foot, and you couldn't have asked for a more positive round to start.
Absolutely massive stuff from Some Pious coming in. Knowing that Dia was the guy that was leading the charge, he had 17 kills in that first half. Some Pious steps up massively with the Julies, and from there, it all falls apart for ASTRALIS. Mistar's trying to hunt back for something. He's gained a couple of picks here when the Molotov involved. Julie's back in. Volder gives it up, and Snappy puts him back. That got a little bit hairy towards the end, though, Dweg.
It did. There was a little bit of hungriness, I think. I mean, Some Pious was running through the B doors. You then had even the likes of Martin caught towards the right-hand side, being forced out in the open by just the molly. For ENCE, it's around victory, but they need to tighten because there's a force buy coming, an unorthodox one considering there was no plan.
Got AKs on 2, Deagle's in. Smoke set for Mistar being a little bit of a lacking in the weapon department for him. CT defensives hold their own. Backed up with the defaults, ASTRALIS suppressed.
And for ENCE, it's just all about fighting the round 2 conversion. No matter how many casualties you take, no matter how difficult the round is, it's making this a 2-0. Zip waiting for the reface to come through from the top of cave. Doesn't quite find the connection. It's very passive across the board from the T side.
Quick pop shot reveals himself, but doesn't really find much else for the T side. Flash in from Glaive now to enable his teammates to make their way into the lane control. Still 2 CTs to try to cover it off, but they hold their own positions.
And Blame F going to be very impactful in a round like this, knowing that you're one of the hero weapon players. Waiting for an overpeak, waiting for a slight maneuver to come through from that donut angle. For ENCE, even Valde hasn't spotted much in mid at all with the jiggles.
AK for Blame. Posted ready to receive. Some Pious leans in with that M4. Sees and sprays down one. Glaive does get caught. Unaware to how close Mistar is. Dia comes up good with the SMG, and the Glock is able to get 1 pick back to return. So 3-on-3.
Got to deal with Dia out there towards Donut, and even Martin with the MP9 strikes. That's the bomb to be dropped.
Important position now held. SMG watching the backstab, so now Snappy's got the information towards 1 player. Second man is Zipex, less unknown, but should be detected soon enough. Concerning that it's SMGs here on the CT side, though, the range game could work better for ASTRALIS, but they've got to act quick here, 18 seconds.
Martin, even going to overswing, but loses the fight. And now for Zip, it's all about trying to get this bomb down and win out the 1v2.
10 seconds, close to the B site. 1 player coming in close. He's prioritizing that bomb plant above all else. Needs to win an engagement, though, and it's not going to happen. Snappy keeps it together. But again, 3 casualties for ENCE. Money's going to be limiting. The force buy came in for ASTRALIS, though, so there won't be a force back to try and follow suit and do the damage here.
Yeah, Zip's been playing incredibly well out on Ancient, just not quite enough to be able to get that clutch forward. And just knowing it's a start. It's 1 round, it's 2 rounds, it could be 3, it could be 4. It's all about the round streak here from ENCE. You don't want to give breathing room, you don't want to give ASTRALIS in with any cheeky success.
Quick in on the T side, again, it was elbow suppressed. ENCE will take control of mid as a result. Smoke scent as the SMG holds its nerve in the corner. and they wait for Astralis to make a move.
We know Snappy is actually the highest rated player for ENCE in the last 3 months on Ancient, so I do wonder to myself what the in-game leader's got up his sleeve in this second half, how he can bring back this differential. Astralis, the regroup outside of A. You've got Dia alone here.
M4 just sits. As Mistar's Deagle holds past the fire, which will extinguish down of its lone timer. Dia in the back lines of the site, the M4 holding its nerve, spotting information, at least knowing of one player. The boost up, of course, indicating there's two out there. Mows out two pretty effectively. Mistar and Cristo and Glaive don't really stand a chance against these rifles. It is a harsh eco with no Kevlar, and all 5 alive for ENCE.
Dia's been very impressive today. I think you look back at map number 1 and just how much he was able to find. You think about map number 2, he's starting to slowly get some teammates around him to help him out, but it has been the Dia show. His impact has even got him to the amount of rounds that they found here on Ancient. It's now about the rifle round. 4 to the difference. Still a bonus round coming through from ENCE. They haven't decided to upgrade that MP9 from Valde into an M4 at all.
Quick Incendiary's out again for the CT side. Same default utility in towards that mid control. Valde taking the early damage for ENCE as they walk in towards main for Astralis.
Dia's deep. Oh, chunky HE to start off, and now they're just going to have to commit.
Not quite as fantastic a sequence as he did on the anti-eco. Now Valde is going to get his weapon out. He's still holding his knife. Smokes in against Sunpires, who now takes the brunt of the aggression. Straight forward to the smoke. You've also got Martin coming in. Sunpires does get one before the trade, and Martin makes it a 3-on-3.
Put that smoke down, give himself some coverage. Mr. Aggressive towards Temple.
He's known here with that Molotov being posted up, though. Martin up. Still hunting for the backline player. The flashes are in to catch them blinded, and a backstab also inbound from the mid control. Keep your eyes on that mini-map, because there's a player inbound, and Valde's going to deal with him. The SMG does a ton of damage, and now focusing up on the retake. Smoke down onto the bomb's position. Zipex catching off nothing towards the outside. Eventually does get Snappy as Martin and Blame fall back. It's all on Valde, who gets picked up by Astralis. The Danes hold their first of the half as they gain 12-7.
What a ripper. That opening entry is onto Dihart. That was Glaive with a drive-by. Not even one kill on the return from the anchor there at the pole. And Dia not quite being able to stand tall. We saw the way the ENCE try mimic aggression, get through the utility, try put pressure as soon as that bomb goes down. So it's a round streak of 3 until we see a response from Astralis.
Smoke seen as standard. Blame F. Straight out towards the mid position as you would expect. Snappy's going to try and hold on to that elbow entrance, unaware that they've already made their way in and out of that position. Glaive just bursting through. Nice nades, again placed by ENCE.
Now this is one of these swing rounds. Both teams don't have a lot of loss bonus. Both teams don't have money in the reserve. Whoever wins this will win the next, and the follow-up, Snappy trying to see if he can work forward with that incendiary, ends up being caught and now has to retreat.
Oh, even better nade and molly combination from Blame F, who gets both the kills on Martin and Snappy. And now the B site is under siege. Astralis backing up into this one. Bomb plant should be secured. Will the retake come in for ENCE? The money's not that great, and they haven't got them out advantage here. Yeah, they're out of there. They're going to save.
I was going to expect an instant save off of the back of that. A double frag coming through from Blame F. And there's just no response from the A players, whether it comes to a pick out there towards a mid-control, any rotation back in towards CT. Astralis just capitalized with the slight over-maneuver there towards Cave.
Unlucky 13. Certainly unlucky for ENCE at this stage. Pistol and conversions being gained, but then the rifles get broken out. Astralis, as you mentioned, clap back immediately. At least they hold some exits. At least they keep Mistar from taking his rifles away. With 3 guns in play, second stage loss bonus here. 2 players fell. Is it worth a force?
Probably not, to be honest. I think you got to play it safe here. If you risk up going for an MP9 investment, you send it. It's all or nothing. It's a tough call to make, and it's something that Snappy's going to have to come up with.
Let's have a look-see. It will be a force-up. They'll drop SMGs. They'll get the automatics in here, Dweg. If it was 2 players alive, maybe they wouldn't justify it, but ENCE going to try and stop Astralis from getting to 14. It does carry a ton of risk here, which is why they're taking risky players and all. Aggression in towards mid, trying to hope for someone out of elbow. No one has been seen, though. Lane default to Astralis.
Sunpice could actually get very aggressive with this AWP, have a warp contact to come through from the front side of Cheetah. Astralis have got quite a few players towards a lane control, but they're waiting for a mistake. They've slowed this right down.
Martin just saw one, HE placed. Respectable onto Zipex, but it got away just in time. Saw that one coming with smokes now inbound from Cave. Glaive will be allowed full control of this. The sprays will come back. Won't find anything though.
And this is one of these rounds where Sunpice has to put himself in advantageous positions, look for fights, look for opening man advantages just with the weaponry you've got. And it feels like there's intent to try and put a bit more leverage down here towards ramp.
Highlighted that AWP in previous moments, but not for his AWPing prowess. The Julies and the pistol, the general rifle playing from him. That AWP posted towards the B site control. One of 3 players on the defensive as Martin gets spammed down by Zipex. And now Astral's got to take that damage, convert it into an XC.
And this looks to be a B fake to send that bomb back towards A. Look at the lurk that's still outside of A main. They can try and over-rotate the CTs and bring that bomb back to A.
Smokes and Molly sent with the flashbangs. Astralis looking to prod forward, and Valde has got 2 picks to find. Sunpice did get one. The spray so awkward. Valde holds his nerve against the wrong player. Christo picks him up and will get the plant in. BlameF extending out very far wide as well. CT's unaware of it. Snappy gets picked up back to a 3-on-3. And slowly but surely they close in the pincers. The SMG's not watching it though. 2 to line up. BlameF catches the AWP, but Martin gets the pick back, and it's all on Glaive. Found by Dia as ENCE will hold the retake.
Dia's coming closer to his 30 bomb now, Jay. He has been the impact man. And again, who's going to be able to come up with him? BlameF looked as if he was going to close that round down. Gets caught at a timing, looking back in towards spawn and back over towards the CT area. ENCE. This has still been a tough affair in the second half for them on the comeback.
Done everything they can. Astralis have put up the hard yards. 2 players got away alive in that one for the ENCE side, so the guns will return. But Astralis, similar story. Money saved, bomb plant bonus. They'll whittle down those savings. So now could be the chance to try and cripple the T-side economy for ENCE as they charge forward in towards mid. BlameF decent spawn to get quite quickly into the elbow position. Hold top mid, but see nothing on resistance from ENCE.
Now you've got Snappy just outside of this cave control, as like with Martin over there towards B. For Astralis, it's a little bit more aggressive this time around. They'll put the incendiary forward. Snappy is gonna burn.
That's a hell of a sequence from Zipex though. Spam through Molotov gain, the aim punch keeping him in the fire and the flames burning to his demise as Glaive comes in from Cave and deals with Martin next. A 5-on-3. He will be suppressed by the smokes, but a bomb's going down. There's nothing they can do to deny it. Valde does pick up Mistar, but again, it's 4v3 for the post plant.
Now they should make a decision now, Jay. Do you instant save or do you go for it? It looks like they want to play the safe option. End up backing off. I understand it. You're down 3v4. You don't have leverage in the round. You don't have a backstab coming through from main at all. BlameF could actually cut more damage, though.
That's the concern. He just spotted one player. Knows that he's out there in CT. Checking out the back lane just in case, but surely he should be able to at least get one exit. The AWP of Sunpice posted does land against him, so denying that presence. Again, 3 will maintain their lives for ENCE. Let's take a look at the money. What do you think?
I think this time you probably have to. You probably have to buy. Because otherwise, what are you doing? You're playing for OT? You've got to give yourself a lifeline. You've got to give yourself a chance. I think you buy it again. You have to send it.
Astralis closing in on the win. There are a few people happy about that in the audience tonight. Trying to take us to our 3rd map, despite everyone pretty much saying that this is not going to be a 3-map affair. Astralis doing all that they can to hang in there. Upset Finland tonight. Indeed, it will be the force up, opting not to spread it across SMGs. Get the M4 out for Snappy, the 5-7 for Martin.
And for ENCE, I do wonder how are they going to strike with an opening pick. You've got Diha quite aggressive in there with Valde. I'd like to see a little bit more control being taken towards lane, more of an emphasis down here towards the B doors.
Dia's watching. M4 looking up and over. Molotov sent. Counter incendiaries are back from the CT side, suppressing the Astralis progression. Dia needs to hunt for that first frag and almost got it, but not to be.
He's still got the height advantage to peer down towards the elbow cross. Astralis, they've got plenty of players outside of A main right now. Now, you've got some Pius passive as an A anchor with the AWP. He's looking for that first connection to fall back.
They work their way forwards. Slowly but surely, these smokes are sent down. The Orpa Pius lands against the first man, backs up at Temple, needs to catch another angle here, looking towards it, and it's actually Christo that forces out the fight for the CT side. A 4-on-4 has been gained by Astralis. The bomb will go down. It's another retake for ENCE here.
Dia got a player close towards that left-hand side, but it's unknown information. Even Martin's slow to rotate off a B.
Ronnie gives away the position, no, and he can't quite win the fight. Second face does get BlameF, running out of ammo though. Needs support from his teammates and a reload in. Vole picks up Christo. It's 2 left, but Zipex unaccounted for. Glaive holds distraction. He gets picked up. The diffuser's coming in. Zipex forces him off the bomb. Almost gets the triple, but it's held together by Valde as he keeps ENCE alive and Astralis from match point.
You could just see there how much tempo there was on that retake to come through from the backstab out from Donut, for Diha to get aggressive towards the default angle, just put pressure on those last remaining T-side individuals. And for ENCE, they are now one more round away from double digits. It's whether they can muster up another streak, Jay, because that's what they need.
Every rifle round from ENCE has felt like a struggle, though. Astralis have always had their number. They've always found the bomb sites, found the advantages. ENCE needs something more, not just Dia at this stage. Sunpire showing us glimmers of that AWP prowess over on the A site. AK involved towards the mid controller. The MAC-10 from Glaive kicks things off fast and loose from the Astralis. Gonna go quick into the A site and all.
It brings Dia off his line. Sunpire's got to go through the smoke.
Oh, gets caught through it instead by Zipex's P250. It's a 5-on-3. Blind fire returning from the CT side will do some damage. The SMG suicide dive in from Martin. Gets 2 picks for it. Massive risk, but high reward. A 3-on-3 though. Glaive's going to put him back in his place. It's Dia and Snappy up against it again. They'll get Glaive to return to evens. And now the bomb's in the open.
And they got a smoke for it. And Mister's got another backstab.
Are they aware of it though? Will they watch for it? Bomb tapped once. Zipex going to fire away. Mister's got an AK as well on the diffuser. Going to hold it this time. No fakes. Sprays through. Distraction involved. And they hold the round for it. Diffuse in the midst of the smoke around from underneath the nose of Astralis. The rush down near won the map point, but ENCE are hanging in there.
And Dia just survives at the end there, Jay, so an extra rifle that can be saved into the next round. Don't have to think about reinvesting it. Oh, that's a tight one. Opens up with that MAC-10. Glaive getting aggressive up into the mid-starts. Even the spam in there from Zip. Straight onto the NWP, but not enough time stalling. The smoke defuse coming through for ENCE.
Guns in for both sides, reinvestments full on for ENCE. Astralis, no eco this time, but the Molotov will get sent towards Glaive's position, past that lane, kill found, starts up for ENCE.
So much anti-rush nades down there towards the bottom of the lane control. Even Snappy's coming in closer. Now, while that's happening, you can see a mid-stance trying to create out an elbow.
Snappy sees one, engages, double up, triple, not quite gained, but Sunpius has his trade, a 4-on-2, and now the ENCE confidence has returned towards them. Astralis, for the first time in a long time, playing from the back foot.
And now you start cooking with a man advantage. Now you start cooking with a little bit more behind you. Astralis just get hammered with those nades. So much bombardment going down there towards the bottom of ramp and lane. BlameF trying to see if he can catch off anyone re-aggressing, anyone holding an aggressive sightline in mid.
M4 fights and BlameF goes down. Christo left alone in the rounds. Picked up by Sunpius. And now they're feeling it for ENCE. 11 on their board versus the 14 that Astralis still have above them. 3 rounds to equalize. 5 to usurp the Danes and take control.
And we saw the biggest round streak for ENCE over the course of Ancient was 5. They're going to need more than that if they want to try and at least send it to an overtime. Let alone take the map. Tactical timeout coming through from Astralis. That's probably going to help out ENCE because, well, they've used all of theirs.
Used all of them so early as well. Had to make all this adjustment on the second half on their own, on the fly. It's the first tactical for Astralis, though. Right time to call it in. You're so close to the end, but now ENCE are starting to catch up. Makes sense from their side of things. Will it help or will it hinder?
ENCE have got to be able to provide a lot more of that utility. I liked what I saw in that last round with the double incendiaries, the HE placement, and the ability that Snappy and Sampai's peak so aggressively towards the top of cave and out there at window. Valde with the AK, Astralis with at least as much in this round as possible. But another hero, this time around, Mistar's got it though.
You can trust him at this stage. He's had some very massive moments over the course of this series. Second top of the board for Astralis, behind Zipex at 29. 22 for Mistar. Try lead that charge, but nade sent right to the center of mass of the T side, and he'll sponge the majority of that damage, leaving Snappy a chance to pick up the pieces alongside Martin and Sampai's. Frags the appropriate bomb dropped. One decent pick back for the Tech 9. Make sure it's not easy at all here for the ENCE side. That bomb had to get picked up or planted. They'll pass the AWPs back and forth, see that Tech 9 smoke it off. So the AK should get the plant.
And they realize that Sampai's doesn't want to AWP in this sort of situation, but you also don't want to give it over to the opposition. BlameF is waiting for one of these smokes to clear. Zip can come in behind him. They can get the bomb plant, but it's what creates in the round. They need picks.
AK holds. Trying to force out a CT. Player's got a decent inkling. Valde's picked up Zipex though. BlameF, everything to do at this stage. Still yet to see his true power unlocked in this series. Could this be the turning point moment? Almost was there for Sampai's. 5 HP for him. Valde goes down, and Dia comes in with support. His power's been unlocked. 28 deep for him. And a 12th round for ENCE.
Dia on the comeback train, allowing themselves to peek off one another. As soon as a player drops right, that's it, round's over. Make sure you don't give that breathing room, you don't give that respect forward to someone like BlameF, otherwise he'll come through success. He'll come through with a round victory. And for ENCE, it's going to be another tactical for Astralis to simmer.
Tech pause, actually.
Okay, there you go.
So no talking as standard, no discussions, no tactics to be discussed at this stage. But we can discuss the situation that we find ourselves in. Because in the last map, Astralis brought a comeback that didn't quite work well for them on the CT side. This time, ENCE bringing a comeback of their own right. Does it look like it will be completed here, Blake?
It's a tough one to call. I mean, you have to look at it from the perspective of Astralis, that one good round at least gives you overtime. At least puts yourself in a position where you can guarantee that. You're in a scoreline where you don't have a massive advantage, but it's still there. And it's about closing, sending it to a third map, which we've seen in so many of the multiple head-to-heads between these two sides.
Moment's respite here. A momentum break potentially for ENCE. Their hands warm, keep themselves in the matchup. Looks like whatever tech problems we had have been resolved at this stage, so we'll jump right back into it. Getting involved for one of the most important rounds of this series. Astralis need to take it to get to map point, need to try and push ENCE back a peg, stop them from claiming the even standing, and potentially a 2-0 in the quarters. Hometown favorites holding their own in mid-control for Valde here.
A flashed off angle, this guy should be very quick.
Just about to escape to the eye here with BlameF, tagged up for it, 40 HP. Incendiary thrown down with a counter molotov that should force him out into the open, and he does go down in the end. Astralis, another quick play in from mid, with Sampai's orb, looking to try trade it back, flash against him, he doesn't fire.
Looks to try and reposition. BlameF, does he continue going? No, actually stay stagnant for a moment. Sampai's is hoping that there's a further drive forward in Candles.
BlameF watching it. Holding out the hope that he re-aggresses Marden. Instead, will try and take his place in M4. Hold his nerve in mid as they aggress together. Meanwhile, the T's will work their way in towards main. BlameF. They're going to get caught looking the wrong way here. Depends how far extended they are. Or picked up, 5 on 3 now. M4 does catch the trade. Marden only good for one. Dia drops immediately towards the A site. A massive player taken out of the fold here by Astralis. Plant will be secured. Retake is on for ENCE.
Martin and Snappy have to consider the idea of the money, Jay. I think it's better to save here. 2v4, you got nothing to work with.
And they're out of there. Astralis will finally get to map points on ENCE's map pick. We'll go pick for pick. If they can get one more good round, you're right about the money state here for the ENCE side. No loss bonus will be left in for them. Those 4 in a row that they gained, all damaging, all expensive for the international squad. Leaving them with very little in the bank accounts, very little influx of money, very little buy potential at this stage, so it will be a comeback to overtime. You said it was difficult to tell earlier whether this comeback would cement itself, Dwayne. Is it becoming a bit more clear now?
I think it is with the money state, knowing that you've got no loss bonus at all and only 2 rifles being saved. At least they've got the AWP. But I tell you, that is a Blame F special. Yeah. Yes, he might not have had the best of series so far, but that's what we can expect from him. Those high, impactful rounds that win you maps and win you series.
Now he's coming into his own. Astralis might have an entity to rest on going into overpass. 1 round to close it, ENCE 3 to overtime. Charging straight forward as standard towards mid and lane control. Heavy emphasis on getting those kills together, which neither side will take.
You just feel as if here for ENCE, being able to strike with an opening pick is going to be all important. Try and provide themselves a little bit more of that stagnant and more risky sort of play. I mean, even some Pius with that AWP, look at the map coverage he's trying to find out here towards elbow. Might position himself on the crack angle, try and get as much out of this as possible.
Watching on. Holding out hope. Flash is sent and some Pius picks up Blame F, backs away, looking in for a bit more, looking at the double dip, the quick scope lands it, triple in, perhaps, maybe. Zipex comes in with support from lane and Valde is there for the responsive, 4-on-2 for ENCE.
With that bomb being dropped out towards elbow, it means that there's going to be a slight maneuver up here, aggressive towards the top of ramp. Glaive just trying to see if he can catch the CTs off guard.
One player in the back along, caught off by the veteran, the IGL of Astralis here. Martin responds the same and it's all left to Zipex. 1-on-3, back at spawn, detected as you would expect. And now they're just against him.
It's just time stalling. Dia's got the nades to keep slowing this down. There should be no way forward here for Zip at all.
Should be able to get the bomb back in the end, but 25 seconds on the clock. Very little time remaining. Can't afford to try and prod for information. Needs to grab that bomb and commit with it. Back into the A site. He's going to make no qualms about it. They'll hear these footsteps from Dia.
Now knows he's going to save. You don't have any other options. Nothing's presenting. No one's fighting out in the open ends. It's a lifeline. It's another round to come closer to OT.
This place is loving it as well. Survival for ENCE for now. Money was okay for Astralis. Still sat with a little bit of loss bonus as well, so I imagine they will be back for a reinvestment. A pause has been called, though, for Astralis. It's important to discuss their situation. ENCE, right in the hype train.
What an incredible sequence coming through from the AWP 2 for some Pius. No one wants to be in that situation where you're that aggressive. You have to try and look to multi-frag, but he just stands and puts in so much with that big green. 2 very impactful kills that get followed up by the assistance of Valde. Saw behind them. A few more rounds for ENCE. And Astralis, it's when the closing period happens, if it's now, whether it's in OT.
2 more rounds for the ENCE side. Astralis. Guns in full. AWP for Christo. AKs for everyone else. And quickly in towards the main control it seems to go. Is this a rush play?
Could be very quick. Try and position that AWP towards the back of the site, but as soon as it gets re-smoked, they have to cancel.
Dia still going to hold his nerve, though. Molotov should send him out of position. Sprays back from the T side. It's Snappy. Kicks things off. In from lane. That's a start. The boost detected by Martin. And a 5-on-3 found by ENCE.
Oh, this looks promising. Very promising indeed. You get that first pick down there towards the B doors. It gives the idea that there's no mid presence. There's nothing out towards lane. It's probably a regroup outside of A. It's what Astralis could do after that fact, because they've done damage.
Constant confidence from ENCE now. They are looking like they are in 5th gear. Valde trying to apply a little bit more pressure to the throttle. Try to force these T-side players out. Martin back at a site here towards A. You're going to see the smokes coming towards the position. Low HP, can't hold on forever. Dia unknown towards the backside. It's been checked, but still he gets the kill against Mistar. Double up, not quite found. Zipex takes it back, and the bomb will be secured at least.
Now Valde's coming in quickly towards Donut.
Inbound, M4 spray, lines them up, knocks down one. Zipex needs the 4K clutch, needs to fight this first player first and foremost, and it's not going to happen. Defuse was held, 14 now. ENCE on to try and look for our first overtime of the playoffs here.
Now both teams very familiar with overtime. Astralis, they had 2 of them in the group stage, 1 for ENCE. It's whether they can come out now, though. Round 30. And for Astralis, they needed as much out of that one as possible. Valde, what a position for him to get in from behind. How quickly he got out to Donut meant that as soon as that reposition came through with the post plant, he was there, ready for it.
The last overtime between ENCE and Astralis went the way of Astralis as well. Glade doesn't want to let it get that far, though. Almost managed to do so, picking up the first, but not the second. The AWP is baited from Sunpius, meanwhile, aware that there's ramp presence, and there's a lot of it as well for the T side.
And they end up backing off, start bringing a little bit more pace out there towards the A side, just knowing, okay, we've got a 1-for-1 trade, we know where the AWP is, let's start siphoning off our offensive elsewhere. They've still got nades to work with. Now for ENCE, you can see the line of CTs that are behind them. It's very deep. No one's aggressive, no one's taking map control.
Madden watching Dia on the site itself. The T's slow walk their way into the A main control.
And for Diha, it comes down to wasting time, setting up that crossfire for his teammate Martin to rotate in.
Zipex playing entry here. Dia watching, sees the one man, evades the ire of the T side kill though. Smokes against his position, he's back up to get here pretty quickly. Martin gets that 1 frag at least, but Dia falls in turn, 3-on-3. HG's at the ready. The bomb plant to come down towards the back of the boxes though, not actually towards the open corner instead. BlameF tagged heavily and up close and personal.
And Zip's got aggressive out there towards the temple control. He might think about a backstab.
It's do or die, but Sunpius wants to do. Does Zipex in, Mistar and BlameF now low HP, 21 and 16. ENCE making their way in close. 1 player seen, BlameF adjusts towards it. 2v2 situation, trying to hold on, play around the boxes and play around the smoke. They knows it must be there! Blind kill through the smoke. Martin comes up, and now it's all to the young blood here of Astralis, leaning around the big box, and Martin has no idea. Try to tap that bomb. Mistar leans forward and sprays him down for 16-14. The map win on Astralis as the new generation shows what they can do to take us to map 3.
And it's the 18-year-old again, Jay. It's Mistar to step up in some of the huge rounds. This time around, his clutch, get them over the line, get them into a 3rd map.
But only enabled by BlameF and his kill through that smoke. Had that not happened, I don't think we would see the end of this map. I think we'd still be playing in overtime. ENCE were that close, a comeback that was even closer to Astralis's, but still not successful. Overpass is our 3rd.
And Astralis, they put in the hard yards. What a response after map number 1. The way that they started that first half, it was lethal. It was so much success round after round. The round streak was huge by them.
Unbelievably incredible stuff in terms of our series so far today. And in this one especially, the comeback potential, the prowess of doing so here from the ENCE camp. Astralis able to put them back down. And just the angles that they've held, the stuff that they've done so far in this one, it has been truly an incredible showing from both sides. And as a result, we get our full 3 maps leg.
We do indeed. We go to the 3rd map decider. We go into even territory between both of these teams. And for Astralis, it's just about pressing. It's about giving yourself another map, another chance of going deeper once again.
And just when we were looking for their hero, their star of BlameF, new heroes arise from the Danish camp. Similar story for ENCE though, Dia and Sunpius now really going for this one. These are the names to watch out for going into our 3rd map of Overpass, which will be coming up in a short few moments' time. For now though, Heku is speaking to one of the Astralis players down in the inventory section.
BlameF, congratulations. You picked up Ancient yesterday. We saw something pretty unusual. It was a 16-1 against 500, but today it seems like you changed a lot of things. Did you actually have enough time to just go and do a demo review?
I mean, yeah, we had, but I think also just yesterday was just because we're playing first-time officials with a lot of new people all the time, and like this time was with a new AWP, and everything I think was very chaotic, and a lot of stuff was like forgotten of like how to, like the 2nd steps, 3rd steps, 4th step, like all that in the round. So I think it was just sometimes that just happens when you have new players all the time. There's gonna be some confusion, and that game was only just one of those games where everything was just really bad from us. Everything was off.
Talking about new players, Chris is the new AWPer right now in the team. How did you get him up to date? Was it like 1v1 sessions, or did you just jump into the pracs right away?
I mean, we only had like, I think 2 prac days at home with him or something, so we didn't have much time, but David himself, like, we showed him a lot of stuff, like, made sure that he knew not all, but like a lot of his stuff, so it was mostly, honestly, David. Of course, the team helped as well, but David was like going through the stuff before practice, so he had a chance to, you know, remember what we are doing.
Well, I'm sure that you're looking forward to just go and join your team to discuss the Overpass on delay you any longer, so thank you very much, BlameF.
Thank you.
hanging with it. God, oh man, BlameF, what a character. And what a game from ASTRALIS in this. There was one thing for sure, right? That you get an 11-4 first half, you talk about Zonic's Law and all that madness and funds are going to, it starts playing in their head. You start to see this potential comeback coming in from ENCE, but they still got it done. And you guys started with this, right? You said it needs to be someone other than BlameF. That's how you start off this entire series. Zip, oh my.
Yeah, he definitely rolled back the years. I mean, having 11 plus multi-kills, you know, constant impact, a lot of great utility usage to get that extra damage in. He had like something like 130 ADR almost as well. So constantly, like, I saw it like at 100 at one point, and it just kept going up and up in the average, which is not usually the you know what happens when you get that good start. You kind of drop a little bit at least.
That's just human.
Yeah, he kept elevating himself throughout the game, and obviously was the main reason why they could pull this victory off.
Yeah. And I think the real key thing we have to look at here, right, is, Zip himself played good. It was looking fantastic. But the pistol round goes to ENCE, and it's that follow-up round they lost. And I wouldn't say it would break ENCE mentally, but that's when at least ASTRALIS started to believe. They just went full forward from there.
I mean, it's the best thing that could happen, because they get to pick up the early weapons, they get that extra economy buffer if in case something happens, and also refresh utility and ops if the rounds get close. So they definitely got, that's probably the best start you can have.
Yeah,
even if you know, you're giving one round, and if you get the pistol, obviously you have the potential to do more, but that extra buffer actually I consider is a advantage. I'd rather start 1-1 winning pistol and me winning force and picking up guns than starting with a 2-0.
Yeah, it's that extra buffer, because otherwise, like close rounds, if you're not getting clean anti-ecos and everything, then all of a sudden you're constantly stressed for money on the CT side. And we know how important utility is, or potentially getting ops in the right hands and so forth. So that was essential for ASTRALIS, and we said they needed good solid rounds. And I will also kind of like to point out the fact that as good as ASTRALIS played on their CT side and how well they did to actually muster that kind of a run and get an 11-4 half, the T side from ENCE was awful.
Yeah. I got a question with that, right? Because we praising Snappy quite a lot on this desk.
Yep.
Then he definitely deserves some flack for that, because I know the T side can be hard for Ancient, but we have seen other teams who play it more regularly find a bit more footing on the T side, and I would expect them to do so much better against ASTRALIS.
Yeah, they were just so off in their timing. It felt like they had a plan and someone aborted it mid-through. Like someone just went up, took a duel, and they're otherwise are sneaking away from his position. And you know, they took cave control. They're ready to go up banana. Snappy dies cave. They had to re-clear cave and then go back banana. So there's like a lot of these moments where if they just keep their cool for like 1-2 seconds before they engage in those duels, they will have a good timing. They will force that cave player out to help his teammate on site, and then swing in the off timing where you can actually get that angle, actually get some information how the CTs are approaching their defense. And we saw them just get punished in that just near moment of decision and ending onto a site.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, one of the criticisms that I will lay on Snappy and a lot of the teams that he's led is the fact that they do kind of fall for that, I guess, like old man mentality, which is, in theory, it should work. It has worked in the past. It should work, again, as long as we execute things properly. I mean, Gob is someone who's been known for kind of falling for that trap every now and again as well. And the problem with that is that at a certain point you have to realize, okay, either we're not winning our duels or we're not getting the map control that we're looking for. So keep it simple.
Yeah, you
from
just
that point
have to
on.
change your playstyle, basically.
Exactly. So at that point you have to kind of fall back to plan B or plan C or whatever it may be, but keep it simple, go as a group, just start off by making sure that you get trade frags, because we saw so many of those rounds in the first half go the way of ASTRALIS because they just get a simple pick. Like in this match, ASTRALIS had sharper individuals throughout the entire first half. And that's obviously a massive benefit to have to kick you off, right? So I wanted to see that kind of adaptation sooner. That's been a thing that's kind of been hanging over Snappy's teams in the past as well. And that is something that they need to improve on, because that fell really, really flat. But again, it's partly also due to the credit of ASTRALIS and them actually looking good.
But still, like, they look so off sync and bad in some scenarios and still make it a 16-14. They grind out that comeback. They start rolling again.
Yeah.
And you see that confidence growing, which is a good sign, you know, always a pleasant experience. And when you're playing a game, you're getting absolutely trashed, but you're actually gaining some momentum, bringing something back. So you gain that confidence, sometimes even as an advantage going into that third map, even though your opponents won it.
Yeah. But I will say that a lot of that comes from Diha.
The multi
simple as yeah. He's the only reason why they have a salvageable first half in the first place. 2 massive clutches towards the end of the half to actually get them to 4 rounds. And then obviously playing in a very, very solid CT side as well, like being able to make sure that he's locked down that A bomb side as well as possible. So yes, obviously it is beneficial not to just get completely roundhouse kicked out of the server, but actually feel like you have a fighting chance. And I think that's important considering what is the third map as well.
Yes, that third map is coming right up, and that is where we're going to next. That roundhouse kick won't be delivered just yet because we sit on the 1-1 scenario. We're going to a third and final map to decide who our last semi-final team will be. Will it be ENCE or will it be ASTRALIS? You'll find out in just a few moments.
Body tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin saapuu, josta Body otais kohtaa todella eteellä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarjotavat trackin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Gives you wings.
We have a solution for you.
we're flying on in to Overpass to decide which team will be eliminated here at the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022 and who will march on forward to the semi-final. It's ENCE going up against ASTRALIS. And just looking at this, guys,
Look
right?
at these stats.
ENCE have played it 3 times. They've not won. And just to be clear, I'm going to give you they lost to Mouse 16-3. They lost to Complexity 16-11, but this was back in the EPL season where they bombed out. And it was the new players, some players and Valde,
like a week.
finding their way in. But then also, they lost to Ecstatic 16-12. Not great. But then ASTRALIS are equally as bad. I actually had to double check the stats thinking, is this real? Is this what we're dealing with here?
Is this the third map?
Is this, why did they agree on this? Like, who thought that they were in a situation where we wanted to decide on this map?
Yeah, I will say, though, that the one victory that ASTRALIS have is versus Heroic, which is a pretty solid Overpass team. We got to give them that, yeah. The weird thing about both these teams, though, is that traditionally you'll see Overpass, you'll think to yourself, like, yeah, at the very least, double-figure CT side of rounds, and you cross your fingers and hope that the T side goes well.
Yeah.
For these teams, it's kind of the opposite problem. Yes, there's a bit of an outlier with ASTRALIS playing Fnatic in the group stages where they lost 1-14 on their T side, but other than that, done a pretty good job of averaging around 6 rounds. CT side, completely different story. Like, both ENCE and ASTRALIS have had awful CT sides. So in the loss that you mentioned from ENCE versus Ecstatic, for instance, they picked up 3 CT rounds.
Oh, God.
So 12-3 half, going against them on the favorite side of the map. So it's a bit of an oddity. From what I've seen out of ASTRALIS on Overpass, they have kind of gone towards the right path, which is B. and that's been netting them a lot of T rounds.
Devil, you just look confused.
I mean, it is confusing because I think that Overpass CT side is one of the, things you need to talk about the least in this entire game because it's so easy. It really is. There's a couple of executes and things you need to obviously have had experience with dealing with and stuff like that, but it plays very similar in a pro game to a PUG.
Okay.
On the CT side.
Yeah.
The T side, completely different story on the other hand. That's probably the map with Nuke that I would say is the most T-sided theory heavy in the map pool. Where you can do a lot of different things, approaches. There's a lot of different steps. Like, let's say a normal map is 1 to 4 steps. On Overpass, if you go towards A, there's 10 steps you need to go through to even have a chance of getting on that bomb site.
Which is why you don't go towards the A bomb site on Overpass. That's the easiest way to go about it, because B is pretty much 3 steps. It's make sure everybody knows what spot they're in and who's throwing what nades, and then you run.
And then you run into B.
You run dildo, left, bridge, water.
Yeah, easy peasy.
Okay, we're not letting him say any more words after he just said that on broadcast as well. Thank you, Devil. We're not in PUG mode anymore, but we are going to go back to our amazing commentators. It's Overpass time, it's Decider time, and it is Jay and Dweg.
A match defined by comebacks and overall played up by the star players of their respective sides. Some stars we expected, others maybe lesser so. Dweg, ASTRALIS and ENCE on our final matchup, our final map-up of the quarterfinals and Overpass. Talk about those individuals to me, Dweg, because there are some, again, we thought that would come up and they did, some that we didn't, and some that, of course, unexpectedly managed to make things happen for ASTRALIS over on that Ancient, right?
I think Mistar's been a revelation. He's really been impressive here on the stage. He's brought himself forward in so many clutch situations, so many important rounds, and he was the key entity to getting it over the line. So I'm looking out for him, even coming a decider of Overpass when there's a lot of pressure to perform, for him to step up again.
And of course, over on the other side, D, who's been stellar over the course of this one for ENCE, just truly like a star individual of his own right. Slipped off a little bit towards the end there of Ancient, and I feel like maybe held a couple more defensive elements over on that A site. Maybe it could have worked out for him and for his score. Maybe they could be in that 2-0 element because they were really on for it at that stage. And now we move on to Overpass, where things are not looking nearly as confident for, well, ENCE or ASTRALIS for that matter, right? You saw those stats in the pre-match. 0% win rate for ENCE, 25% win rate for ASTRALIS. I'm not looking forward to seeing much of any sort of confidence in this matchup here.
And we know that Blame F's always very consistent on Overpass. That's one of the key caveats for ASTRALIS. But I think overall, knowing that there's a 4-map losing streak for ENCE on this map, knowing that both times in February and in April, in head-to-heads between ENCE and ASTRALIS, Overpass has been played and always been won by the Danes.
Indeed it has, and that might become another concerning factor for them. History has always favoured ASTRALIS in terms of these head-to-heads when it comes to the best of threes and the map wins overall. Even the overtime that they had over in Katowice last year was won out by the ASTRALIS core. And they'll look to try win this one out this time. Overpass, final map of the best of 3 to see whether ENCE can hold on to their lifeline, whether ASTRALIS will make it into the semi-finals. It's the pistol round. ENCE on the T-side start as we kick things off.
ASTRALIS starting CT. We saw what they were able to do out there on Ancient. They'd love to be able to get off to a flyer again. Christo just spotting for that early information. Now you've got 2 in connector with a bait setup. ENCE are bringing more in offensive around playground, but that bomb is still tailing behind outside Monster.
Engagement's out towards that long control, the mid position, but as you mentioned, Bomb just sat back, waiting for a chance to strike, waiting for the moment for ASTRALIS to make their move in. ENCE sitting pretty, playing this one extremely slowly here.
Sunpie is just hoping for a contact, a slight overswing to come forward from that divider angle. And now Glaive's had enough. He's going for an info play.
Straight up, Julie's in, Jewel out against Snappy. Glock in hand, gets the headshot, kicks things off, draws out first blood. Second player's been baited though, so Snappy's aware of Blame and will fall back.
Yeah, some pies might be able to cut him off at the helm, make sure that there's no way that Blame F can retreat back out towards that condor. Just slips of timing, and now it's more information to work with.
Just missing. Not able to find it though, as you mentioned. The Julie's in for Blame F, able to escape back towards that short control. Still seeing nothing of their own right. 40 seconds, ENCE are going to make a move in towards that monster control now, and Blame F will rotate away from that short position.
And there's actually a slight lurk up coming through from Dia, but this is all just a fake. He's just trying to see if he can sell it.
P250 in, caught off, taps through, trying to look for the man around the corner, and Christo does end up with the frag back, and ENCE don't know where they're going to go with this one. In towards short, in towards mid. They do finally commit towards the B side, but in for Monster, 20 seconds to go.
Massive amounts of hesitation, and now this gives so much more leverage in the round for ASTRALIS.
Star plays Overwatch, back up there, and Christo down into the bomb site, but Sunpies picks one out of the air. Christo gets one to return, and still on the back of the site here at Water, 2 kills to his name. Triple up found, bomb's been dropped, needs to go down right here. Blame F can win the whole thing. Julie swing, and Snappy will fall for it. Pistol gain by ASTRALIS.
Surely the pressure not getting to ENCE there. I don't know what to come up with that one, Jay. There was so much back and forth in connector, whether they went up towards A or not. Felt as if that they'd found enough of like an entry pathway with his teammate of Dia that, okay, let's rotate that bomb back up. But then you get into a position where both sort of sides of the same team are hesitant. And look at that from Christo. Now, he struggled. He's had a tough series so far, but that's a huge round for him to set it up for Blame F to win the clutch.
Momentum booster, certainly, for his own individual sake. Setting him up for what could be a stellar map to come if he can follow it up. Of course, ENCE on the pistol should be able to enable that. Bomb plant was not gained by them, so it's going to be a harsher eco towards the guns in the next round.
Blame F averaging a 1.12 rating in the last 3 months on Overpass. Always been one of the more consistent players on this map when we think about the full lineup. ASTRALIS just looking to try and get some farm cash forward and give themselves a fairly easy 2-0.
Wraps over. T-side on mass in long. Got one player to try and hold off against them. Blame F could provide some backup. Just hold their nerve as Christo just waits for the contact.
You can even see a little bit of a pair coming through from Mr. spotting out nothing towards that short water control, so start bringing more players back up to A.
Big picks found, follows suit from Blame F. Goosh down a little bit on his HP buzz, so Christo's probably going to have to take a bit more of a forward face. Blame F does get another kill onto Martin. And now Valde left alone to do the rest of the work here for the ENCE side. 1 on 5, closing the pincers back towards the bathrooms as well, but Glaive does get his SMG pick in, so a little bit of extra cash for the Danes. 2-0 on their start.
And we can be honest with ourselves and say it's very rare that a player that had destroyed in the group stage goes quiet in all 3 maps in the playoffs. You might have 1 quiet map, you might have 2, but you're not expecting it for the full series. And this actually probably gives quite a bit of confidence forward to maybe some of the ASTRALIS fans to say, okay, are we going to get the Blame F that we saw in the best of ones?
It's been a slow upward trajectory for him. Pretty dire in map 1, starting to get it together in the second half of map 2. Here we stand on the third. Opportunity for him to really clap back and become the star that we expect out of ASTRALIS. Mistar trying to lead the charge into the B defensive over towards Monster. His eyes are set, the AK is watching. Tipex holding ahead of the re-smoke into the CT side. What's he going to find here?
He was just hoping that maybe there was a pop contact, maybe there was something aggressive to come behind it, not to be, so he could just hang back, try and play anti-flash up into the surf wall, hold a close range angle with him and Mistar to peek off one another.
Meanwhile, the T-side players wondering how they're going to break it. Smoke about to fade. A re-smoke on with a body block. Heard might generate a gap there, but Zipek has the information. That's the important part.
That gets spammed up in the process. The Snappy drops him, and now that gives a little bit more of that control over towards Connector to start moving players up. Plenty of time still left on the clock and util. It does seem like it is still going to be a BXy though.
That spray also tagged up Mistar, so close to a double kill. 5 on 4 for the time being. Trade to 3 should be easy enough when they face the man directly. The smokes come down towards Heaven. Flashes in Vivaldi, going to try to clear out all his corners. Check the site. Nades sponged up by the man. Incendiary is thrown towards water. SMG still on site. Another one also out towards that short sandbags. Undetected as of right now for the T-side line. Glaive undetected. They saw him right past him. He even gets a dink down onto Volney in all. Low HP. Now allowing Mistar a chance to strike. The HEs from BlameF capturing Volney next. So it's a 3-on-3. Astralis still holding onto the site. And the SMG is dealt with by Sunpius.
Oh, BlameF gets another bomb once again. They actually get off it before he takes the fight.
No time left. They're going to stick it this time. D is covering it off from ramp. Here's the footsteps. Engagement goes well, but Christo with a trade back and is aware of the last man. Dives into the site, but doesn't get the kill. So Umpires has the better weapon, and ENCE have their start.
Whoa, take a breather. What a tight round that is from ENCE. It comes down to them trying to see if they can force themselves up to the fight against BlameF. Christo not up to the challenge towards Heaven to get the job done. And for ENCE, that's the first. That's a breaking point.
Sunpius only needed taps in that one. Big hold from D, though, protecting Sunpius, enabling that kill to return back. And again, the start in for ENCE on their T side. This map has very little success, but one thing that has been okay for them has been the T sides at times. Again, very few results, very few successes to pull from, but still something to keep your eyes on as this match plays out.
Even for ENCE, you're having a little bit more dictation outside of A. We haven't seen much in terms of an A press. We've had a couple of lurks here or there towards Connector and even D-Hug getting up towards the right-hand side of Headshot. This time around, they're actually taking a lot of map territory outside of Banana and here in the bathrooms.
BlameF finds 1, not quite 2. Tag is very minimal to return for ENCE. Flash is sent over for them. Molotovs goes down. Christo bursts up. Spray back on Snappy. Valde with a trade back, a responsive. A 4-on-3 now for Astralis. So they force ENCE to back away, at least the bomb carrier does. They force forward from D. Martin traded back by Mistar's Deagle. And Valde's in a 1-on-3.
Another one of those rounds, Jay, where it feels like there's a little bit more misdirection. You've got the bombs starting to tail behind outside of Banana, but yet people are still fighting out to the bathrooms. That might have to be a conversation between Saw and the likes of Snappy to make sure that we're here, that we aren't making any hesitation when it comes to the calling style.
Instant response from Astralis, not allowing ENCE to turn their first round into a streak.
And look at the way they kept fighting. I mean, they boosted up onto Dice twice in that round.
They're in position now with the pistols coming in, a force invest for ENCE. Trying to regain control against the start. Astralis, they got their start, but no more than that. Fast execution in towards the B site, flashes over, and Zipex has control with the spray. Gets the first one. Smoke goes down at the toxic barrels. M4 of Glaive also holding out of the crossfire. Very little damage done to his teammate, though. And the SMG also holds its nerve for Mistar, mowing through all these pistols as standard. 2 left standing on the T side. Now make it 1 with a HE landing. And Snappy, 1-on-4.
Yeah, ENCE just had no option. They're in double eco status. They try for the quick B pop. And what it ends up being is more just a distraction of Zip, just hiding down out there towards the toxic barrels. Everybody else has got the crossfire. Everyone else can work around the util and that pillar angle. Astralis, very similar to the start of Ancient.
Getting off on the right foot this time. No need to return on conversions or take rifle rounds. They're doing it all in the early game here against ENCE. International squad, upgrade pistols will be back in play for them, up into the mid-control. SMG for Blame. HG sent down as well. 2 land very nicely.
And this is one of these rounds for ENCE where there's not many upgrades. There's just a couple of upgraded pistols, but you don't have the Kevlar and don't have the nades, so you just try and strike out for a couple of individual jewels, get some damage going.
SMG kill starts. BlameF nice to get a second pick back in for his 1200 bonus. Indeed, he gets it for Sunpius to drop 5-on-3. We'll make it 2 now, continuing to extend. Just in general, they're suppressed back behind this one weapon, so making it look easy for the Dane. Bomb dropped and all.
ENCE hoping that they can finally force out a trade out here towards the top of party, but it doesn't seem likely. Astralis looking and can feel that 5-1 scoreline looming.
As you mentioned, a hell of a start for the Astralis cap. BlameF closing it with an ace. Not quite an SMG ace, but plenty of money still gained there. $2,400 plus a $300 kill. Astralis benefiting from that anti-eco again in the scoreline differential, 5-1. A lot more work to do on the ENCE side to bring this back. Their guns will be in play and they'll take their first tactical timeout. Right time to do so for me.
Hey, we saw Astralis playing Overpass against Fnatic in that third game in the group. One of those officials, which was the one that we've been talking about, the lack of T-sides, we saw 6 CT rounds though. So looking at them in a ballpark figure already at 5-1, the more leverage you get, the more scoreline difference that you can bring. If you're able to come close to a double-digit marker at the turn of the half, you give yourself a lot of positivity moving into the second.
The ENCE, this will be their main chance to stop as many rounds as possible from Astralis. But what can they do to gain them? It's been a very slow start from some of their main individuals. Dia only a single frag so far. Pius has gained 3. Of course, no one else really stepping up at this moment in time. ENCE need to find an answer to their problems right about now. The AWP's in, the AK's out, it's a rifle round.
Christo, AWP, what a lovely adjustment that is onto Marden.
So quick as well, straight up towards mid, Marden caught, Valde trying to act out towards the short position. Players that might get found here, the boost up in particular, detected, spray up against the first man, doesn't quite get the second. Valde reduced to 1 point of health, has to escape.
It gets out of trouble. Now that boost was to actually look out towards Monster, and now even the spots come through from Dia.
Decent nade back, returning fire, Glaive down to 14 himself, and Sunpius' AWP finds Christo elsewhere. Advantage for the T side. 4 on 3, but just barely.
Now, what attack. As soon as you are able to bring that forward, yes, you lose the first pick with that AWP engagement, but look at the response out towards B. A lot of impact being found towards the anchors, and now the regroup. Glaive's just trying to jump spot for info, even on low HP.
Bursting in with the M4, trying his best to return something back up here, but nothing has been found. Zipex. AK set, Sunpius starts to walk forward, Dia caught off towards short, now his teammates supported, backs a turn, the spray's not quite lining up though, the player out towards ramp, dealt with in the end, Zipex now holding his own, on his own, dealt with by Sunpius, and that will be the take that ENCE required. Get their second on the board and show the confidence that they were looking for.
And Sunpius in with a double, would love to make it 3, try and deny that M4 any accountability in the rounds, and for ENCE, I think it just shows while they lose a pick out to T-Con, they respond elsewhere. They're able to find themselves in some good crossfires. I mean, that was a tough one from Valde. You think about him catching off that boost, just seeing the gap of it. There was a very good chance that he fell there. Just got a 1-for-1 trade. Him getting out alive made such a difference in the round.
All important second again for ENCE, way back into the game. Not the follow-up to the initial round that they gained, of course. Now a chance to make amends for that lack of follow-up potential. Astralis. Still have the gun die, of course. Christo on less than money. Taking a lot more deaths as of right now here for the Astralis cap. The savings should build up with the single round loss bonus to an investment now for the Danes. And the AWP that should be afforded as well.
Yeah, we saw a slight slow start out of Marden and Sunpius at the beginning of Ancient. This time around it's Dia and Marden, which I don't know how much confidence that gives both of us, Jake, when we think about the idea that Dia has been the man on a mission in map 1 and in map 2.
Yeah, he has been one of the reasons why ENCE were allowed to bring that comeback over on Ancient, the reason why they're able to defend against Astralis' comeback on Mirage. He is the key man to watch out for here in this one for the ENCE side, and he's one of the first casualties. Marden, the first man down towards Christo. AWP picks him up.
He's actually looking fairly comfortable, Jay. The youngster's starting to finally get the groove here. A lot of opening picks towards this park and playground area. That's going to give a lot of benefits forward to Astralis on the CT side.
A slow default off the back of that first kill. ENCE hunting for trades, but doing it oh so very slowly. And Astralis are playing passive forward, don't want to give anything up to the ENCE side.
Now, Christo's repositioned, hoping for a walk forward to come through from Divider. While that's happening, the B players are actually going to start clearing out Monster. This is going to be a very good tell.
Smoke's about to clear. It's a big information gain for Astralis now, but will they deal with the player up in the short position? Valde holding his nerve, holding his position, and winning the fight back to a 4-on-4.
And they don't know about the other player that's got aggressive towards T-Spawn, though, so that's slight misdirection. Zip has to think about the idea. Do you go back in for a fight? Is there a regroup at all? Is there another one of these rounds for ENCE where it's an over-rotation?
It's playing for the bigger picture. The smokes and flashes will come over those. They're indicating some sort of B here, and actually Zipex will rotate back into the site itself. Snappy, meanwhile, up in the mid-control. Drops that bomb to Christo, who doubles up with the AWP. May even be on for a 3K as well. There's 2 more players playing in from mid and bathrooms, and there's 18 seconds on the clock here for ENCE to try and strike. Christo falls forward, and Volde falls down. Bomb dropped. Sunpias is out of the round. Astralis takes 6.
Christo is putting on a show right now with this AWP. Out there towards the trash can, towards the left-hand side of Banana. He just keeps fragging out. And for anyone here that's not too familiar with him, he's been down in the lower echelons of Danish CS for quite a while. I think back to when he was playing on AGF, Lyngby Vikings, even North for a period of time. And then, of course, Astralis Talent is his newest team being brought up to stand in for the main roster.
He's been in the Invitationals before in that contender stage, the regional Swiss.
He was a part of that deep run to the top 12.
Yes. Showed his potential off in that particular tournament, and now Astralis have picked him up for that reason. And here on the main team, he's just had a hell of a round. Set him up at the top of the board as well. Fast plays in for ENCE, meanwhile they try and take that ball back over. Sprays through on Zipex, only doing damage towards several players. Martin's the man with the MAC-10, and he gets the kill for it. Mistar, Molotov's behind the smokes, and he does get detected by BlameF with 2 kills. Comes up good with that M4, 4 on 3, and Dia just can't find the man behind the smoke. He knows that he's there somewhere, and Glaive was allowed to strike as a result of it. 2 left in play. ENCE rush tactics not working out towards the B site. The bomb's been dropped. And once again, Sunpias has to save.
You could just feel how much attention came through on getting players into B quickly. You had BlameF rotating out towards that graffiti entrance. Even the likes of Glaive coming up from heaven, just assisting so far forward. Zip had done the damage. Mister was stuck out in the open, and it's the re-assistance coming through from the teammates.
Sunpias might get hunted as well. No money in the bank for him. BlameF leaning forward as M4. Back is turned to at least 1 CT attacking force, but which one will it be? 40 seconds, he's of course scoping in, making a ton of noise. Mistar's just gonna hold his nerve back towards that corner. The AWP's now closed off the pincers, cutting off any positions for Sunpias. Knows that he's around the corner and loses life to Christo anyway. And no scope for him to add to his tally of highlights. And again, evening up with the top fragger of the Astralis side. 7-2 now for the Danes. It's another awkward start for ENCE here.
Indeed it is. BlameF just up there with the re-frag. So many multi-frags from him. And are we starting to get the glimpses of what we saw in the group stage, Jay? He's 15-2.
We are starting to see a little bit more of that BlameF, honestly.
Okay.
And that was the winning factor for everyone. We were all saying, BlameF turns up, Astralis win. ENCE currently facing that reality as well as the young guns going ham. It's both BlameF and Christo having a hell of a time. Dia just in hell for the time. Killed off by BlameF. Opening start again for Astralis.
Dia struggled 2-9 right now. Not many of those impact frags are coming through from Connector at all. Instead, he's being picked off by BlameF round after round. Zip is hearing the nade stack coming through, so they know there's a lot of influence outside of B.
Layering that damage, of course. Mistar does get tagged up with a separate engagement. Wallbangs back from the CT, forces a Snappy, tries to force forward a Tech-9 being heard there. Zipex going to get the hell out of dodge. Counter flashes and HGs are inbound from the CT sides here. Minute to work with on the execution.
And Martin's hoping for a reposition, hoping that one of these CTs moves over towards Pillar. But while that's happening, look at how defensive and rock solid this B-hold is seeming to be.
Hold their nerve, make their moves in. The jump phase from Glaive now sees what's going on. Martin having no choice but to dismantle that boost up and does lose his life anyway. Snappy with 1 pick back, that's all they're gonna get. It's a half already gained for Astralis. I'm starting to get a little bit concerned now for the ENCE side. This is 6 rounds to make up, and really no signs of anything special here.
Because even if you move map 1 aside, and we just focus on the map pick of Ancient and map number 3, this has been 2 maps in a row for ENCE when you're favored in the series of slow starts, not being able to provide the competitive nature.
Second tactical called for ENCE. Had 1 to get 1 round. Time to get another. Time to get a comeback, really. they can still make this 7 rounds at the T side. Like, it's still plausible at this stage. Obviously, it's not likely given the performance levels, but if they can find the rhythm that they need at this moment off the back of this tactical, they can still make it a 7-round half. And in that theory, I think that's the best chance that ENCE will have to take Overpass right now.
Well, we know that they've been very clinical with their tacticals of responding after. That's one thing that I've definitely noticed in this best of 3 is that they take attack and it seems like they respond in the next round or even the one after. The 6th the difference, Astralis looking comfortable. BlameF and Christo, the 2 players of the M4 and the AWP are doing work right now. And it just means that for Glaive, Zip and Mistar, you just have some decent anchor holds, you're able to provide some crossfires, and those 2 are going to be able to rip it up.
Astralis. The birthday party position from BlameF, some Pius tagged to less than 30, Marden getting tagged down at 86. Already the starts with the CT forces and the kills haven't even been found yet. BlameF turn away from the flash, kill on Snappy, easy pickings.
Even Dia gonna get caught in the process. Crossfire just gets established towards top of connector, and Dia looks at that angle knowing that he lost his teammate and go, right, I'm here for the refrag, but instead, Glaive's there to back up BlameF.
2 and 10 for Dia as well. Like the worst map to switch off here for ENCE, considering that now we've got BlameF going, and he's got backup, and Astralis are looking like a cohesive unit. But Orbasan Pius also not able to strike back and return the favor himself. Flashes forward, Marden drops. 1 on 5 for the Orpa of the T side. And he's got to save, he has no choice.
Yeah, BlameF, we've seen how many times in these late rounds he just gets up here at T-Con, puts pressure on the last individual. I don't think there's a way that he saves, and yeah, even Zip's going to aggress out towards Monster. And we can sit here and we can say, okay, you know, this has been a bit disappointing from DR, but there's other players on this team. There has to be individuals to take this moment in an important LAN playoff game, in a quarterfinal, and say, right, I'm going to step up to the challenge. Is it a Sun Pius? Is it a Valde? Is it a Marden? It's between one of those 3 to make something happen.
Well, right now it's Snappy on the top of the board for ENCE, and for an IGL, certainly impressive on the individual basis, but you have to wonder where those elements have gone. Sun Pius, stellar. Dia, stellar. Marden has been stellar on his previous projects, and even over the course of ENCE certain periods of time, not the obvious star man. But these are the names you look to see at the top end. And none of them are at the moment. The AK in for Mistar, however, does get caught off by one of the players in question. Marden, the Tech 9 pick, and Dia swings round the corner. That's a bit more like it, ENCE.
They found a massive amount of space and weapons to get recovered now. Now Zip's on the other side, peering down into Monster. He's looking to find a return.
AK standing, spray down. Sun Pius will fall, but Valde takes a tray back for it. Glaive back at a sight, incendiary in hand. M4 dived up, flashes sent over, and his head is tucked away from the headshot position. They don't check Toxic, and he gets 2 kills for it, reducing it to a 2v2, but Dia still holds the responsives, and Christo not quite as good with his flicks. Finally, streak broken, 3rd round for ENCE.
Now Dia, they needed him. They needed a big round from him, and he provides that quick swing around the corner towards Connector, finds the first, and then we just see him be able to collect the pieces towards the tail end with the M4. ENCE, it's all been individual rounds though, so far in this first half. They've got to get a streak, they've got to follow up.
All important one back against Astralis, not allowing them to get to double digits, but still the buys can return from the CT forces. Steal and a half for ENCE now to follow it up. Again, turn these guns into success. The arena is behind them. And BlameF is in front of the T side. Damage done, HE to return. Snappy's gonna fall. Sun Pius did catch that first frag, and BlameF stands to fight. Still winning against Marden next. He's not even done.
Oh my goodness, what a bullet connection to come through from Marden. And now for BlameF, it comes down to the B anchors to hold off strong, because that's where ENCE have got to put a little bit more emphasis forward.
Oh, BlameF being challenged, turn away at the flashbang, hiding behind the harder cover. I think he got spotted. Mistar does catch Valde, but Dia puts BlameF back in his place and back in his grave. 3 on 2 still for Astralis, and Glaive making his way up towards the backstep himself.
Now he's going to know there's no presence back out towards Monster. Just not hearing any of those footsteps. Mr. has to be defensive, has to be deep here on A, because if he loses his life, it does not set up an advantage for the players that are going to take quite a while in Zip and Glaive to backstab.
Slow walks in, ENCE trying to deny information. Oh, the jump face though, seen him. They should know, the bomb's been seen.
Sun Pius just holding, hoping for another reface to come through, and now the CTs are starting to move ever so slightly. Glaive can come up from top con.
He's gonna hesitate for a moment though. thinking there might be some sort of rotation from ENCE, and I don't blame him for believing so, but it's all towards the A site, and the back line held by Mr. Sampius. Needs to catch this frag. 20 seconds, less than that at this stage. Lean forward. Molotov sent towards backside. Zipex now has rotations in. Mistar catches the kill anyway. Orp, Shop, Sun does connect, but out towards mid. Glaive can strike. And they're just flawless, utterly flawless here for Astralis. Every time they take a round lost, they're back in control. And for ENCE, some of these rounds which they lose, they look like they're losing it by quite the margin.
I think the way to keep it basic is that they're not getting chances. There aren't many of these rounds that we're looking at where opening picks are being granted, success is being landed in the mid-round. Instead, they are being outclassed in this first half, just like they were in the first half of Ancient. Astralis have put in a hard yard. BlameF has been a part of that. And it's a team effort here from the Danes to hopefully make this a more one-sided half for their sake than even what it was on Ancient.
You say a team effort, and I can certainly see where you can apply that factor, but the kills certainly are not spread across their board. Christo, 15 to his name. BlameF, 20 to his. And for ENCE, their highest fraggers are struggling to keep up with the bottom fraggers of Astralis right now. Just the firepower is not there. We saw something similar on Ancient as well to their T side, so I'm hoping that the CT side is a bit better, but at 12-3, can you really expect ENCE to complete that comeback?
Nah, not at all. That's not a conversation we can dive into. That's when the scoreline is just way too deep. ENCE need to get as much out of these last couple of rounds as possible. BlameF aggressive towards Fountain.
Flash in, damage done to Marden. Stappy, his AK watching, waiting. Trying to prod forward into that short control, uncontested by the CTs for now. BlameF about to be contested by one player in long, making a lot of noise. That AK not even looking towards the bathrooms. Marden just gives up the pick.
Now that's an easy find coming through from BlameF. You'll take that any day of the week. Snappy looking to see if he can return, find a frag down towards B, but the CTs are hidden.
Incendiary is throwing HGs up. Glaive, M4 looking to engage. He's aware of the one player that is in the connector control. Is he aware of the second he might be now? Sprays to return as he has given away his own information, but damage done to Dia.
Lovely spam. Try and get in for a little bit more. Now they've got 3 out towards the B side. They can even think about rotating a 4th player over. ENCE have got to be reliant on these entries and just pop their way forward. They have to commit. They've given too much info over now.
Sprays through AK, Sampius, Valde. Galil leaning in towards Monster. 2 players there to try and receive the crossfire. 3rd man on the bomb site. ENCE time against them. 40 seconds for this hit.
Snappy waiting for another jump up, and it's just been spotted again. This is so much more of a tell of what's going down at B.
30 seconds. Zipex. Alongside Dia. Smokes are in. Perfect timing. They got a force forward of it. Kills found the Mistar and Glaive pretty easy as a result. And ENCE is catching no luck here. Valde to get out of the way. We fight 11 for Astralis.
And is this the moment that we talk about ENCE in Elisa Invitationals, Jay? Do we start that conversation? Because with the European lineup, we've seen them in 4, all of which they've not even been able to make the grand final. Valde gonna get hunted down, does save onto the AK. But when we compare what they've been like online, I don't know what it is about Elisa events, Jay, but ENCE have typically struggled in them.
Always been invited to the playoffs, to the group stage of the 2021 spring event. Only 1 main Swiss position, and even that didn't go so far as the top 8. Top 4s at best for ENCE. Here they stand to not even make that position. Top 6 is where they'll fall if they can't turn it around. Sprays through from Zipex, making it look as standard as it has done so far for Astralis. Stappy, 1st man dead. Dia not far behind him.
Now Valde's just hoping for a re-extension, a slight little info play to come out to that right-hand side. But for Astralis, we've seen it drilled. We've seen them be incredibly disciplined on this CT side.
Sprays through the M4, Marden's tagged, D is low. Marden trying to force out something here in the connector control, and BlameF will find the casualty. 5 on 3 now for Astralis.
And that's just been the danger zone, isn't it? BlameF and picks towards Con. Dia with 22 HP, trying to see if he can even deal with the beast of BlameF.
Walk forward. 60 seconds, his head's tucked away, holding his nerve with Valde, his AK. Out towards Monster, leaning in, the bomb on his back, flashed in by a teammate, needs to win the fight, so the counter flash come back with the kill for Blame F. 2 left standing for ENCE, 1 left standing for ENCE, and none. And the near flawless round comes in for ASTRALIS to go 12-3 up at the turn of the first half.
What a performance coming through from ASTRALIS, Jay, and it just shows map 2, map 3, first halves from them, they've been lethal and deadly again.
Do you believe in miracles? Because right now ENCE are going to need one, down by 9 rounds going into the CT side. Another comeback for the international squad after the break. So, Dweg, do we believe in miracles? Certainly ASTRALIS have been given miracles in Blame F, finally unlocking himself, and you look towards the ENCE side and wondering who's going to be the guy to pull them out of this hole. The 9-round deficit now on their CT side.
Well, you got Sunpire's the 3rd highest rated player in the event coming into today, and Martin at 4th. It's got to be either one of those two, even Diha. He has been singing praises in map 1 and map 2. He's gone quiet. And just the numbers, Jay, they're so minimal.
And even the arena's been quiet with how ASTRALIS have dismantled the ENCE side. Espoo, I think ENCE are going to need your support for this one. It's going to be a tough graph back on this second half. And if they lose here, they will not walk no further in the playoffs. Pistol round, CT side for ENCE. That has at least been the one bright spark for them. But they need to start it off with a pistol win.
Oh, look at the pace. Blame F coming out of the gate quickly, trying to keep his head ducked down with the B-hops in case there's anyone around the corner. Fast up towards the top of connector. Now there's 3 on A already. You've got Diha, Valde, and Sunpire's in position.
Backed up, the bomb carrier now rotating away back into T-Con to look towards that B site. The prods forward, a connector in mid, seeing nothing there, passive and anything. There's only 2 players on this B defense for ENCE.
Now, that banana lurk coming through, and even outside of Monster hasn't spotted anything at all. Martin's seen quite a bit.
Rotation's going to get called out. Martin needs to get a kill here. Taps up, not quite landing towards him. Christo draws first blood. Snappy back up towards water, overwhelmed by that Glock the same. 5 on 3, ASTRALIS have control of the site, but Sunpires picks the bomb carrier out from the middle of the air. Missed start to fall.
Now there's a boost up towards Heaven. Blame F's in a great angle.
Oh, but he misses every single bullet. It's forced to go back down. The height advantage has been lost here. Dia leaning forward, the bomb does go down, but he gets his pick back in. 3-on-3 situation. They're struggling to burst back into the site. Default is a known entity, but there's 2 players still downstairs. Volde tapping, BlameF with a decent kill. Volde trades it, Dia back to a 1-on-1. It's his moment to shine, being quiet all maps so far, despite having a great set of first 2. Sees that last man, taps the bomb, trying to force Zipex out here. He's not making his move! Oh, that's a perfect tap! And a perfect 3K to get ENCE back into this game.
Oh, the Polish man steps up when he's required. The 25-year-old making that final bullet count the most. What an absolute crisp of a shot that is to get the 1v1. Cristo, you got to feel for him. That's a double entry with the Glock to get the job done. And Astralis, they get a bomb plant, so you got to imagine the force fly's coming.
Dia, the hero, once again for his side. What a shot. So crispy you could call him Walkers. 12-4. Astralis still hold the lead, but ENCE a crucial way back in. Bomb plant was gained, though. Astralis could shut this whole thing down.
And this is the perfect response, the perfect way to answer back. And look at even the orb upgrade. This just shows for ENCE how much they are willing to bring forward investment-wise into round 17 to make sure they find the conversion, to not get reset.
The M4 posted in the mid control. Pius' AWP was out towards long, but Dia had to take the brunt of the T-side forces. Watching in from Bathrooms, adjustments there. That's a perfect shot. Double up, not quite gained, but Pius does trade it back, see 2 more, and forced to fall away to passive positions, wait for backup to arrive.
Just get out towards long, play the man advantage. Even Valde can come up from dumpster quick.
They've got that short control as well on the CT4, so they must imagine there's no one out here towards this B site. For Marcin, Pius still watching long. Flick adjustments not quite there. He backs off again. Still jump face. They catch the info, but Zipex picks him out of the middle air again.
Now there's workability. You've got plenty of time. BlameF already aggressive up towards the right-hand side of the headshots. They're just trying to get this for Mars to reposition off of the bomb site.
Meanwhile, the AWP leans forward for Mistar. Picked up. Prodding forward and getting Valde for it. 2 left standing. Martin tries to stand his ground. Back at dumpster, picks up the first, but not the second. And it's all on Snappy now to clutch it.
He's got to go for this. There's no other option. You're forced in double eco, and he's going to rotate up from top con.
Loads of rifles littered in that mid position. He's making no qualms about his position as well. Tons of noise being generated as he just charges straight in. No kits in play, no time to work with. Flashbang out towards bank, bomb been seen. Smoke will go down, but Mistar picks his chance and does not miss. Astralis, just when you thought ENCE were going to gain control, just when you thought the pistol was going to go their way, the breakground, the conversion, won back by the Danes. How do you bring this back now?
I just don't even know how Pius went down. What a shot coming through from Zip.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, I don't think you'll see that again this event.
A Galil tap, not even an AK tap, a Galil there.
Incredible.
It just gets better and better for Astralis. Force back for ENCE, saw a scout in play for Dia, the only rifle dealt with already. 5-on-4.
Now, Cristo's put up such a better performance here in Map 3 that Map 1 and Map 2 just gets blown out of the water from him's individual prowess. He got 19 kills in Map 1 and Map 2 combined. He's now sitting at 18, and I think he was even up to 15 in the first 10 or so rounds of Overpass. His AWPing ability has been giving them so much of a follow-on because it's been him and BlameF. It hasn't just been BlameF.
Meanwhile, it's been nobody from ENCE. Not Snappy, not Dia. Both players down out of this round. Bomb plant secured. No tags being done to Astralis, let alone kills. ENCE just got to hold on to the Kevlar and the upgrade pistols here. We're going to be seeing 14-4. And surely it's safe to go to overtime. But even that, like, the likelihood is just so far out of the realm of possibility here for the ENCE side.
And I think it shows that Astralis have the players to step up in important games, in important maps. I think back to even Ancient, we saw Zip dropping 33 kills, having nearly 130 ADR. You now go into Overpass and it's BlameF to show up again. It's Cristo to be able to perform. Astralis have had different key entities across this best of 3 who have come through and stepped up to the plate when it's required.
At this point, you start asking the could-have-been story, the could-have-been questions for ENCE. What could have happened? had they just finished off the comeback.
It's the worst
feeling.
feeling.
That 2-0 that we're talking about on Ancient, the comeback that right now seems so untenable right here. Not just the scoreline deficit, but again, none of those elements we looked forward to in this map-up have shown up for ENCE Astralis, their key figurehead with the new blood. Now going like the clappers and ready to close this one down.
Even working out to connector. You've got 2 CTs to be able to set up a crossfire. Martin to peek through with the armor. First contact works out well, but only one.
USP up against the next. Mistar holds him down. CT next up the face backed up. Does force forward on Martin. The Deagle does strike to get a trade to a 3-on-3 situation. They need so much more than that though.
The Snappy's just got to try and waste time. Allow those rotators to come in from short water.
Spots heads. USP's not connecting the shots though. Low firepower potential in that one. Does tag Zipex down pretty low, so setting up his teammates, but 2-on-3 still. Martin does drop the bomb carrier, charges right back out of that short position, and Valde starts sneaking in the back lines. The bomb's been dropped, and Glaive has no idea. Martin continuing to play distraction. Deagle fires, doesn't connect the kill, but does do so in the end. Zipex is alone, backed up towards water, and Valde desperate to hold on to this clutch to deny this map and match point for Astralis, but Zipex has his number and he dials it in, 1-on-1.
The bomb's still out in the open, has to reaggress towards the short sandbags. And now it's a patience game. Who's going to be the one to give up the ghost, to give up the mistake?
Martin being quiet about this, will check the bomb, look for Zipex, get the kill, and just hold it. Just hold it. And I mean just hold it.
It's a lifeline, it's an extra round to play with, and it's important round victory to come through. When you compare even the idea that that wasn't even a force buy, that was just a light eco. They wanted to actually play for overtime there, and ENCE, they've given themselves some leverage. But again, Jay, 5 rounds have been gained in overpass. All of them so far have been individual. We have yet to see ENCE pull off any type of streak on this third map decider.
If there's a time to break that trend, it would be right now. And not just break it, crush it, smash it, grind it into dust. It would be so unlikely, but it might be required for the ENCE side at this moment. At least Mistar has dropped on HP. 31 for him in the initial tags. And Nade's being sent down towards connector. Oh, almost catching him for dead.
You've got Astralis being able to provide quite a bit towards the top of party. DR out into the open, catches the timing, but drops Glaive in the process.
And has to escape as well. Now doesn't know how many players are around there. Astralis perfectly poised for the trades. Dia is high HP, so the fact he escapes now holds the line here for ENCE. And waits behind that smoke for Blame F to make a mistake.
Oh, jump face doesn't even come through. Instead, it's the enemy P connecting, and Dia's gonna get re-aggressive.
Cristo drops the bomb with a shadow advantage. And ENCE are starting to claw back some potential. The confidence has returned as Dia follows suit on Mistar, and Zipex doesn't stand a chance against Martin. All important, trying to break the economy line for Astralis. I think they might have just been able to do it here.
It just shows just how much, even in the crowd, we're loving it.
Let us know what the answer is at Elisa Esports on Twitter.
We're all actually on the edge of our seats to know what's happening there.
That's the more important storyline here. Not Astralis and ENCE. Holy matrimony. But the matrimony of this match now turns towards the dire straits of eco. For Astralis at least. Incendiary's thrown, landing a little bit awkwardly there for Martin. Snappy still lined up 2 picks anyway. Straight up towards short. It's picks coming in easy for him and Martin. 1 pick back for Blame F, but sandwiched in by the CT forces. Won't last much longer. Okay, we have some breathing room. We have some groundwork for ENCE to play with, but there are guns back for Astralis now.
And these are going to be the tests. Okay, we can have the anti-ecos, we can have the odd round here or there, but it's the rifle rounds. That's going to give us the full inkling, the full understanding of just how strong a comeback can be. It's been 3 rounds in a row. There hasn't been a bomb plant. So if this continues, we will be on a buy eco stay.
Like you said, ENCE have been struggling to get rounds in a row so far on Overpass. It's 3 in a row for their own right. Sprays through from Dia doing damage. HG sent. Cristo evades it.
Dia gets out of trouble, doesn't he? Just starts moving away completely, and it makes sense. You've got some pious out there towards connector. Because you don't have that crossfire towards long or party, because it's an aggressive duel by yourself, do the damage and back off.
No need to hunt for the kills as of yet. ENCE should be aware of Astralis default plays. Maintain position, wait for them to make the moves here. They're setting themselves up with flashes being sent over towards Long. That's information to get gained. Snappy again going to strike out. Aggressive towards Monster. Zipex is the first to fall.
Up on that grill position on the off, you now have Christo leading the pack out here towards the bathrooms to make some adjustments, to put a little bit more emphasis over here towards the A side.
Christo prodding forwards. Orb scoping, some Pious, Incendiary not placed on just yet. He's watching out for it though. Jump face, Incendiary finally comes out past the smoke though as the Molotov returns from Astralis to the back of Dice. He's forced back passive in towards Bank as they make their way in. Shot does not connect, but Dia has his back only for a single pick though.
Now backstab's coming through quickly from top con. This could deny the bomb from going down.
Coming in just in time, Snappy taps his way forward and just secures it with some Pious getting Blame F. Now Mistar is alone versus 4. Picks up the first and no more than that. So further bomb plants denied here. ENCE, it's a slow grind, a short process and one that's going to require a whole lot more effort, but the comeback is on.
Got to start somewhere. I mean, you could even see in that round from some Pious. He gets the AWP, he backs off towards that bank control and it sets up Dia in the round. Oh. Even Snappy, just how quickly they're able to reposition themselves to get off of B from short water up to the top of connected to deny the bomb for going down. That's a cash injection disappeared.
Before we go any further, a tech pause comes in from the ENCE side for what reason we're not aware of. We'll try to bring you that information as we have it. Just take a second to let this break. And for Astralis, it could be the momentum swing that they require, right? Because you go in, you're feeling good, you got yourselves 4 in a row, you have that backing now, the groundwork basis. Then to follow it up into another round could be just distracted by the fact that this tech pause throwing you off kilter a little bit. It's something to consider here on the big stage.
I think for Astralis' point of view, a victory here on Overpass to drive them forward would say a lot more than what we saw in the group stage, because they weren't a favorite to make it out of the group. They had some struggles in the group, taking some overtime wins and some close losses against some teams they probably shouldn't have. Diha aggressive out towards Connector, even with the pace, does not get phased.
2 down, Christo and Blame removed from play. Get the door opened up, Snappy inbound, waiting for Zipex to make his peeks forward ahead of that smoke. He'll start to make his way in, being careful about his position. Caught anyway. Valde credited with the frag, and 2 left standing for Astralis. It's the kind of round that ENCE want to gain confidence on. It's an anti-eco. Half invest at best for Astralis. And with ENCE taking this round, it will be 5 rounds to the good. That's where you start to look at a comeback and say it's plausible now.
Even some Pious, look at the respect he's given up, just falling back passive, repositioning with that AWP. Glaive's the last one left, he's just hoping for damage.
Gets that AWP out of play, that's something gained, but being hunted as well by the CT forces. Nades flying right past his face and all. Skype does catch Dia though, that's a 5-on-3, a 5 to reduce to 3, I should say. Glaive alone. 40 seconds. Where does he go?
He's just looking for as much out of this as possible, because he realizes there's no point even throwing that AWP away, because they're still going to buy it next round anyway, so at least if I get some picks out of it, you start making the round somewhat doable.
Probably not on the clutch at this stage with 6 HP. But even so, 3 casualties taken.
Now you just save, to be fair.
Yeah. Hold on to the big green. Get it into the next round. ENCE. Damage won't compound as of right now. We'll see what the buy looks like and what the savings will hold after round 24. But for now, the highlight is all about the comeback. They've reduced the deficit to 5. And right now, the ENCE fans are feeling it here. Excited to see whether they can see their team come back at this stage. They want to see them in the semis. With that little final push to push them past the finish line.
And it comes down to always being clinical, always being precision when it matters most, because if you throw away a sloppy round, that's 15, that's 16, that's game. You have to be tip-top every single round here for ENCE. You can't afford to step off the gas at all.
We've seen 2 comebacks on CT side so far in this series. None of them have been able to turn into a map victory. ENCE need to break that trend as well, and part of it is going to be holding the confidence face. Dia in, some Pious with a pick, and Dia adjusts towards Mistar. Looks back into mid for another player to face him. One man out towards short, undetected. Dia's back will be turned towards the man here. Zipex making noise and challenge with a swing. The M4 wins it. Unscathed on the CT side. Glaive hopes for a trade, but gets nothing at all.
And we saw how many bodies were just falling to blame F and Connector. Now it's Dia. There's a response and Glaive walks forward, but he's been seen on the jump spot towards Dice.
Sampaius didn't see him and gets out of the way just in time as the peak started to come forward. Now Valde lurks in, swings out, spray down. Cristo alone. Orc versus 4, doesn't quite pick up the jump face, but now his position's been revealed. The CT's going to adjust towards it. Backstab closing in from Snappy. This round should be cleaned up by ENCE as they just edge closer and closer to Astralis.
And you couldn't ask to be in a better position, friends. You've got the crowd behind you. You've got the CT economy rolling in your favor. And you're starting to get more impact out of your individuals. Cristo doing his best with the AWP, but not to be. 10 rounds for the difference. This is starting to get a little bit crazy for the international squad.
And at this moment...
Oh, there's Whitey and the boys, ENCE Academy.
Shout out to UKCS. Always, every time for you and me. ENCE main team for now. Sitting in position, ready to try and make their way forward to a 4-round differential. Astralis have pistols pulled out. This should be a freebie. They're not going to go fast into the execution. No rush tactics here for the Danes.
Missed up, hoping to try and catch off one of those D-Hub maneuvers where he might slightly overpeak towards a connector face. Instead, it's very passive. You've got Zip trying to walk out towards the short water control. Astralis just looking for a miracle at a round like this.
Quicken for Glaive, smoke sent. Molotov up. Tech 9 faces around towards connector position, checking out mid control. Mr. holds his nerve, holds the passive positions from Astralis as ENCE. Similar story.
Now you've got 2 on B for both Marden and Snappy with at least another resmoke that can go down towards that monster control. Astralis are just hoping to catch that timing. They've got a smoke and a flash. It could just be an explosion.
Should be, with all 5 players stacked up on short. Marden has no information towards this. Well, Snappy with utility in hand, so it's a case of seeing those flashes coming in, dive out of the way. Smoke's in the way, of course, provide a bit of support, and Marden escapes in amongst it. Mistar with a kill, found, doubles up with a Deagle, flanks in, Valde, AK tapping desperately, trying to hold on to some sort of trade back with his rifles, but they just swarm the site, they explosive, as you mentioned. And ENCE may be in trouble here.
Oh, we've seen this before. Mistar did it out on Mirage, and now Dia's out in the open. Glaive gets another.
Easy pickings for Astralis now, with Sampaius falling. Valde is left to hold on to his AK. A 1-on-5 with the pistol rush. A quick play into the B site. Wasn't out of spawn. Still, he tries to hide and fight on from Graffiti, ultimately to his demise. He's got to save. Still going to bait these guys in, try and make sure they don't get any rifles out of this position. But no time left for the defuse at this stage. Released face on Blame. And it's finally map, match, and quarter-final points. I love that. I absolutely love that. Good on you, sir.
One more, Jay. One more round, and we say it every time. It doesn't matter if it's a rifle. It doesn't matter if it's a half-bar or an eco. Mister. Oh, mate, his Deeg. Coming forward from Mirage, out here onto Overpass. And then as soon as Glaive gets that kill to Dia, you just know that's it. That's the steal coming through. 15 for Astralis finally, and that ends the streak.
ENCE still need 5 to bring this back, but the momentum has been brought to a grinding halt. Will they start to question themselves? Will they get inside their own heads? Or Astralis already in there? Will they fail another comeback? Or can they still take us to overtime? Orb set in for Sampaius. Shoulder baited, refaces, but neither side gets the kill.
Now, even with D-House still aggressive, he's spotting out nothing towards his park control. Now, that spam would have been heard. Cristo knows he's in party.
Dia knows the position he's left himself in, but they're going to back off, look towards the B site again.
Marden out here towards Monster, him and Snappy to work off one another. This is a lot quicker.
Oh, Snappy putting utility down towards that Monster position. He spray through and get only 1 kill for it. Valde back on site, gets 1, transfer the second. Oh, he gets the triple as well! The 5-7's in his hand with backup right behind him. Blame F, 1-on-3, and Valde looks in with Sampaius. We're not done yet, boys. ENCE clinging on for dear life.
Just when it looked as though there was enough done with the entries, Glaive gets 2 there from the monster position. But it's the hold on the off angle here from Valde towards Ramp. What a triple!
What a moment. And what a closer. ENCE pushing Astralis back to pistols. More freebies incoming. Will they play quick again?
Astralis have to be leveraged here with Mr. with the dig. So Pius finds the opening pick in Con.
There's the start. And now needs to look in for a bit more. They're out towards that mid-control. Dia knows it, hearing those footsteps, hearing the bomb getting dropped. But he backs away, knowing he's got to win the fights. And from that corner, it's unlikely he gets more than a single 1-for-1. Flashbanging against him, no, he's blind as a bat, gets away.
Tries to get out of trouble, but gets caught on the wall.
And Glaive gets the headshot for it. ENCE not out of the woods just yet, even standing. Now an M4 to work with.
And they've got plenty of time to play with too. You've got Christo just jump facing out here towards APC, trying to get vision on exactly what the setup is. Even some Pies with the NWP's been spotted. 2 players on A.
Spray back from Snappy though, in from Connector, struggling to get the kill on BlameF, but it comes forward in the end. Advantage regained by ENCE, but Snappy's isolated here, back in towards short pipe. He does find Zipex, dive out of the way, look for the triple and the quadra perhaps. Bursting through, running out of ammo with the magazine, but does get Christo. Glaive takes him back, and Martin is there for the closer. Bit leery for a moment there for ENCE, but they're hanging in there. Another round to their board. And Astralis will have their guns.
Now we have to look at this as 2 decent chances. Round 28 and round 30 is where Astralis have the best chance possible of closing this down, moving forward into the semis. But for ENCE, you compare the idea that you've got an AK safe forward for Valde. Some Pius has been consistent with that AWP. We're seeing more out of Dia. Even Snappy came through with a nice multi in the last round.
2 main chances to get 1 good round for Astralis. ENCE need 3 on the trot. That is the difference in the pressure. And who has the true advantage? It looks like a flash pop straight in. The train passes by. Mistar really get his teammates in from Monstar. You've got Martin caught off, blinded. Spray back from Snappy, gets 2. 1 while completely blinded. And still they try and force forward on the short position. The smoke comes down. Glaive out on the side. Spray through so awkward. And Valde punishes him for it. 2 left standing for Astralis. As Christo gets tagged up, smokes in the head of him. And ENCE hold the line.
And Valde, the supportive piece there, realizes that Snappy's out in the open, in some trouble towards Monster. I'm going to help you out. Start putting some nades down towards that short control, force that fight out in the open. And now the 2 youngsters, Christo and Mr. 2v4.
Walking their way forward. Bathrooms in mid, Mistar in particular. Set for first contact, AWP with the glass to see some contact of his own right. Is baited out by that position though. Sees both of them, refaces, tags up Christo. Dia finishes him off. And Mistar's alone. Smokes down, bomb in the open, backstabs inbound. CZ just gonna wait for this one, not give up the fight. He does isolate 1 pick, but no more than that. First rifle chance taken away from Astralis. Eco next. ENCE. From the most impossible situation, from the 12-3 deficit that Astralis had at the turn of the half. They are so close to it. You can taste overtime.
4-14 down to 10 rounds to the difference between the 2. And for Astralis, even without a bomb plant, you don't give yourself the best to buy. They're going hero. They're trying to get blame on the AK. And as if anyone is going to be on that hero, it's going to be him.
It's 30 kills deep already. And quick in from the pistols. They went explosive in the last eco half by a round, and it worked out for them. Snappy engaging, and Zipex is the man to strike first. Martin pressured, needs to line him up, and he knocks him down, looks in for the triple as well. The pressure mounted, but he deals with it effectively. Pistols pulled out and all. And the T's are left to 2, now just 1. Christo dropping the bomb. And it felt so quick, it felt so good from the start, but ENCE will not die. They will not die.
One more to bring it to overtime. What a holdout towards the B site. We've seen the multi-frags, we've seen that X-Factor potential. And now for ENCE to close the streak, to make it 5 in a row, to claim it to overtime. That will be all the momentum necessary to turn this map and this series in your favor.
Astralis looking stressed, knowing what this next round means for them and for the opposing team. Pause was taken. This is a 5 versus thousands game. The Espoo Metro Arena behind ENCE all the way. One more round to go.
And for ENCE, even out of the gate, look at the anti-rush nades coming down towards T-Con, putting that pressure on. You've got both Valde and Dia aggressive towards Fountain.
Look at this, so perfectly placed from the AK. Astralis, slow it down. Molotov's in, Dia engaging, doing damage to Glaive. Valde's picked up by BlameF. Dia lines up too though, drops the bomb. Is he aware of the next man? He's gonna get forced to reload. He must be aware that he's close. Picks up, aggresses, and can't afford to go any further.
He's got to try and see if he can hide. Some Pius has to give him support. There's a player down there to the right-hand side of Mister.
Dia is picked up, the AWP focusing and lands his shots. All important. Zipex, meanwhile, prodding out towards the B site, seen by the player in heaven. He's forced to retreat.
And now they're just starting to scramble them. Mountain's out here towards bomb, can deny the bomb, drop it out in the open.
BlameF tagged so low, he's nearly dead. Zipex still striking out towards the site, that nade, and Blame gets away from it.
And now it's a regroup. Now it comes back to the scramble. Get back out to the B side. Snappy is here to slow it down. He's got a smoke too.
He's going to aggress. Oh, this is risky. He sees the man! He catches Zipex! And now it's Blame. 2 kills to his name in this round. 32 here on Overpass. Switched on. But even this is tough. He's slow, considerate, careful, and Snappy, solid, sound, spotted, and seizes the victory. Overtime for ENCE. From the 10-round deficit from the most impossible comeback. Spirits of Finland giving everything to their home crowd team. And it's our first OT of the arena.
Incredible scenes coming through from ENCE to pull it back from such a distance. And now you feel like they're driven, that they're in the zone, that they're in the moneymaker of making it to the next round. 3 rounds could be enough on the CT side. Try and get that 18-15.
12.5k rule set, MR3 is standard. Astralis know the position that they're in. They'll start on the T side, which they've allowed ENCE to come back against. Or posted for some Pius. Nade stacks at the ready. This could catch one player off. He does get away from dodge though, so it looks like they'll time this right here on the CT side.
And Astralis actually just cancel it. Now with that aggressive maneuver coming up towards Fountain, it's going to be a pop-out monster.
Martin caught blinded, bets back towards that short control. Snappy holding passive, and Martin gets picked up first. That's Glaive with the engagement. They need back up towards the B site now. Snappy holds for as much as he can, sees that second player, and tags up. Mistar does not take him down. Some Pies for the York pick, drops the bomb center of the side. D is caught ahead of that smoke down to heaven, so it's a 3-on-2 for Astralis.
And some Pies might not know about the aggressive maneuver coming through from Graffiti. Zib's going to still try and get the bomb down.
Molotov's in the way though. That player is low. Open plant. Mistar is going to wait for them. I think some Pius is aware of this though. USP pulled out, taps forward, backs turn. He has absolutely no idea, and Mistar can punish. Valde alone and can get nothing. The 16th for Astralis coming in a hair too late. But at least they have the start on T side.
Now think about overtime coming through from Astralis. Think back to that group stage against B&E in the second game, 19-16. Out of Mirage against Complexity in game number 5, 19-17 on Nuke. Every time Astralis have been pushed to overtime in this event, they've come out on top.
And again, that one overtime from their history at Katowice 2022 was a 19-17 win for Astralis. And remember, it was on Mirage, the map we've seen played out so far. Overpass is brand new territory for overtimes between these two. They walk their way forward. Careful, considerate, ENCE. Give them that respect.
Being almost dry with the util too. No smoke out towards the front side of the bathrooms. No molly down there towards Divider. So Dia has got no idea that they're creeping forward towards top of connector and into bathrooms.
Smokes are in the way. He's a walk-in, some Pius. Picks one up though. And D is ready. Some Pius gets another pick, in fact. The M4 finds Mistar. And ENCE back in it. Glaive on site, can't get Valde. And Zipex can't get anything. 16 all. It's evened up again.
What a response coming through from ENCE, and it just shows there how much impact could really get gained from some Pies towards the back of the bomb site. Up there on A by himself, he finds that multi-frag. You've got Dia playing out towards Connector up onto the cross, dealing with the lurk, dealing with the backstab. And for ENCE, that's a prime opportunity for a 16.
What a shot for some Pies to pick up, and the headshot on BlameF so tight as well. He's coming to life. Started to show his colours out on that last map. Now matching up with the top frag positions. Very even kill spread across ENCE throughout the course of the entire map, but they're going to charge forward. Look at this from Arden and Valde! They've ripped them apart! Didn't even wait this time. Astralis will lose the half only by a single round, sure, but ENCE feeling the confidence brimming as they take number 17 to close out their CT side.
That's a snappy special, very creative with what they try and do there, Jake, because that's off kilter. That's something that we haven't seen before. The CTs getting aggressive out towards Monster, and that catches the likes of Astralis sleeping. Not ready for that at all.
Now comes the challenge. ENCE need 2 on T side. They struggled so much on the T side today. So did Astralis. They got that 1 round. And in the position that we've been in throughout the course of this series, where you see so many CT-based teams, so many CT-based halves, you look towards that 1 round thinking, was that the golden ticket for the Danes? ENCE need to deny that here. And look at how quickly they'll make their way up for some Pies' AWP.
He wants to get himself in for an opening pick in case there's any aggression out towards Party, towards that long face. Now you've got a lurk solo by himself of Valde trying to walk forward towards short water.
AK watching. Leaning forward into the short control. Glaive jump facing, revealing information. But nothing they can get a kill with here for ENCE.
And now pressure starts building onto the likes of BlameF and his teammate out there at long on what you can do. AWP set up from Christo. We know how successful he was on the CT side. We're looking at those 2 guys again.
Molly set, flashes out, Snappy. Quickly clearing out Connector, known as no one here from the CT side. Where do they go with it?
Well, they've got a lot of map control, so I think what they're going to end up doing here is just mid-round calling based off of a pick gets found, or if they can slight here an information play, because you've got Valde in towards short water, you've got a player out to Party. They're trying to slow it down. They want to force an info play.
Martin. So going to check this. Yes, he will, but BlameF's going to win the fight.
And now he can just back off. Even getting out towards the long control, he has to keep fighting. There's no retreating back to A now.
Dia's going to try hunting down. Molotov sent in. BlameF caught. That's a trade back. ENCE going to full send the A site.
No option now. They've got to go. Christo with the AWP out at Dice.
Ready and waiting to receive. And here they come, flash perfect, seeing the man. Christo does not take a shot back, and Sun Pius sees him walking into his crosshair. Got Valde on the site, finding Glaive next. And Astralis reduced to 2 on the retake. 1, they're going to try their hand out for Mistar's position, but Valde's not falling. Low HP, he's taking point. And Zipex being hunted down by the man, does get that trade, but surely there's nothing left for him.
Nothing's presenting itself. No one's over peaking. Everyone's holding on the crossfire. And Dia catches him. 1 more to go now for ENCE. What a shot from Sun Pius out to that long control. And that entry from Valde, that was the difference maker towards that right-hand side from the Dice control. He cracks open.
From match point and quarter-final point to Astralis, now going the other way. The hard graft back from ENCE. It's about to pay off. They just need 1.
Tia's taking a bit of damage, getting aggressive out. BlameF's on the other side of Fountain.
Backs turn, the AWP is trying to cover him off. BlameF is traded back by Snappy. That's important for the ENCE side.
And now they can slow it right down. You've had an early engage. We've seen the exchangement from both of those teams. Now start working the map control. You've got Snappy down there towards Connector. Not much presence outside of B. Try and see if you can draw Astralis forward to another mistake.
Christo posted. Knows the position he's in, knows the damage he can do. He just has to find the form. He's got backup. Leaning back in from the bathroom's entrance. The AWPer of the T side as Sunpies does not connect his shot. Getting caught off. They're rushing right through into the hands of the M4, thinking it might get rushed down. Snappy's AK comes up good though. 2-on-2. They're running into the A sites.
And they can't beat the rotations. This could be very fast up from Glaive. He can fight from Dumpstar.
HE's in, M4 engaging. Smokes in the way and Snappy falls for it. Sunpies takes damage. His AWP versus 2. Unawares of where the second CT is coming in from. He slows things down, goes quiet. Back might be turned though. He checks it ahead too late. Zipex closes out, makes us play another round. Our 6th of overtime.
And it comes down to the veterans to step it up there in that 2vx. Allow themselves to put a lot of pace and pressure up there towards the Dumpster angle over towards long. And then just a backstab being set in. Nothing that Sunpies can do. It's a lack of information across the board. 1 round, but which way? Does it go to double OT? Does it go to ENCE's favor? And Blame F can put the opening incendiary down towards T-Con. Now they haven't gone for these aggressive maneuvers up towards Fountain all that often in overtime.
Gonna back off for it as well. Astralis pre-fire positions, common standard spams. One T-side player was there ahead of Glaive. And the AWP of Sunpies run boosted into long, seeing nothing. It's all emphasis on the right-hand side of the minimap, nothing here at long.
It's a very different setup coming through from Astralis, and it probably means we'll see a jump spot from Christo out towards APC, over there from the dice control. It all comes back to this opening find. Can he find anything with the opening AWP?
Watching, falling back. The AWP posts itself. Did Sunpies see that jump face? I don't know if he did. Watching anyway, flashes in from the T side, blinding off the CT forces. They'll make their progress up.
Oh, there could be an opening pick towards top of connector. It's all a matter of timing.
Oh, it's a case of just that Blame F player moving in. Slowly, sees one, sprays down Valde. Tracy to be found by Dia real quick. He lets him slip out of his fingertips, but still could get 2 out of it. Kills found on Christo's AWP pick. Sprays blinded, Dia strikes on 1. Needs to get that second. Molotov burns Glaive, and Dia picks him up. 3-on-3. It's a standoff now. Astralis all in the back of the site. Molotov sent has missed our holes in the smoke.
And this bomb's still tailing behind. They've got to start pressing forward. They've got to stop the CTs from relocating up.
Flashes forward, boost in, Zipex tries to catch off. Marden stays alive. Bomb will go down.
Get it down this time around. AWP posted towards bank.
Watching and waiting as ENCE hold their nerve, hold their position. The shots ringing in from Christo. Dia looking for wall bangs, does give up his life towards Christo. Marden, however, steps up now. 2-on-2, tagged up heavy. Needs a headshot, needs the AWPer, needs support, needs a miracle at this stage. They lean in, Zipex and Mistar catch those casualties. And we will play on. Astralis not ready to give in just yet, Dweg.
We go on for another round, another overtime. And you could just see there, Marden and Sunpies to play off one another. They get forced out to the open. 18-18. Overtime is a wacky game. And now, who are the favorites? Who are the victors? We don't know. It's anyone's game.
That's the question I'll be asking you at this stage, Dweg, and that's kind of the assessment you give me, right? Just throw all logic out the window from here. It's all down to who just performs better at the right key moments. And how well the tactics and the strategies will hold for both sides. In particular, how the CT sides will work out. Astralis will start off on their CT half of things this time. Staying on for the second overtime of this map.
D-Hut trying to see if he can work out that connector control. Very quick out of the gates from Valde, looking up towards the boost angle. He's got a teammate with him. They might even counter boost.
AK set in. Sprays and bursts. Glaive is caught tagged up initially. Jump phase has been spotted as well. The nade sent back towards the toxic barrels will not do much. Will tag up on Mistar, and they'll counter boost it.
Yeah, there's a lot of influence out here towards a B site. Valde hoping to catch a player out there towards a pillar. That's missed at a fall.
AWP now leaning in from the short control. Glaive trying to take back Dia, but only doing so much with it. Sunpies, he's so hungry for this frag, hoping the CTs go towards him. Incendiary gets him off angle.
They're just trying to bridge that barrier out there towards the right-hand side of the monster wall. Now, there is still a lurk into connector. They're hoping to catch Blame F rotating back down.
God, leans in. Molotov's turned in, Zipex up close, swings and gets his kill, back doubles up, capturing the bomb carrier and all. We'll see it to his name, but Snappy can return flyer. Glaive is down, BlameF is not though. He engages one, but Sunpius turns around with the AWP. Zipex is low, Christo is high, bomb's doing CT control.
And now it's a back and forth affair just to try and get that bomb back. Zib needs the help with the AWP.
Flash forward, baiting in the spray. Dia now gets a bit of vision with a counter smoke. Back another one in from the CT side. They hold their nerve, they hold that bomb.
And now you just play the time. Now you just play the patience. Even Zip's going to get slightly aggressive towards short water because of it.
It's risky. But at this HP number, it might be the best impact he can have. Bomb still in CT vision. The AWP of Christo. No utility against them. They got flashbangs, but Dia still drops it. 10 seconds. Sunpius with a lot of work to do. Headshot gain. Last man inbound now. And Sunpius will get that bomb down as Zipex creeps closer. Backs are turned. He looks in towards the other side. Oh, he spots him, but doesn't connect the shots. All on timing there, and Zipex had the better play.
Plays it to perfection, slows it right down. Sunpius is wondering, where's he repositioned to? I'm going to start taking some map control away, start getting aggressive out towards bridge. Not to be Astralis. We talk about the T rounds, Jay. We talk about the importance on just what could be found. Think about that from Ziv's perspective, how much impact can be gained off of that one round.
How close ENCE got to it and all. Again, their golden ticket, their 1T rounds. Might need 2 at this stage.
They're all looking for it, aren't they?
But even 1 can make all the difference here in overtime. Astralis back in with the default set. You would expect it's Christo in connector. Sunpius caught dead to rights.
Had a good sequence from Christo in that last round. That AWP sequence out there towards the toxic barrels. Now he's been able to perform towards a connector stance. Valde, we saw that pick that he was able to create out there towards Pillar in the last round. Missed HE out there from Glaive. At least it's an opening pick from Astralis. And now you start wondering about even the aggressive play from BlameF out towards Party.
Valde holds his own. Snappy spraying through, the AK held. Back up with a bomb. Ireland's going to toss that off to his teammate. Dia hunts for anything in the middle, smokes ahead. Marden's going to get ahead of it though. 2 players to find, flashbang in, spray up the first, and the second goes falling. Massive sequence, he's got to go in for a bit more, and Glaive has his number. 3 on 3, still watching to the back site, and he gets Valde next. Flashes forward, the bomb is on the site though.
Now it's just about wasting time, trying to see if you can get Snappy off of the bomb. Still a player out there at Grill, Dia's got to back him up.
Snappy is low, Dia barely alive against BlameF. He gets Christo as well on Snappy's part. Claiming a 1-on-2, sees where Snappy is, gets the pick back, and Dia needs the perfect headshot. Glaive making noise, trying to pull misdirection, but Dia playing against that, gonna wait for the bomb to get tapped, wait for the guaranteed info. Here's the footsteps, looks for the headshot, but Glaive picks it up instead. Astralis, 20 now, 2 in a row.
First it was Zip, and now it was Glaive. 2 of the vets stepping up in clutch situations, and perhaps ruining the dreams here of ENCE. 2 rounds in a row. Marden with the multi-frag out there for Monster, but then Glaive with the reassurance.
Just when you thought it was on. Just when you thought ENCE had their 1 good round. Just when you thought Dia and Snappy had done enough. It's never enough. At least that's what it feels like right now. ENCE, where have you gone, boys? T-sides have been dire. Look at Marden straight through the fire. Looking for the opening engagement, but won't see anything. The CTs are not that aggressive, so they're just taking damage for basically nothing here.
Now, BlameF was aggressive towards Party in the last round. He didn't find anything. He's gone back down to Connector. Now, remember, in regulation, that's where he found the majority of his impact.
He's got 1 T-side player to potentially face him. The smoke's coming in, so you've got to consider it. Marden has at least taken his pace straight forward into the long control, and the CTs are considerate of this. You've got a rotation in, but backs are still turned. Marden sees ahead, and Christo has fallen. The bomb will go down here, and Dia is 1 of 2 players that can cut rotations.
Oh, what a pace changer. Marden taking so much control away, aggressing forward to Dumpster, and he equals off.
Dia also finds 1 of BlameF, Mistar with 1 decent trade, but it's 2 players left on the retake, and Mistar's falling to Sunpius. Zipex alone. ENCE needed something unorthodox to get them past it. And this looks to be their T-side rounds. Zipex tries hand at the clutch, but falls at the first hurdle. Number 19 for ENCE. No 3-0 flawless half for Astralis. At least not yet.
And we've seen ENCE have one overtime in this event so far. Back in the group stage in their third game against Sprout, 16-19 loss on Ancient. We have not seen them come through with a victory. So how do you weigh that up in the dying last few rounds of this entire series? Do you back ENCE with the fan favoritism, with being here in the arena? Or do you back Astralis that have been able to get more wins in overtime?
At this point, you could pick either one. Make a good case for it. 19-20. Flash is sent, Blame F trying to be the forward contact player of Astralis. Quick up into the mid control. Sumpires is AWP. Posted, backs away.
Gets caught on the timing. Dia though, still undetected. Oh, might get cleared. Blame F catches him just this top of his noggin.
Back of the head. Picked up, Marden forcing forward again, trying to get aggressive, needs to win a fight here though, seen by Zipex. Support in, taps forward, M4 now known to be aggressive with a second player also out towards it, flashbangs incendiaries and the kill comes forward for Marden.
And his bomb's still far behind, Snappy caught out in the open with a reload, 1-for-1 trade.
I know, Marden backing up out towards this monster position, getting back towards the B side, thinking it might be a short play. They clear out Monster just in case, and a re-smoke comes in towards short, but not to Monster itself. Christo will lead the charge, and Marden hears these footsteps, needs to engage one. The spray is so awkward, and Christo connects it. Valde responds, 2-on-2, needs another, but doesn't quite get the triple. Sumpires' AWP now locks out the cross, and Blame F doesn't know where he's at.
He slows it right down. Patience in the 1v1, waiting for that mistake, waiting for the reposition. Sumpires isn't giving it up though.
It's gone passive though. Blame F. Considering the force forward, the smoke comes down, will reveal his position, so Sumpires might re-aggress here. Wait for a chance. Wait for a shot and connects it! Not missing one. One shot, one opportunity to show boast. Or one round on the CT side. ENCE back at evens. 1 out of 3 games.
It was about time a clutch went the other direction. We'd seen so many in the previous few rounds go the way of Astralis. This time around, it's Sumpires with the AWP. So much impact from Valde. He sets that round up with the multi. And then the AWP, just with the connection, with that info of the smoke going down to heaven. 20-20, we're tied up again.
Sumpires. Inbound, HE's flash just sent. He's going to get caught out in the open, but Blame F backs off. Could have been the perfect chance to open things up for Astralis, but instead ENCE hold the 5-on-5 and a HP advantage above Glaive.
Now that slight hesitation's actually missed the chance of an opening pick towards the AWP. That could have been a huge drop in this sort of round. Take over towards a long control, no one's here. It's going to be a reposition. Sumpires can get back passive, start jump spotting over to Dice again.
Snappy's waiting. Hoping for aggression. Dia might give aggression back to the T side instead. Flash is sent towards Min as he draws his attention back towards that control at the party angle. Snappy still holding, and Dia's seen nothing. Might run right towards the T-side player. Mistyle's ready for that. Gets his kill.
Gets caught sleeping. Mr. the youngster towards deep and connector finds so much. And now Sumpires is up on the off angle.
Molotov set, and Snappy loses his fight towards Zipex. Suddenly B is looking pretty open, but Valde strikes back with a decent trade. Goes back to that AK. Quick rotations inbound. Zipex now making his way in from Monster. Valde is low, but Marden holds the backside. Turns away from the flashbangs, and the smokes come in the same.
Oh, it's very fakey. And Valde now cuts the rotate. They have to end up B here. They can't go back to A.
Once they win that fight, Glaive with the backstab also wrapping all the way towards the A play. They're thinking there might be something else going on here. Sumpires is looking to that position, but no, he goes towards the B site.
And this backstab could be everything, but at the same time, they need the entries. They've got to crack the site open.
Oh, Glaive. Glaive has everything in his hands. He's making noise. He's giving the info. The M4 adjusts towards it. Marden watching for the headshot. 10 seconds left. Bomb's got to go down. Glaive shots connecting, and they make their way to the site. Bomb plant not denied by Sumpires.
Valde gets up close towards the smoke. A lot of damage is being done.
He's low HP though. Needs that AWP desperately so. Smokes in his way. Sumpires repositioning. Valde does find an angle. Gets one, but only one. It's Sumpires alone now to do it all, to clutch out this match point again for ENCE. Leans up, looks around, makes noisy, drops off towards Cubby. They know it now. Scope in. The time is ticking away. He's got the kit, but he hasn't got the breathing room. He leans around the corner, and the AK plays Ring of Roses with the information spot, and Sumpires falls for it. Match point for Astralis on their T side now. ENCE got to fight back to maintain control.
Once again, we're here with Astralis with it all, with one round that can change the complexion. And we've seen them in this position before, Jay. We've seen them with many times with series points. But now it's about that final ticket. And another tactical gets used.
It's only their second one on Astralis as well. They've still got 2 more to work with in overtime. Is this the breaking point? Is this the moment where Astralis will close it down and break Finland's hearts? I don't want to believe it yet, Dweg. But it is match point for Astralis.
BlameF getting up to 41 kills as well. We know how much this would mean to him. Putting up almost as many frags in map 1 and in map 2 combined here in map 3. ENCE, can they force it again on the back foot? BlameF getting out of the gates quickly at T-Con.
AWP posted, the AK gets caught by Sunpius. That's a start. Got a tag off at least, but the kill goes the way of the CT forces.
That's an excellent beginning, but now they need the follow-up. Diha out towards Connector. You got Mr. on the other side.
Seen there, slight gap below the smoke. Martin's going to get picked up by Zipex, and Diha is in a one-on-one fight that you can't afford to lose. Does dive out of it. Not locked in, but holds his nerve still.
And a response out towards B is actually very much needed here from Astralis, just to take some pressure away, to help at least bring more intent forward on map control to be taken. Glaive now repositioning out towards short water. You've got 2 on B to defend, Valde and Snappy.
Nice HE on Mistar, tag up, damage done. Glaive still prodding forward. And Zipex catches Valde with a wallbang. Suddenly Snappy is all alone here. Needs backup, because that bomb's in Monster.
He's got to get a multi-frag and drop this bomb. He is by himself out towards the right-hand side. This is looking so positive from Astralis.
Sunpius watching, looking towards mid, seeing nothing at all. And finally, Dia rotates in with support. 2 M4s on the B site. It's up to Astralis to make their move.
And Dia's got to drop down, set up this crossfire. It's all about a contact. It's all about the first initial duel.
Watching short on the boost. Ready and waiting, Snappy picks up 1, leans in aggressive but loses life towards Christo. And now the AWP for Sunpius, can't connect his shots. Snappy falls, and just about on Dia in a 1-on-3. Needs some absolute heroics here to keep ENCE involved in the Elisa Masters. He gets Zipex, that's 1, leans in and he can't do it. Christo locks it down and Astralis will send Finland's hometown heroes back out of the quarterfinals as they make their way into the top 4 of the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022.
What a series coming through from Astralis. The way that you're up 14-4 and overpass, you'd like to close it out earlier, it doesn't quite happen. But my goodness, what a show between both of these teams. How competitive map 2 and map 3 was, and heartbreak for the lads of ENCE.
They put so much into that as well. 14-4 down, grind back to overtime, put in the hard yards at overtime, had 2 match points in at overtime as well. But all that was not enough for the ENCE side. Astralis can show themselves up towards the Finnish crowd, who are so desperate to see ENCE take it. A couple of Astralis fans in the crowd, sure, but man alive, that's going to be heartbreaking for everyone here.
It is indeed, and I think we just saw there from Astralis, the BlameF show, the factor that we wanted to see in the group stage step up. 41 kills and less than 30 deaths. That's an MVP level performance when it's required, when it's map 3 in the series.
To think as well, we were so concerned that he might not show up in this series at all. We saw him just post such low numbers over the course of map 1 and 2. We were saying, oh, well, is he here? Is he not? Is he going to be here for this overpass? And then, of course, he switched on as Dia switched off. That allowed that quick streak to come through, that massive scoreline, and ultimately not to work out for them.
And just knowing, even Zip, the way that he stepped up into some of those clutches, him and Glaive towards the tail end there were some high-impact rounds.
Indeed. Brilliant stuff from the Astralis camp. They've worked their way in so effectively in this overtime. They managed to take it over the ENCE side, so they can celebrate as they make their way into the semi-finals. But with how close that one got to, I have to ask, you know, like, is there any potential left in this one? Like, you know, is there still going to be difficulties for them?
It could be, mate, but the thing is, the job's done, and a win's a win. That's how you got to look at it.
Well, Parla's now down on the stage to talk to the victors. Astralis breaking Finnish hearts. Can they break any further forward? We'll find out with him.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in this arena,
and at home. I know, especially those of you in the arena, you wanted to see the hometown favourites win, but can we please give respect where it's due? Give it up for Glaive and Astralis! Glaive, I'm sure it's hard to process the whole of Overpass right now, but that was such an intense map of Counter-Strike. You guys got off to a flying start, 12-3, but we ended up seeing 2 overtimes. What happened?
Yeah, we're having a tough time on the T side of Overpass right now, and I think a lot of teams have that problem. Like when the CT is starting to build economy and stuff, it can be really tough. So you need to win the pistol round and the second round, and yeah, else it's going to be really tough. So yeah, I think it's just tough, and I mean, we also just got a new player and failed some tactics and stuff like that, so that's what happens.
Glaive, going back to the first 2 maps, so you lose your map pick of Mirage, you win their map pick of Ancient. Why was it opposites day?
Yeah, that's tough to say. I mean, we had a really bad Ancient last time, but this time around we had a much better one. So it felt good to show that we can actually play the map. Our own map pick, Mirage, I actually think we played pretty solid. We just lost a lot of duels, and I think it was mostly individual that lost us that game because we could have gotten more cheat rounds, I believe. I felt like me, myself at least, had some crucial moments where I could get the opening kill and maybe win us the round. So that's what happens.
Glaive, you mentioned your newest player. You have kind of 2 quite new players. We've got Mr. and Christu. I want to make sure I get those pronunciations correct. Newer, younger. Are you proud of how they showed grit and determination across such an intense series of Counter-Strike?
Yeah, I think they played really good. They're both great persons, great players, and I'm looking forward to see both of them in the future and see how they're going to play. I think they're doing a good job getting into the team, and yeah, I'm happy for them.
Now, Glaive, you move on to our semi-finals, and who's waiting there for you in Astralis? It's Fnatic. Tell me your thoughts going into that semi-final.
I mean, last time against Fnatic was really tough. We had our Danish guy Roy just owning us, so hopefully that won't happen again. I mean, it's going to be fun to see what maps we're going to play, and let's take it from there.
All right, well, Glaive, with that being said, would you like to say anything to the Astralis and Glaive fans at home and all of our wonderful audience in the arena? I'm not sure you heard, but you did have sort of a pocket of Astralis fans, so please, anything you'd like to say it now.
Yeah, I mean, thank you all you guys for cheering. I hope you were happy for the Counter-Strike that was played. I was happy that you were cheering for ENCE as well, because they are the home team, and it could have gone both ways, but hopefully now we are pretty close to Finland, so you can cheer for us now.
Glaive, thank you so much. Congratulations on reaching the semi-finals here at the Elisa Masters Espoo. One final time, everybody in here tonight, give it up for Astralis! Okay, we're going to do something right now, since we have just seen the hometown favourites, ENCE, exiting the tournament. We are going to do our losers interview on stage, and we've got Saw back. Everybody, let's make sure he feels welcome, because I'm sure there are some high emotions right now. Please give it up for Saw and ENCE. Saw, that is a tough loss. I don't want to ask you 2 specific questions, but overall, what's going through your mind right now?
I mean, it really was a tough loss. We made the best effort we could, I would say. Like, we were fighting and we almost made 2 comebacks, but just wasn't enough. I mean, it wasn't our day, and it obviously sucks for us.
So, nonetheless, even in a loss, what was it like for you as a Finn and for these international players representing a Finnish organization to be in front of this Finnish crowd? They were going wild at times.
Yeah, I mean, I must say, like, we could really feel the atmosphere, and it was really great. So thank you for that, like everyone who was cheering for us, even though we weren't able to win, but thank you.